Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do. Chapter 1, Transcending into a Two-Dimensional World. Lin Yi opened his eyes and was greeted by a string of text. A few seconds later, the text disappeared as if it had never existed. Superpower. What's going on? But Lin Yi quickly remembered something else. I remember. Wasn't I dead? After graduating from college, he had joined the grind culture as an overworked employee in an internet company, endlessly cycling through grueling 007 schedules. After several sleepless nights and excessive overtime, he ended up in the Ecchi emergency ward. His consciousness finally faded into cold, lifeless silence. And now? Lin Yi looked around. Brilliant, colorful lights filled his vision, music echoed in the air, and a massive audience waved glowing sticks, cheering and shouting. On stage, several girls dressed in red and black pleated skirt uniforms were passionately dancing and singing. Their graceful moves and melodious voices elicited wave after wave of cheers from the audience below. He realized he was at some kind of concert. Transmigration? Lin Yi couldn't help but think. He fumbled around, eventually finding a phone and a passport. Through the passport, he pieced together his current situation. An individual from a major Eastern country, 17 years old, holding a study abroad visa for Japan, apparently a high school student. His appearance was identical to his own. A parallel world counterpart? Or did I travel back to my younger self while also transmigrating into this world, replacing this world's me? As for further details, he had no idea. He had no memories of this world's version of himself. Lin Yi could only assume he had transmigrated and replaced this world's version of himself. At that moment, the performance on stage seemed to be reaching its conclusion. A girl with long purple-black hair waved her right hand energetically. Her lively presence and delicate features shone charmingly under the spotlight. Every step she took exuded youthful energy as her uniform-clad figure moved gracefully. Everyone, thank you. Thank you all for your continued support for Ecchi. And we hope you will keep cheering for us. Ecchi will continue to bring you more amazing and wonderful performances. Ai Hoshino, the eternal center of the idol group Ecchi. She held a microphone in hand, her starry eyes suddenly landing on a man in the front row of the audience. This performance was surprising. Ai-chan was boldly confessed to by a fan who loves her. A first in her life. Wow, I'm so thrilled and happy. But Ai-chan is currently focused on her idol career and wants to bring even more wonderful performances to her fans, so, sorry, Ai-chan doesn't want to date right now. Author's note, in this version, Ai Hoshino has no romantic history, and many events from the original story do not exist. As Ai's regretful tone echoed from the stage, a burst of laughter broke out. Ha ha ha, Ai-chan is so funny. So sweet. That's why we love Ai-chan. Why didn't I confess? If I had, I'd be the first man to confess to Ai-chan. The audience's gazes focused on the man in question, turning him into another highlight of the evening. But as a reward for boldly confessing to Ai-chan, she's decided to take a picture with him, hee hee. Instantly, a wave of jealousy and envy surged among the crowd. Wow. Is that really happening? I want to take a photo with Ai-chan too. Ai-chan is so kind. She rejected his confession but immediately offered a photo as compensation. I want that too. This guy is so lucky. He's definitely going to get selected by some weird game. I believe he'll clear it, ha ha ha. Why not pick me? If I went into a weird game, I'd come back alive, become a winner in life, and Ai-chan would instantly become my girlfriend. What a dream, huh? Whose foot stinks? Kick him twice already. Jealous and envious voices echoed all around. Regret. Everyone regretted it. Why didn't they confess? At that moment, the man at the center of everyone's attention ignored the envious and jealous stares from those around him, focusing his gaze on the beautiful girl with long purple hair and delicate features standing on stage. Ai Hoshino. Wasn't she the heroine from Oshi no Ko? Had he transmigrated into the world of the Oshi no Ko anime? Or was this some two-dimensional world mixed with other universes? Between the two, he'd prefer the latter. There were so many two-dimensional heroines he wanted to meet. For example, Mai. The famous star Mai. Compared to idols, Big stars were better, right? In that instant, a rapid flash of two-dimensional heroines' names and faces sped through Lin Yi's mind. This had to be compensation for dying from overwork. All the luck he lacked in his past life was used up on transmigrating after death. And he had a superpower, time stop. The power's true strength was unknown, and it came with an unknown drawback. But with a power like this, he could soar in this new world. Wealth, power, beauty, all things that were out of reach no matter how hard he worked in his previous life could now be easily obtained. Becoming a winner in life with beauties in both arms was no longer a dream. As for drawbacks, if he didn't know what they were, then they didn't exist. The concert ended. Basking in the jealous and envious gazes of countless audience members, Lin Yi stayed put, waiting for the crowd to clear. From the left side of the stage, he saw the purple-haired girl in her beautiful red and black uniform step down with a faint smile on her face as she approached him. Ai Hoshino. Standing just a meter away from the stunning girl, Lin Yi felt a fleeting tremor in his heart. He could even catch a sweet, pleasant scent emanating from her. A goddess-like girl of this caliber was someone he could never even dream of approaching in his previous life. But now, with a superpower like time stop, what woman was out of reach? Who wouldn't fall right into his hands? Lin Yi's confidence surged to the brim, almost overflowing. Thank you for liking me and confessing. Really? Thank you so much. Ai Hoshino expressed her gratitude once again, bowing deeply. The gesture sparked a round of cheers from fans still in line to exit, marveling at her warmth and kindness. They wish to be treated like that too. Your thanks equals you don't hate me, I get it. Ai Hoshino froze. Don't worry, I won't bother you again, nor will I become some extreme fan who stabs you with a knife. Ai Hoshino flinched instinctively, a bad feeling surfacing in her heart. Was this a veiled threat? It had to be, right? Ahem, alright. The manager, a blonde man in a suit, pulled out a Polaroid camera, aiming it at the two. Ai Hoshino, suppressing the discomfort in her heart, stepped closer to Lin Yi. Hey, buddy, smile. Are you so nervous about taking a photo with our Ai-chan? Ha ha ha. Ai Hoshino leaned in a little closer, extended her right hand, and made a big thumbs-up gesture. Click. The photo was taken. Ai Hoshino took the picture, scribbled the date and her name on it with colorful pens, and added a few hearts. Here. I hope you will continue to support me in the future. Ai-chan looks forward to your support. She beamed a sweet, adorable, and playful smile. Support? Maybe in the next life. Ai Hoshino froze in place, and even her manager, who had just taken 2 steps, stopped in his tracks. In this life, I'm going to support Mai. Mai is definitely better. Ai Hoshino? What's so good about Sakurajin Mai? Ai Hoshino was completely dumbfounded, her smile frozen on her face. At this moment, Lin Yi was contemplating whether to use his time-stopping ability to test its effect. His gaze fell on Ai Hoshino, quickly sizing her up. This instinctively made Ai Hoshino feel uneasy. Love, my love. Suddenly, a low, repressed male voice echoed from the shadows not far away. A man in a black hoodie walked forward slowly with his head down, mumbling under his breath. Ai-chan. Belongs to me. For Ai-chan, I came back alive. I survived that strange game. And I came back. Ai-chan, I support you. Tonight, Ai-chan. You'll be with me. Ai Hoshino looked at the approaching man dressed in black, and the fear in her heart grew stronger. Hey, stop. You punk ha. The blonde manager suddenly let out a terrified scream, as if he had seen something horrifying, and collapsed to the ground. Mr. Saito. Ai Hoshino shouted. The man in black lunged forward, chuckling darkly. Don't support I? Die. He turned, locking eyes with Lin Yi. His gaze seemed to emit some kind of strange power, and in his hand, a knife glinted under the dim stage lights. Lin Yi had originally planned to keep a low profile and quietly observe what would happen next. Now, no more pretending. Time stop activated. Zzz. The faint sound of an electric current flashed and disappeared. The world seemed to freeze at that moment. The man in black, mid-swing with his knife, was frozen in place. Ai Hoshino's wide, terrified eyes were also locked in time, as if everything had been immobilized. Lin Yi first snatched the knife from the man's hand. On impulse, he thought about messing with him but decided against it. Instead, he approached Ai Hoshino, waved a hand in front of her, pinched her cheek, poked her face, and touched her gently. Throughout it all, Ai Hoshino showed no reaction. It really is time stop. But I wonder if the world is truly frozen, or if I've sped up to 1,000,000 times normal speed, making everything seem still. He turned to the man in black and pulled off his hood. Suddenly, Lin Yi froze in surprise. On the man's forehead, a pitch black orb was stuck like an adhesive. An accessory? Mutation? Lin Yi had a feeling this world wasn't as peaceful as it seemed. Plop. Through the fabric of the hood, Lin Yi carefully removed the black orb, wrapped it in several layers of cloth, and tucked it into his pocket. Next. Thud, thud, thud. Lin Yi began punching the man in black's abdomen, blow after blow. Trying to kill me? Extreme fanboy freak? If not for me, Hoshino would have been stabbed to death by you tonight. Each punch landed with brutal force, the sound of impact echoing like a storm. After a thorough beating, Lin Yi adjusted the man's posture and carefully positioned the knife in his hand. Before that, he wiped the knife clean of fingerprints. He glanced at Hoshino beside him and, as a final act, pinched her cheek one last time. Consider this your reward. Without my intervention, your fate tonight would have been far worse. Time stop ended. The world seemed to resume its motion in an instant. Die. Ugh. Arg. The black-clad man let out a pained cry as he stumbled and fell heavily to the ground. Lin Yi quickly pulled Hoshino away, shielding the girl behind him. At this moment, Hoshino was in shock. What had she just witnessed? What had she just seen? The world had stopped, frozen in time, while the man moved freely in that still world. He had violently beaten the black-clad man and made his arrangements, and as for her, he had taken advantage of her, touching and groping her. She wanted to move, to avoid him, but there was nothing she could do. Her body wouldn't obey her commands at all. Not until the world returned to normal. Hoshino swallowed hard, her large eyes filled with astonishment. In her vision, all she could see was the man's back in front of her. The fan who had confessed to her and been rejected was a superpowered individual, more specifically, a superpowered individual with the ability to stop time. He must have obtained this incredible power from some kind of eerie game. Hoshino couldn't suppress her fear and worry, yet at the same time, she couldn't help but feel curious. A living, breathing, extraordinarily strong, mysterious player. The person from the rumors. Lin Yi noticed the girl's fear through the corner of his eye. It was perfectly normal for a young girl to feel scared and horrified after encountering a deranged fan and a bloody incident. Ugh! The smell of blood filled the air as red liquid continued to flow from the man's body. Why? Is this happening? I still wanted to be with I. Supporting himself with one hand, he reached out toward the panicked girl, seemingly trying to grab her. Finally, his scream of unwillingness turned into a roar of despair. The man couldn't catch his breath, collapsed to the ground, and never moved again. Dead. At this moment, Hoshino realized that the black-clad man who had attacked them was dead. She hugged herself tightly, her mind still in chaos, her body trembling slightly. Lin Yi, on the other hand, began contemplating the limits of his time-stopping ability. With the crisis resolved, he decided to test its boundaries, its time limit, its range. With this in mind, he began his experiment. Time stop, activate. The world once again plunged into a state of stagnation. Lin Yi started counting his heartbeats to measure the elapsed time. At the same time, he left the scene to observe the range of the time stop. Based on his observations, everything within his vicinity was frozen. Suddenly, Lin Yi noticed a distinct change in his heartbeat. It was accelerating. 5 minutes. He noted the time point. However, he didn't stop the time stop and continued counting. After a while, he began to feel intense fatigue, approximately around the 10-minute mark. Lin Yi also noticed slight difficulty in breathing. Even though the time stop hadn't ceased, it seemed it could remain active indefinitely as long as he willed it to. However, Lin Yi understood that, regardless of its theoretical unlimited duration, his body was enduring a certain level of strain. If he pushed it too far, his body would collapse from the burden. Phew. Lin Yi stopped the time freeze after approximately 12 or 13 minutes, having returned to the concert venue. 5 minutes is the safest limit, 10 minutes is within the acceptable range, but beyond that, I'll need to consider the strain on my body. Frequent use of the time stop will accumulate physical and mental fatigue, requiring a period of rest to recover. Still, if I improve my physical fitness through training, I wonder if I can extend the duration of the time stop. Was this a limitation of the time freeze? Lin Yi wasn't sure. However, he understood that every ability had its limits and came with a price to pay. The most critical question is whether my lifespan continues to decrease while in the time stop state. Everything except him was trapped in the frozen world, but he wasn't. Was his life still ticking away? Lin Yi glanced at his fingers. A 10-minute duration isn't enough to judge the condition of my body through the healing of wounds or signs of aging. He pondered the matter but couldn't think of a suitable method to test this for now. Meanwhile, Hoshino once again witnessed the world come to a halt. The man had used his time-freezing ability to stop the entire world, but this time, he neither killed anyone nor took advantage of any girls. Instead, he left the scene and returned about 10 minutes later, seemingly testing or observing something. And throughout the entire ordeal, she couldn't move or speak. All she could do was stare helplessly at the one figure in her field of vision capable of moving freely. Who exactly was he? What kind of person was he? These questions swirled in Hoshino-Ai's mind. Her starry purple eyes were entirely fixated on the figure of that man. 15 minutes later, the police arrived. The body was taken away, and the manager, Saito, still seemed to be in shock and hadn't regained consciousness. He was sent to the hospital. As for Lin Yi and Hoshino-Ai, the two individuals directly involved were taken to the nearest police station for questioning. About half an hour later, the questioning and statement-taking concluded, and the two were released from the station. At this moment, Hoshino-Ai was still in a state of unease and panic, clutching the coat draped over her shoulders tightly. Her mental state wasn't great. "Can you take me to the nearest hotel? It's about 200 meters away. I remember there's one nearby." She had considered the possibility that Lin Yi might harm her, but the thought of his unreasonable time-stopping ability made her realize she was overthinking it. If he really had malicious intentions, she wouldn't be able to refuse. She could even be utterly helpless if he decided to do whatever he wanted with her. In many anime, when the male protagonist gains a time-stopping ability, girls often end up being taken advantage of. She understood that if this man with the time-stopping ability had any bad intentions toward her, she wouldn't stand a chance. But since he had principles and boundaries, he could be trusted. The night was deep, with not a hint of moonlight. The faint starlight and the dim glow from the streetlights on both sides offered little illumination. Lin Yi agreed to her request. The two walked side by side. At some point, the fog around them grew thicker. The surroundings became even quieter, so silent that even the sound of insects was absent. The night wind brought a slight chill. Soon, in the distance, a building with lights came into view, glowing in red and purple hues, the only source of light in the dark night. Lin Yi led Hoshino-Ai straight toward it. When he got close enough to see the sign hanging on the building, he froze. Koi no Kokoro Love Hotel. Heart of Love, Love Hotel? Hoshino-Ai had asked him to take her to a love hotel. Was this some kind of hint? Was a two-dimensional heroine this open and forward? Was she really offering herself tonight? Was this actually happening? At that moment, Hoshino-Ai looked at the love hotel and seemed to realize something. Her face turned pale in an instant. Ding. Welcome to Koi no Kokoro Love Hotel. Chapter 2, Romantic Love Hotel. A love hotel? Lin Yi had never been to one before, and to think that on the very first day of his reincarnation, he was being invited by a girl to visit a love hotel. His luck post-reincarnation seemed almost too good to be true. But could this be a trap? A honey trap? Instinctively, Lin Yi glanced at Ai Hoshino beside him. The girl was stunningly beautiful, her long, dark purple hair swaying gently in the evening breeze. Her beauty was like a vibrant red rose in full bloom. However, why did Ai Hoshino's face look so pale, as if she were frightened by something? Just then, Ai Hoshino, who had been lagging slightly behind, suddenly quickened her pace and caught up. She grabbed Lin Yi's wrist with her delicate hand, which was unexpectedly strong. What's wrong? There was something off about Ai Hoshino. Let's go to a different hotel, she said hurriedly, turning around and pulling Lin Yi along in the opposite direction. By now, a thin mist had crept in, obscuring the path they had just walked. Ai Hoshino held on to Lin Yi's wrist tightly as they hurried forward, and Lin Yi began to notice something was amiss. Having consumed plenty of supernatural stories in his previous life, Lin Yi couldn't help but recognize the strange atmosphere surrounding them. The once bustling street was now eerily empty, leaving only Lin Yi and Ai Hoshino. There wasn't a single pedestrian or car in sight, and the surroundings were deathly quiet. Even the streetlights seemed to dim as if they had wandered into an isolated, abnormal world. A few minutes later, a light appeared in the distance, like a beacon guiding their way. Ai Hoshino, walking ahead, quickened her pace. But soon, she froze. Her trembling grip on Lin Yi's hand tightened, her body growing icy cold, as if she had been plunged into a frozen abyss. Romantic Love Hotel. Lin Yi read the name on the sign aloud once more, his voice calm. We were walking in the opposite direction. This is impossible. Ai Hoshino's voice quivered as she spoke, the fear in her heart rising uncontrollably. Instinctively, she moved closer to Lin Yi. He was the only one who could provide her with a sense of safety amidst the dread. Lin Yi-kun, let's leave, she pleaded. But this time, Lin Yi held on to Ai Hoshino's wrist and shook his head. Given the current situation, I don't think it's possible for us to leave this mist-encircled area. Trying again would only waste more time. Moreover, I suspect there's a time limit for checking in. If we exceed it, something bad might happen, Lin Yi said calmly. He recalled similar scenarios from stories he had read in his past life. Right now, I need you to tell me everything you know about this situation. Lin Yi continued. Just once, one last time, we'll try again. I'll tell you everything I know along the way. Ai Hoshino pleaded, her large, starry eyes shimmering with desperation. She absolutely did not want to enter that dangerous love hotel. All right. Lin Yi agreed. Once again, the two turned and briskly walked in the direction opposite the romantic love hotel. Compared to before, Ai Hoshino now clung closely to Lin Yi, eliminating any sense of distance between them. Lin Yi felt like he was being taken advantage of. He was losing out here. We must have been dragged into a supernatural game. The government clearly stated that ordinary people wouldn't encounter anything supernatural. So why am I experiencing this? As she spoke, Ai Hoshino complained, trembled, and expressed her fear. Miss Hoshino, please get to the point. Ugh, Lin Yi-kun, you're so inconsiderate of a girl's feelings. You'll never get a girlfriend this way. Well, considering you already rejected my confession, it's no wonder I don't have a girlfriend. Eh? A fan confessing publicly can't be accepted. I'm an idol, after all. If an idol falls in love, her fans turn into haters. Despite her grumbling, Ai Hoshino began to calm down a little. I've actually heard some rumors about the romantic love hotel. About half a year ago, a couple died there under mysterious circumstances. Although the government dismissed it as a hoax, the hotel was closed down for renovations. The most critical detail, though, is that the hotel is located in the Shinjuku district, not Chiyoda, where we are now. Calculating from the central point, Chiyoda and Shinjuku are about 5 kilometers apart, a distance that would take at least 20 minutes to drive. It's not somewhere you can reach on foot in just a few minutes. This time, the supernatural game must have chosen the romantic love hotel as its setting. Ugh, ugh. She looked up again, only to see the same romantic love hotel sign glaring back at them. They had returned to the hotel. She was on the verge of tears. Ai Hoshino wanted to cry. From the dark-haired girl's words, Lin Yi gained a deeper understanding of the world they were in. This wasn't a simple slice-of-life anime world but a blend of the supernatural, urban legends, horror, and other eerie elements. It was dangerous. But no matter, he was a superhuman with the ability to stop time. How could he lose? Seeing Ai Hoshino frozen in fear, unwilling to take another step forward, Lin Yi steeled himself, grabbed her hand, and forcibly led her toward the hotel's entrance. Confrontation was the best solution. In the end, Ai Hoshino followed nervously, her eyes half closed, too scared to look at anything potentially horrifying. Welcome. The moment they stepped inside, a welcoming voice echoed through the lobby. Lin Yi looked around. The spacious lobby was brightly lit by fluorescent lights. A clock hung on the wall, vending machines hummed faintly, and various other mechanical devices filled the room. The reception desk, however, was unmanned. No monsters. You can open your eyes, Lin Yi said, patting Ai Hoshino. The girl cautiously opened her eyes, and the bright environment helped ease her nerves a little. People are naturally drawn to light. Let's look around for clues. Lin Yi scanned the area, and his gaze fell on a white piece of paper lying on the reception desk. He walked over and picked it up. The bold title read, Rules for Staying at the Romantic Love Hotel. Ai Hoshino quickly followed and read the text on the paper. Welcome to the Romantic Love Hotel. To ensure all our guests have a pleasant and enjoyable evening, please adhere strictly to the following rules. This is a rules-based supernatural game, Ai Hoshino said with a sigh of relief. She had never participated in a supernatural game before, but information about them circulated privately, and many people were aware of their existence. However, no reports or news about them could be found online. In this type of supernatural game, as long as we follow the rules, we can successfully clear it and leave here alive. Rule-based supernatural games had their pros and cons. For someone like her, an ordinary person, they were a good choice. At least she wouldn't have to confront supernatural beings directly or fight monstrous creatures herself. Out of the corner of her eye, Ai Hoshino glanced at Lin Yi. With him here, this master of time-stopping abilities, she felt incredibly safe. Surely a fan wouldn't abandon his own idol, right? Let's read the rules. Lin Yi said. Rule 1, this is a love hotel. Each room must be used by 2 or more people. Rule 2, you can use the self-service check-in kiosk to obtain your room key card. All rooms are freely selectable. Check-in services close at 10:00 p.m. Rule 3, this is an unmanned hotel. There are no staff members. If anyone claims to be staff, please ignore them, especially during late-night hours. Rule 4, if you encounter an emergency, you can use the stairwell to return to the first-floor lobby and seek help at the reception desk. Rule 5, room keycards are very important. Please keep them safe. Checkout can be done starting at 6:00 a.m. the next day by returning the keycard to the card machine. 5 rules in total. Tomorrow at 6. Ai Hoshino murmured, realizing that if they could hold out until 6 in the morning, they would successfully clear the game and leave this place. Suddenly, she felt a surge of motivation, a sense of purpose and hope. At that moment, the mechanical voice repeated, "Welcome." Footsteps echoed from the direction of the entrance doors. Someone else had arrived. Ai Hoshino instinctively panicked. Could it be something supernatural? Chapter 3. The blonde youth. Ever since being dragged into this supernatural game, Ai Hoshino's nerves had been on edge. Paranoia gripped her, and aside from Lin Yi, who gave her a sense of security, everything else felt immensely dangerous. This was a place where one wrong move could lead to encountering something horrific and potentially losing her life. Moments ago, she and Lin Yi had wandered the streets for ages without seeing a single soul. Now, they were inside the eerie romantic love hotel, having just finished reading the rules, and already footsteps could be heard from the entrance. There was definitely something wrong with this situation. With a swish, Ai Hoshino moved to Lin Yi's other side, clinging tightly to him. Her hands gripped his shirt hem desperately, and her bright, fear-filled eyes avoided the doorway yet couldn't resist the urge to glance in that direction. Lin Yi shared a similar sentiment. His instincts screamed that the source of the footsteps wasn't friendly. The likelihood of it being something supernatural was high. He raised his eyes, ready to activate his abilities at a moment's notice. 2 figures emerged into the lobby, one slightly ahead of the other. The first was a middle-aged man dressed in a black suit. He had a slightly balding head and a small belly, embodying the stereotypical greasy middle-aged appearance. Following closely was a young woman with shoulder-length black hair. She wore a beige long dress and a black lady's hat. She looked about 20, exuding the air of someone just starting their adult life and retaining a hint of youthful innocence. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up upon seeing Lin Yi and Ai Hoshino, and he walked toward them quickly. Finally, other people. Do you know what's going on here? Why did Tokyo suddenly get so foggy? No matter how much we walked, this was the only hotel we could find. Stop right there. Lin Yi interrupted with a stern command. What kind of attitude is that, kid? In an instant, Lin Yi's expression turned sharp, his tall and strong posture exuding an imposing aura. Although he wasn't a trained fighter, his youth, height, and the confidence stemming from his time-stopping ability were enough to intimidate. The middle-aged man's excitement froze as a chill ran down his spine, causing him to halt. Meanwhile, the black-haired woman beside him momentarily showed a flicker of interest in her eyes as she studied Lin Yi. Hey, handsome, do you know what's going on here? Ding dong. Welcome. The hotel's mechanical voice echoed once more as a young man and woman stepped inside, shoulder to shoulder. So there are people in the hotel. I was so scared it'd be completely deserted and creepy. The young man said, his previously nervous tone now tinged with relief. His comfort seemed to put the girl beside him at ease as well. The young man had dyed blonde hair and appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old. He wore a black and gray short-sleeve shirt and beige sweatpants. Beside him was a girl with chestnut-colored twin tails. She was dressed in a green patterned off-shoulder top and brown shorts, exuding a pure and cute charm. However, her bright eyes reflected faint unease. Their arrival shifted the focus of the room. What's going on? What's going on? Suddenly, the blonde-haired boy froze, his expression turning to shock. Raising his hand, he pointed you. You're Ai Hoshino. It's Ai-chan. Ai Hoshino was stunned as the blonde youth dashed toward her. Lin Yi, however, immediately stepped in front of her, blocking the boy's path. Sorry. I got too excited seeing Ai-chan. I'm a fan. I even went to a Bikamaki concert in Sakekino City once. Half a year ago, in Sakekino City? Ai Hoshino recalled that event. It's been 6 months. Back then, my friend and I went to Ai-chan's concert together. It was absolutely amazing. I never expected to meet you here, Ai-chan. At that moment, the young man seemed to remember something and immediately added, sorry, I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Teijuku Zeniga, a student from Sakaki Academy, and a loyal fan of both Bikamaki and Ai-chan. Hee. Hello, Zeniga-san. However, Hoshino, I noticed a change in Lin Yi's expression. Could it be he didn't like her talking to other men? Or did he sense something strange and dangerous about this guy? Unconsciously, Hoshino I began to observe and think more closely. Meanwhile, Lin Yi's thoughts drifted to a particular work series called School Days. The school name and setting matched. Could this really just be a coincidence? Lin Yi asked. She's my classmate, Hikari Kuroda. We go to the same school, Sakaki Academy. We ran into each other at the mall earlier, and on the way back, we stumbled into the mist. Eventually, we found this hotel here. Lin Yi's suspicions solidified. It's really like School Days. If Kotoa exists here, then surely so does Kotonoa, right? Which mall were you at? Faced with Lin Yi's probing, Taizhu Zenaga seemed a little uncomfortable but didn't refuse to answer. The mall 3 kilometers from Sakaki Academy. Sakaki City. Lin Yi exchanged a glance with Hoshino Ai. This was definitely a bizarre event. People from different places had entered the mist in a short time and ended up here. It had to mean they were chosen by the eerie game. Hey. No matter what's going on here, I'm the elder here. You kids better stop ignoring me and tell me what's going on. Why can't we get out? Why is there a hotel here? Suddenly, the middle-aged man grew furious. Being disregarded by a group of young students wounded his sense of authority. Quiet. You. Swish. In an instant, the middle-aged man saw the young man's figure flash before his eyes. A sharp pain struck his abdomen, and he let out a hoarse cry of agony. I don't really like violence, but I think the best way to calm you down right now is with my fist. Lin Yi's calm words silenced everyone present. I'll only say this once, unless I'm mistaken, we've been chosen to enter the eerie game. The middle-aged man looked utterly baffled, but the woman with shoulder-length black hair suddenly turned pale, her expression growing increasingly uneasy. No way. How could we? The brunette with twin tails, Hikari Kuroda, looked just as terrified. This is just an urban legend, isn't it? It's not real. But now, faced with a bizarre reality before them, they began to accept it, even if only partially. What is this eerie game? What does it mean? Soon, with Hoshino Ai's explanation and Kuroda's additional details, the others had a rough understanding of what the eerie game was. The balding middle-aged man couldn't maintain his composure, his legs trembling. Blonde-haired Taizhu fared no better. Lin Yi kept observing the reactions of the 4. Was one of them an embodiment of the eerie phenomenon? Or could it be? All 4 were. Chapter 4, looking at fools. Lin Yi, who had seen numerous eerie and supernatural tales, was familiar with the idea of hidden horrors or scenarios where everyone turned out to be part of the supernatural phenomenon. He could guess how such plots and narratives might unfold. Apart from himself, he couldn't trust anyone, not even Hoshino Ai, completely. For all he knew, someone might have already been replaced or possessed by something sinister without anyone noticing. Of course, compared to Hoshino Ai, who had stayed by his side and remained within his line of sight the whole time, the 4 newcomers who only appeared human were far more suspicious. What eerie game? I don't believe it. This must be another prank show. Japanese TV stations are always pulling these pranks on unsuspecting people. The middle-aged man, after a brief moment of panic, quickly displayed intense skepticism. Grabbing the wrist of the woman with shoulder-length black hair, he pulled her toward the exit. Mayo, let's go. But the woman with shoulder-length black hair remained rooted in place, showing no intention of following him. You. Don't tell me you believe this. She slowly averted her gaze. Compared to the middle-aged man's prank theory, she clearly found the eerie game explanation more convincing. You people. Fine. Very well. I'm not staying here to play along. The middle-aged man spat out his words angrily and strode toward the exit. His peripheral vision remained on Lin Yi and the others, observing their reactions. Seeing that none of them made any effort to stop him, an ominous feeling began to rise within him. But at this point, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and press on. Lin Yi, meanwhile, was interested in seeing the consequences of someone leaving the hotel directly. It saved him the trouble of finding someone to test it out. Tap. Tap. The man took another step, and with one stride, he vanished entirely from the entrance. Everyone fell silent, their eyes fixed on the hotel's entrance, waiting. Seconds passed, then minutes. The middle-aged man seemed to have completely disappeared, with no further trace or sound. Is there no one left, or what? No one could answer that question. Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore. The blonde-haired Taizhu stomped heavily. I don't think there's anything wrong out there. I'll go too. As he took a step toward the exit, the automatic doors suddenly opened, and a figure burst inside. Huff. Huff. The heavy sound of labored breathing echoed. It was the middle-aged man who had gone out earlier. Now, his face was pale, his expression twisted in fear, clutching his arms tightly. His heavy, rapid breaths suggested he had endured some intense trauma. Taizhu froze mid-step, his expression stiffening. The woman with shoulder-length black hair and Hikari Kuroda instinctively backed away from the entrance. Meanwhile, Hoshino Ai edged closer to Lin Yi. Lin Yi, however, grew increasingly vigilant. Was the man who returned truly the same middle-aged man who had left? The man frantically and nervously glanced toward the entrance, as if being chased by something terrifying. It didn't follow me. Thank goodness. Out there. There's something trying to kill me. Lucky I ran fast enough. The middle-aged man stammered out his account of what he had seen outside. In the mist, dark silhouettes roamed, accompanied by raspy, grating sounds. Then, a bloodthirsty attack ensued. Outside isn't safe. I suspect that anyone who leaves the hotel directly after entering will face relentless pursuit by the eerie entities. To safely leave the hotel and escape the eerie game, the correct method is to check out at 6 a.m. and leave then. At Lin Yi's pointed glance, Hoshino-I retrieved the guest guidelines. Rule 5 hints at this. Everyone crowded around, even the gasping, panic-stricken middle-aged man struggling to his feet to read the guest guidelines. You must check in by 10 p.m. It's currently 9:26 p.m. We still have half an hour. Hoshino-I noted suddenly, realizing that if she had continued searching for a way out of the mist, she might have missed the check-in deadline. While she had been panicking and focused only on escaping, Lin Yi had already considered the significance of the check-in time restriction. He was remarkably sharp. As for what happens if the rules are broken? Hoshino-I shuddered. Whatever the consequences, she could not afford to break the rules. Her idol career was just beginning to take off. She hadn't fallen in love yet, hadn't tasted more delicious food. There was no way she wanted to die here. But this doesn't make sense. The cute brunette with twin tails, Hikari Kuroda, furrowed her brows slightly and pointed to Rules 3 and 4. Rule 3 says there are no staff, but Rule 4 says to seek help at the front desk. Isn't that contradictory? It's simple. Lin Yi's voice drew everyone's attention. First, one of the rules is wrong. This is a common trope in rule-based horror tales. I used to be a fan of novels and read plenty of similar stories. In many scripts, several rules are intentionally misleading or incorrect. For example, the part in Rule 3 about there being no staff might be wrong. At that moment, the woman with shoulder-length black hair suddenly spoke. How are we supposed to determine what's true or false? If it's unclear, wouldn't it be easy to accidentally break the rules? There's no definite way. It requires analysis, judgment, and luck. Isn't this just gambling? Secondly, the front desk doesn't count as part of the staff category. So, assuming both rules are correct, there's no conflict. Everyone understood this explanation, but the idea that the front desk wasn't part of the hotel's staff defied common sense. However, they were already in an eerie game. What place was there for common sense? After lying down for a few minutes, the middle-aged man finally regained his composure. He was much quieter now, no longer as overbearing as before. Let's introduce ourselves, just to have a basic understanding of each other. They all took turns introducing themselves. The middle-aged man's name was Ichiro Tanaka, an employee at a company. The woman with shoulder-length black hair was Mayo Kanamura, a sales assistant at a shopping mall. The nature of their relationship wasn't mentioned. However, based on Lin Yi's guess, it was likely a relationship involving money and physical favors. Whether it was a long-term arrangement or just a one-night thing, he couldn't tell. After the introductions, the blonde-haired Taijuk suddenly raised his hand and proposed, I think we should all stay in one room overnight. Rule 1 says there must be at least 2 people per room. If all 6 of us share one room, it would comply with the rule, and if anything dangerous happens, we can look out for each other. More importantly, being in a group made him feel braver. In such a dangerous and eerie place, being with just one other person terrified Taijuk. Lin Yi's gaze toward Taijuk at that moment was the same as if he were looking at an idiot. Chapter 5, This lobby is strange. I think so too. Strength in numbers. With 6 of us taking turns to keep watch overnight, we could warn each other and help if anything unusual happens. Mayo Kamimura immediately chimed in. Hikari Kuroda thought for a moment and quickly nodded in agreement. Ichiro Tanaka, still shaken by the eerie encounter outside, was more than willing to stay with the group. Finally, all eyes turned to Lin Yi and Hoshino-I. Since Hoshino-I followed Lin Yi's lead, his decision would also be hers. You 4 can stay together. Tonight, Miss Hoshino and I will share a room. However, I suggest 2 people per room is the safest option. His words caused a slight shift in everyone's expressions. Given Lin Yi's calm and logical demeanor so far, he had naturally become the group's unspoken leader. His opposition to the idea and subsequent suggestion made the others begin to doubt their initial plan. Hoshino-I, however, couldn't help overthinking. Don't let your thoughts wander, I-chan, she told herself. Clenching her fists tightly, the pressure from her small hands helped clear her mind slightly. Considering the current situation, Lin Yi surely wasn't thinking of anything inappropriate. He must have chosen her because she was the best partner for the night. Surely, Lin Yi wouldn't team up with someone else, would he? The very thought made Hoshino-I shake her head vigorously. Even if Lin Yi didn't want to stay with her, she would find a way to make him agree. Meanwhile, the blonde-haired Taijuk and the other 3 began discussing amongst themselves. Eventually, after some deliberation, the 4 decided to share a single room, sticking together to face the dangers of the eerie game. Lin Yi said nothing more. The two rooms ended up being adjacent. Lin Yi didn't object to this arrangement. Lin Yi, Taizhuke, and Ichiro Tanaka then approached the self-check-in machine in the lobby to complete their check-in. Faced with the machine, Taizhuke and Ichiro Tanaka were visibly nervous. Lin Yi, however, operated it without hesitation and successfully completed the check-in process. A room key card was dispensed. Seeing this, and with the middle-aged man urging him, Taizhuke reluctantly checked in as well. Lin Yi's room number was 306, while Taizhuke and the other three's room number was 308. With the check-in process complete, it was time to head to their rooms on the third floor. However, by the way, Taizhuke, don't you have a friend named Makoto Ito? Lin Yi's sudden question left Taizhuke stunned. Before he could answer, everything froze. Lin Yi had used his psychic powers again. The fact that his powers still worked meant they weren't restricted. This is the first thing Lin Yi confirmed. The drawback of the superpower time stop is not that it cannot be used in a strange game. This was good news. In this eerie game's Love Hotel, the time stop ability was his greatest trump card. However, Lin Yi also understood that he could not rely solely on his superpower. Analyzing and finding clues for survival was the key to successfully escaping the Love Hotel. Lin Yi didn't believe that simply following the rules of the hotel would be enough to survive until 6 a.m. and leave the Love Hotel safely. In this space where time was frozen, Lin Yi glanced at the clock, which had also stopped moving. Next, he began inspecting the four individuals, Taizhuke Xiong, Mitsuhiro Kuroda, Ichiro Tanaka, and Mayo Uemura. Student IDs, phones, cash, keychains. The identification documents showed no issues. Taizhuke Xiong and Mitsuhiro Kuroda were both first-year students at Sakaki Academy. Meanwhile, the work IDs of the middle-aged man Ichiro Tanaka and the short-haired woman Mayo Uemura also verified their identities as legitimate. None of the four had lied. However, in Mayo Uemura's handbag, Lin Yi found something rather unusual. Condoms. And it was an unopened box. Looking at the item in his hand, Lin Yi thought for a moment and then slipped it into his own pocket. This action caused Hoshino Ai, whose consciousness was observing the scene, to start letting her imagination run wild. What was Lin Yi planning? Could he possibly be? At this moment, Lin Yi focused his attention on the middle-aged man. Was it possible that the man, who had left the hotel and returned, had already been replaced? Frowning slightly, Lin Yi thought for a moment and punched the man in the stomach with a measured amount of force. Taizhuke, the blonde-haired young man, also received a punch. Lin Yi then turned to the two women. However, as he faced them, a fleeting memory of a certain Jinshai involving time stop powers flashed through his mind. Time stop is just too convenient in Jinshai? If he wanted to, he could have some fun right now. But on second thought, that would be rather meaningless, especially considering they were currently in a life-threatening eerie game. There was plenty of time in the future, and his superpower should be used to pursue more meaningful endeavors. However, Lin Yi didn't let the two girls off the hook, delivering a hit to each, one strike per person, no exceptions. Finally, Lin Yi stood in front of Hoshino Ai. Hoshino Ai was terrified. Please don't hit me, I'm scared of pain. Just a little, please. Be gentle with me. She watched helplessly as Lin Yi raised his fist, only for him to use his thumb and forefinger to pinch and twist her cheek with considerable force. My face is going to split. It hurts so much. Afterward, Lin Yi walked around the hall but found no further useful clues. He then returned to his original position and deactivated the time stop. Everything returned to normal. Ugh. Ah. Ow, that hurts. Who hit me? Ow, my face. Sob. Everyone cried out in pain one after another. Lin Yi, playing along, covered his left hand with a grim expression. A chilling sensation swept through the group in an instant. They had been attacked by some unknown, mysterious force. This hall. There's something off about it. They needed to escape, and fast. Chapter 6, Hotel Rooms. Quick, let's get to the rooms. The rooms must be safer than this hall. This is definitely urging us to go to the room sooner. The middle-aged man rushed to the elevator and pressed a button to go to the third floor. Quick, let's take the elevator up. Isn't using the stairs safer? Hoshino Ai, who understood the situation, rubbed her cheek with one hand. She didn't feel particularly overwhelmed by fear. Yes, taking the stairs is definitely safer. Who knows what horrifying things might happen in the elevator? Lin Yi, pretending to be cautious, pushed against the staircase door opposite the elevator. He had already tried this earlier during the time stop. But the door at the stairwell didn't budge, it was tightly shut. It's locked. The stairs are unusable. The door to the stairwell on the first floor was firmly closed, no matter how much force was applied. It wouldn't open. The silent scene grew heavier with gloom. It was clear that the key to unlocking the stairwell door hadn't been triggered yet. This was likely connected to the emergency situation mentioned in the rules. Ding. The elevator doors opened slowly. The 6 people entered one after another. Hoshino-I hid behind Lin Yi, avoiding looking around carelessly. Mio Amora, another woman, wasn't faring much better and stuck close to her boyfriend's side. The confined space of the elevator felt even more suffocating, as though something might suddenly appear in a corner. They reached the 3rd floor quickly. The elevator doors opened slowly. No terrifying monsters appeared. However, the dimly lit corridor and the dark red carpet gave the passage a foreboding, eerie atmosphere, adding to the unsettling vibe. At that moment, no one stepped out of the elevator. Lin Yi was the first to exit. Seeing this, the others followed him out reluctantly. At this point, Lin Yi was effectively the courage of the group. Clunk. The elevator doors closed quickly behind them. Let's check the hallway first. There might be some clues. No one dared to object. They all forced themselves to search the corridor for anything useful. 5 minutes later, the group of 3 finished their inspection. There are 20 rooms on the 3rd floor. The staircase door on this floor is open and should lead down to the 1st floor lobby. But for now, I don't recommend trying it. This single remark stopped the blonde-haired Taejuk, who had been about to step in to take a look, from moving further. Lin Yi's concern was straightforward. The term emergency situation often implied a connection to certain conditions or triggers. As such, he had no intention of taking any unnecessary risks. Brother Lin, so, can we go to the rooms now? Sure, but if anyone finds anything unusual in their room, you must report it. No secrets or withholding information. Everyone nodded vigorously. Soon, the group arrived at rooms 306 and 308. Using the key cards, the doors unlocked with a soft click. Room 306 was pitch black and eerily silent, as though it sought to engulf everything. Click. Hoshino-I immediately pressed the light switch. The dark room was instantly flooded with light. Her tense heart relaxed significantly. Taejuk and the others also opened their doors. Lin Yi stepped inside and began surveying the room once more. Unlike typical hotels, the decor of this love hotel was filled with sensuality. Red and pink tones added an air of intimacy, and a sweet, cloying scent lingered in the air, seemingly designed to stir passion. The large bed was spacious enough for 3 or 4 people, with a sofa beside it. The bathroom was huge, boasting a bathtub large enough to fit 2 or 3 individuals comfortably. It truly lived up to the name of a love hotel. The variety of designs catered specifically to the needs of couples, offering more functionality than a standard hotel. Lin Yi noticed an array of items, many of which he couldn't even discern their use. However, they were undoubtedly tools designed to facilitate physical intimacy, enabling couples to explore different positions and experiences for greater pleasure. Hoshino-I's face turned red. After a single glance at some of the items, she refused to look again. I'll check the bathroom and restroom. Miss Hoshino, please inspect the room carefully. Don't miss any corners, and let me know immediately if you find anything. Okay, I understand. Hoshino-I knew she couldn't just cling to Lin Yi the entire time. If she did nothing, she feared being seen as completely useless. And she was terrified of being abandoned. She began inspecting the bedroom. Pulling back the blanket, she found nothing. Taking a deep breath, she bent down to check under the bed. There were no issues there, either. Next, she opened a drawer in the bedside table. Rustle. The drawer slid open, and its contents came into view. Instantly, her face turned bright red, and her gaze began darting around nervously. Lube, sprays, and that. Is it a vibrating wand? Being inexperienced, she had never seen such intimate items so close in real life. Did you find something? And no. Nothing. Hoshino-I instinctively slammed the drawer shut, producing a loud bang. Curious, Lin Yi walked over and opened the drawer right in front of her. He quickly understood her reaction. This is normal. There's no need to be embarrassed. Hoshino-I turned her red face away. Lin-kun, have you used these before? Probably will in the future. Future use? Hoshino-I's mind spiraled into panic. She swallowed nervously. Not tonight. Right? Lin Yi took out the items from the drawer, causing Hoshino-I's imagination to run wild. At that moment, beneath the bottle of lubricant, a slip of paper caught Lin Yi's eye. It was a new set of rules. Chapter 7, Trembling with Fear. New rules. That single sentence instantly snapped Hoshino-I out of her wandering thoughts and back to reality. She immediately noticed the slip of paper Lin Yi had retrieved and leaned in close without a second thought. The two of them were now mere inches apart, but she paid no mind, her light purple eyes fixated intently on the text written on the blue card. Rules of Residence at the Love Art Hotel 2 inches. Rule 6, After successfully checking into this hotel, please avoid loud noise that may disturb other guests' rest. Rule 7. The rooms in this hotel are highly private and have excellent soundproofing. Please ignore any sounds coming from other rooms. Rule 8. For your health, it is recommended that you take a shower before resting. Rule 9. Moving between rooms or walking in the corridors at night is not prohibited. Rule 10. This hotel does not have twin rooms. If you find yourself in a room with twin beds, please leave immediately and re-register to obtain a new room key. Friendly reminder, all adult-themed props provided by the hotel are free of charge. Please feel free to use them and enjoy a pleasant night. The 5 new rules focused on in-room behavior. At this moment, Lin Yi's attention was drawn to Rule 10. Hoshinui's expression darkened slightly. She had almost missed this crucial rule. How much would that have affected their survival? It was highly likely that both she and Lin Yi could have died in the Love Art Hotel for breaking the rules due to her oversight. A cold sweat trickled down Hoshinui's back as chills ran through her body. I'm sorry. I was too embarrassed by the adult-themed props to read carefully. It's my fault, and I truly apologize. But rest assured, I won't make a similar mistake again. When you make a mistake, you should stand up and apologize. She was an idol, and Lin Yi was her fan, but in this perilous eerie game, their idol-fan relationship felt far too fragile. Hoshinui realized that if she wanted to survive, she had to adjust her attitude and treat Lin Yi as an equal partner. She believed that her survival in this Love Art Hotel depended on Lin Yi. Lin Yi showed a fleeting look of surprise. He had thought Hoshinui, this idol adored by countless fans, might try to explain herself or even suggest, as a man, you should cut me some slack. But Hoshinui was far more realistic and clear-headed than he had imagined, acknowledging the situation and her position. He patted her shoulder and said, be more thorough when checking other areas. If you notice anything unusual, let me know immediately. I will. Please don't worry. She replied with a determined nod. Hoshinui immediately turned her attention to inspecting other parts of the room: closets, curtains, and the adult-themed props typical of the hotel. Despite her embarrassment and nervousness, she examined each area carefully. Soon, she returned to Lin Yi's side. I didn't find any new rules or notable items in the other areas, she reported, glancing at Lin Yi's profile before asking, are there any key points we should focus on from these rules? Sounds, showers, moving between rooms, and twin bedrooms. Lin Yi replied, handing her the sheet of rules. Hoshinui held the paper and read it closely, committing the rules to memory. Rules were a matter of life and death, so even if she disliked memorizing them, she forced herself to do so, ensuring she could recall all 10 at any time. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Immediately, Hoshinui's gaze turned nervously toward the door. Lin, it's me, Taijuku Soenaga. Open the door quickly, we found new check-in rules. Lin Yi stood up, gesturing reassuringly to the violet-black-haired girl tugging at his sleeve before walking toward the door. The sound of knocking and voices from the hallway indicated that the corridor was not considered part of the next room. Even through the door, Lin Yi could sense Taijuku Soenaga's panic and anxiety. What's your friend's name? Ah. Taijuku Soenaga froze for a moment again. Itamakoto. My friend's name is Itamakoto. Sorry, I was so scared back in the lobby that I forgot to answer your question, Lin Yi. So it is school days. Makoto, huh? Looks like there's no choice but to send Makoto to the rooftop. Lin Yi's right hand turned the doorknob, and the door slowly opened. Standing at the door was the blonde-haired Taijuku, with 3 others behind him, a middle-aged man, Akiru Tanaka, Hikari Kuroda, and Mayo Mura. All 4 had tense expressions, their eyes darting about nervously as if they had encountered something horrifying. Lin, here are the rules we found. Taijuku immediately handed Lin Yi a blue slip of paper. He pointed to Rule 10 and said, Rule 10 states that this hotel doesn't have rooms with twin beds, but the room we're in is a twin bedroom. The contradiction between reality and the rules filled all 4 of them with unease. If they hadn't followed Lin Yi's advice to search every corner of their room, they might have inadvertently broken the hotel's rules. At that moment, their hearts were pounding with fear. Room 308 now felt, in their eyes, like a death trap, a lair ready to devour any life at any moment. Chapter 8, A Chill Emerges. 308 is a twin bedroom? I'll go check. Lin Yi said without hesitation and headed straight for room 308 next door. Was he worried? A little. But more than that, observing and collecting possible clues was far more important. There were 15 minutes left until 10:00 p.m. Still enough time. Lin Yi stepped into room 308. Taijuku Zeniga and the other 3 exchanged glances but didn't dare enter. They waited patiently in the corridor outside. The room's layout was similar to room 306, but it was larger. The most prominent feature was the 2 massive beds. Each bed was big enough to comfortably accommodate 3 or 4 people for sleeping. Lin Yi turned to look at the wall and noticed a clock hanging there. It showed 9:45 p.m. He compared it to the mechanical watch on his wrist and confirmed that the times matched. 100? What does that mean? Humidity? But the air didn't feel that damp. 100% humidity? Lin Yi didn't sense the air being anywhere near that level of moisture. He began inspecting the room but found nothing particularly different from room 306. Everything present in 306 was also here in 308, except 306 lacked one of the large beds. 2 minutes later, Lin Yi walked out of room 308. Lin, did you find anything? Taizhu asked immediately. Nothing special. 308 just has an extra bed. There are 12 minutes left until 10 p.m. What's your plan? According to Rule 10, the 4 of them should return to the lobby on the first floor and re-register for a new room. However, the eerie attack they had witnessed earlier in the lobby made them too afraid to go alone. The middle-aged man, Ecchi Tanaka, gestured to Taizhu with his eyes and glanced at Hikari Kuroda and Mio Uemura. He knew he wasn't in a position to make a direct request, doing so would only backfire. Lin, could you? No. Came the immediate response from Hoshino-ai, who had appeared at the doorway without anyone noticing. Her expression was stern as she proactively rejected the request on Lin Yi's behalf. This is your problem. No one knows how dangerous the first floor lobby is, and I won't let my friend risk himself for you. Hoshino-ai was well aware that there wasn't much she could do in this situation, so she decided to handle this rejection for Lin Yi. Taizhu suddenly felt like his idol fan status meant nothing. Clearly, he had idolized the wrong person. 500,000. 500,000 yen. If you accompany us to the lobby to re-register, I'll pay you 500,000 yen as a reward. Ecchi Tanaka offered through gritted teeth. It was no small amount of money. Compared to your life, what's 500,000 yen? Even 5 million yen wouldn't be enough. Hoshino-ai retorted sharply. Then let Mio spend the night with you. Ecchi Tanaka said, giving a push to Mio Uemura, the black-haired girl with shoulder-length hair. Mio's face flashed with anger, but she didn't protest, clearly agreeing to the deal. Hikari Kuroda was stunned, and Hoshino-ai momentarily felt her mind go blank. Lin Yi-kun has me. What does she even count for? Hoshino-ai immediately retorted, pointing her finger as she spoke. Compared to someone like Mio Uemura, wasn't she, a beloved and popular idol, the better option? However, this remark stung Mio Uemura. Crossing her arms, she scoffed, I'm far better than a so-called idol who might appear glamorous on the surface but is probably disgraceful behind the scenes. The comment fired up Hoshino-ai, who raised her hand again in anger, only to have her wrist caught and gently pressed down by Lin Yi. I can go down with you, Lin Yi said, looking at the group. But how many rooms are you planning to book? The 4 immediately understood his point. Booking just one room might once again result in a twin bedroom. 2 rooms. Taizhu Zanaga decided firmly. Then one more person needs to come with us. Lin Yi added. Why not just the 2 of you book 2 rooms? Ecchi Tanaka asked hesitantly, only to feel the icy chill from Lin Yi's gaze in response. You're coming. Together. Lin Yi said coldly. Ecchi faltered. I wouldn't mind breaking your legs and dragging you along. Lin Yi replied sharply. For someone like this cowardly, selfish middle-aged man, a threat of force was always the most effective approach. I'll go with you. Hoshino-ai interjected. Compared to staying on the 3rd floor without Lin Yi, she felt far safer by his side. Lin Yi thought about it briefly and nodded. I promise I won't cause you any trouble. Hoshino-ai quickly assured him. At this moment, she pondered Lin Yi's true purpose for accompanying the group to the lobby. Was it because of the condition that Mio Uemura would spend the night with him? No, impossible. If Lin Yi were motivated purely by physical desires, he wouldn't need to go through so much trouble. There must be a deeper reason behind his actions. While thinking this over, Hoshino-ai followed Lin Yi to the elevator entrance. As the elevator button was pressed, the silver doors slowly opened. The 4 of them entered one after another. A faint sense of gloom settled over Taizhu Zanaga and the middle-aged man. Ding! The elevator reached the 1st floor, and the silver doors opened slowly, revealing an unchanged scene. The 4 exited in turn. The lack of any visible changes in the scenery brought some relief to Taizhu Zanaga. There were no signs of the bizarre alterations in the 1st floor lobby they had feared. Stay here, Hoshino, and ensure the elevator remains open for our return. Lin Yi instructed. All right. Hoshino-ai agreed immediately. Tap. Tap. The 3 men walked toward the lobby. Soon after passing beyond the area visible from the elevator, Lin Yi noticed an additional figure in the hotel lobby. In an instant, a chilling sensation emerged. Chapter 9, Guest, do you need service? There was someone. It seemed they had noticed their presence, and the figure turned around and walked straight toward them. She was dressed in a black business suit, her tall and curvaceous figure accentuated by the outfit. Her long legs were wrapped in black stockings, exuding an irresistible charm of maturity and sensuality. Her flowing black hair swayed with her steps. So beautiful. The blonde-haired Taejuk was completely mesmerized, and Tanaka Ichiro's eyes widened. Even with years of experience in society, it was the first time he had encountered such an elegant and stunning career woman. A new participant in this bizarre game? Hello, dear guests. I am Fukata Mayu, a staff member of the Koi no Kokoro Love Hotel. Is there anything I can assist you with? Any service at all? Her enchanting voice resonated, relentlessly stimulating their nerves. Any service? Anything at all? The blood in Taejuk and the middle-aged man's veins seemed to rush faster, and a fire of lust ignited within them. At the elevator entrance, Hoshino-I's face paled as soon as she heard this. A staff member in the hotel? That's definitely something unnatural. She swallowed nervously, instinctively wanting to retreat into the elevator and head to the third floor. However, she suppressed her fear and held her position, her gaze involuntarily shifting toward the lobby. Faced with Fukata Mayu, the lust in Taejuk and the middle-aged man's hearts grew uncontrollable. Just as they were about to lose themselves and respond to her, Lin Yi suddenly stepped forward and delivered a forceful kick to each of them. These two couldn't die just yet. They hadn't even settled into the hotel. If they lost two members now, who would share the burden in the trials ahead? The sharp pain brought both men back to their senses, and they quickly realized the gravity of their current situation. A staff member? A staff member of the Koi no Kokoro Love Hotel? Seriously, there's actually a staff member? At this moment, Taejuk and the middle-aged man quickly lowered their heads, pulling their gazes away, no longer daring to look at the staff member. The rules were clear: ignore her. Just ignore her. Dear guests, is there anything I can help you with? She asked again. Ignore her. Continue to ignore her. Under Lin Yi's silent reminder, a firm pat on the shoulder, Taejuk and the middle-aged man bit their lips hard, using the pain to resist the influence of her voice. They made their way to the self-check-in machine. Taejuk began operating the machine, re-registering their stay. Lin Yi avoided directly looking at the staff member's face. Instead, he focused on her feet to keep track of her position. After Taejuk and the middle-aged man started ignoring her, the staff member remained stationary and fell silent. The spacious, brightly lit lobby, despite having 4 people in it, felt devoid of any warmth. Instead, an eerie silence hung in the air, broken only by the occasional sound of buttons being pressed on the machine. Finally, the check-in process was completed, securing rooms 304 and 307. Yet, neither man felt any relief. There was still a highly dangerous presence in the lobby, one mistake away from death. Let's hurry back to the third-floor rooms, they urged. Okay. As soon as Taejuk finished replying, he suddenly realized something was wrong. The voice he had just heard didn't belong to the middle-aged man, it was Kuroda Hikari's voice. But Kuroda wasn't even on the first floor. Gulp. Fearfully, he shifted his gaze, and with even the slightest movement, he caught sight of a pair of long, alluring legs wrapped in black stockings. The woman, who had been over 10 meters away just a moment ago, was now right beside him. Instantly, a chill ran down Taejuk's back. Run. Taejuk didn't hesitate anymore and bolted toward the elevator. The middle-aged man reacted quickly too, both of them using every ounce of strength they had, terrified they wouldn't move fast enough. Swish-dot-swish. The once bright white incandescent lights in the lobby began to flicker wildly, and the temperature dropped rapidly. But no matter how hard Taejuk ran, he found he couldn't move forward at all, while the middle-aged man was already close to reaching the elevator. Help me. Brother Lin, help me. Taejuk screamed for help. Feeling the oppressive force behind him and the icy chill growing stronger, Taejuk's legs trembled, and he was on the verge of tears. Why me? An unidentifiable, hand-like presence began to slowly stretch toward him. Guest, service. For you. Service. This kind of service, even a dog wouldn't want. Clinging to the last shred of reason, Taejuk didn't dare respond in any way. Brother Lin, save me. I'll let Kuroda accompany you, okay? Please, she likes me, but I'll let her be with you. She'll definitely agree. Scum. Lin Yi's expression grew colder. This guy was even more detestable than Ichiro Tanaka in some ways. Time freeze, activated. Time came to a standstill once more. Let's see what's up with this staff member. Lin Yi murmured. I wonder if a purely physical approach could kill her. As for saving Taejuk, Lin Yi had always considered Taejuk Zanaga to be better off dead. But this wasn't the right time. Who knew if participants killed by the supernatural here would become new supernatural threats themselves? Moreover, given the game aspect of the eerie game and his knowledge from similar infinite loop novels in his previous life, Lin Yi suspected that after clearing the game, rewards and points would likely be calculated. The number of survivors would likely influence the evaluation rating. Thus, when it was within reason, Lin Yi didn't mind helping. But he wouldn't go out of his way. That was Lin Yi's approach. Grabbing a solid wooden chair from the lobby, Lin Yi began to walk forward, slowly but deliberately. Chapter 10, A Kick. Lin Yi took 2 steps forward, his gaze fixed on the now supernaturalized female staff member targeting Taejuk Soenaga. Her once beautiful face was long gone. Her bright eyes had turned a blood red, menacing glare, and her delicate lips had split wide open, extending all the way to her right ear. A black-gray liquid continuously dripped from her mouth. Her face has changed. I wonder if her body has too. Lin Yi scanned her up and down. Confirming that the supernatural entity was completely immobilized due to time freeze, he stepped closer. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Yi made up his mind. First, he kicked Taejuk Soenaga out of the way. Then, he moved directly in front of the entity, unbuttoning her suit jacket with deliberate hands. Finding this process too slow, Lin Yi used both hands to grab the fabric forcefully, tearing it open violently. Underneath the white blouse, patches of gray-brown skin appeared, clearly not human flesh. The back was no different. Rip. Lin Yi tore apart the black stockings. At a glance, the long, slender legs were also covered in mottled gray-brown skin. There was even a faint, unpleasant stench in the air. It matched humanity's grim imagination of what a supernatural entity might look like. Hoshino-I was utterly stunned. She had witnessed the entire process, from Lin Yi unbuttoning the female creature's jacket to stripping off her blouse, and then tearing apart her black stockings. Hoshino-I saw it all. So this is it. So Lin Yi is into this type of female supernatural creature? This kind of perverse obsession? For a moment, she didn't know whether to cry or laugh. This kind of twisted preference. She realized she might not be entirely against it. Let's see if physical attacks work next. Lin Yi grabbed a solid wooden chair with one hand. He swung the chair hard, smashing it against the female staff member's forehead. Once. Twice. 3 times. Each hit landed squarely, but whether it was effective remained to be seen based on her reaction afterward. Feeling that his testing was sufficient, Lin Yi turned toward the elevator and casually pulled Taejuk Soenaga along as he moved. Time freeze ended, and everything returned to normal. Help me, brother Lin. Bang. The solid wooden chair shattered with a loud crack. The supernaturalized female staff member staggered back several steps under the force of the blows, and though her forehead showed gruesome signs of torn flesh, she displayed no reaction to pain whatsoever. The next moment, she noticed that Taejuk had disappeared from her sight. Raising her head quickly, she locked onto him again and began moving toward him with her disheveled form. Click-click. The sound of high heels echoed clearly through the lobby. Service. Guest, do you need service? Her gaze remained fixed on Taejuk. Taejuk Soenaga was so terrified he was nearly paralyzed with fear. Thud, thud, thud. The middle-aged man had already rushed into the elevator. Hurry up, you two. Get out of the way, we need to go upstairs. The rapidly approaching footsteps made the middle-aged man shout in panic. Taejuk, don't come in here. Go distract the monster. You go if you want. I'm not going. Taejuk darted into the elevator. But in their current situation, there was no way they could close the elevator doors before the female creature reached them. Brother Lin, get in the elevator. Hoshino-I didn't stretch out her hand to block the closing elevator doors. She was waiting for Lin Yi to return. However, at this moment, Lin Yi seemed to have no intention of going upstairs. He stood in place, unmoving. Hurry up. The middle-aged man was on the verge of losing his mind. Why was Lin Yi just standing there instead of coming in? Hoshino-I was about to urge him again when she suddenly realized that time had once more came to a halt. In her field of vision, she saw Lin Yi walk over to the female creature. Grabbing the back collar of her shirt, he dragged the creature toward the hotel entrance. At that moment, after confirming that physical damage had little effect on the female creature, Lin Yi began his next test. Participants who enter the hotel cannot simply leave through the front door. So, he glanced at the female creature in front of him, adjusting his stance. I wonder if the staff can? The moment time resumed, Lin Yi delivered a powerful kick. The female creature staggered across the threshold of the hotel entrance. Og! A piercing scream erupted. Lin Yi watched as the female creature dissolved before his eyes at a visible speed. Clearly, her range of activity was confined to the hotel itself, she couldn't leave. It took Hoshino-I a moment to process what had happened, realizing how Lin Yi had managed to eliminate the creature. He's amazing. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. Lin Yi began walking toward Hoshino. Closer. Even closer. Suddenly, "Good evening, guest. Welcome. I'm Mayu Fukada, a staff member at the Koinoko Love Hotel. Is there anything I can assist you with? Any service at all?" From the reception desk, a figure appeared once again. It was the exact same woman. But this time, she seemed normal, without any eerie characteristics. As if everything that had just happened was nothing more than an illusion. Chapter 11, that was fast resurrection? Resetting? Various theories flashed through Lin Yi's mind. Hoshino watched the woman, who had been screaming moments ago, suddenly reappear as if nothing had happened. Her panic only deepened. The temperature in the first-floor lobby had dropped further, making her shiver uncontrollably. But she knew she had to control herself. She had to stay calm. Breathe. Hoshino thought back to the pressure of stepping onto the stage for the first time, recalling the sadness and bitterness of failing at a concert. Her fear was suppressed. Lin Yi stopped in his tracks and turned around. The female staff member now wore a smile as she bowed slightly and asked again, "Dear guest, how may I assist you? What service can I provide for you?" In an instant, time froze once more. Rip. Just as before, Lin Yi inspected the female staff member again. There was no difference from a normal human body. He couldn't find anything remotely strange or supernatural about her. Which meant, Lin Yi confirmed one of his suspicions. As time resumed, the staff member noticed her disheveled clothes and seemed momentarily bewildered. She then said, "Dear guest, you're in such a hurry. If you need anything, may you can." Before she could finish, Lin Yi once again activated his time-stopping ability and kicked her out of the lobby entrance. Ah! Another agonized scream. The staff member vanished. But in less than 5 seconds, an identical woman reappeared at the front desk. She noticed Lin Yi and approached him, repeating her earlier question. This time, Lin Yi ignored her entirely. He turned back, grabbed Hoshino's hand, and stepped into the elevator. Inside, Taejuk, the blonde youth, and the middle-aged man who had entered earlier hadn't seen anything unusual. But the two harrowing screams and the eerily familiar inquiries they'd overheard filled them with an instinctual fear. They wanted nothing to do with whatever was happening. But why did Lin Yi act so indifferent, as if none of it mattered? As the elevator doors closed, Taejuk stole a glance and accidentally locked eyes with the staff member standing just outside the elevator. His heart froze, an overwhelming sense of danger washing over him. She had noticed him. She had targeted him. Taejuk broke out into a cold sweat. The third floor arrived quickly. Taejuk and the middle-aged man bolted from the elevator, fleeing as if their lives depended on it. On the third floor, Kuroda Hikari and Mio Kanamura, who had been waiting, sighed in relief when they saw the group return. However, they quickly noticed the pale, terrified faces of Taejuk and the older man, immediately realizing that something must have happened downstairs. "You two, check the room and confirm if it's a double bed setup. If it is, we'll need to go back down to finalize the room arrangements," one of them said. With a single sentence, the two men shuddered. Taejuk, the blonde youth, and Ichiro Tanaka quickly used their room keycards to open rooms 304 and 307. Turning on the lights, they hurriedly stepped inside to inspect the rooms. "King-sized bed." Taejuk called out. "Same here, mine's also a king-sized bed," Ichiro replied. Both of them collapsed to the floor, sitting limply. "Thank goodness we don't have to face that creature anymore." Taejuk exhaled a long sigh of relief. If they had to go back to the first floor, he wouldn't have the courage to do it. Lin Yi entered room 304. The layout was the same as room 306, with no differences in the furnishings or amenities. He quickly inspected the room, checking the nightstand and wardrobe, but he found the Rule 2 slip of paper in the bathroom. Room 307 was the same as well. The three rooms didn't differ much, all equipped with a TV, clock, and various intimate items like lubricant. "Tonight, how about we all share one room?" Taejuk suggested immediately. "No, absolutely not," Ichiro Tanaka retorted firmly. "I've decided to follow Lin's advice, 2 people per room. I'll share a room with Mio." "You and me in the same room?" "No, no way." Ichiro Tanaka flatly refused to room with Taejuk. "Mio, you'll stay with me," he said decisively. Mio Kanamura, the shoulder-length haired woman, realized something must have happened downstairs to make Ichiro so adamant about not staying with Taejuk. "All right," she agreed. With that, Ichiro and Mio entered room 304. The door closed with a bang. Then, "I guess I'll share a room with Taejuk," Hikari Kuroda said hesitantly. "Thank you, Kuroda," Taejuk replied. "If anything dangerous happens, I'll protect you." After making his promise, Taejuk turned to Lin Yi to express his gratitude. "Lin, without you, I'd be dead by now." I'll never forget what you've done for me. And my promise I'll keep it, no matter what. With that, he headed to room 307. Hikari gave a small bow before retreating to the room and gently closing the door behind her. Lin Yi and I Hoshino returned to room 306. Lin Yi-kun. I said softly. What is it? Kuroda-san is pretty cute. Lin Yi, though never having experienced a relationship, had read enough novels and watched enough anime and dramas to understand what I was implying. She's cute. He admitted. I lowered her head slightly. But she doesn't compare to you, I Hoshino. He added. A hint of joy lit up Ai's face. You should take a shower first. Lin Yi suggested. Ah! I exclaimed in surprise. That was so fast. Chapter 12, a shocking turn of events. Getting too impatient? Recalling the scene in the first floor lobby where Lin Yi stripped the eerie female staff member and tore her stockings, I Hoshino felt a mix of embarrassment and understanding. This strange and dangerous hotel might look manageable with Lin Yi's calm demeanor, but the pressure he faced must be immense. Stopping time was indeed a powerful superpower, but it couldn't directly resolve the current crisis or clear the game to escape the hotel. Blushing, Ai Hoshino felt a bit shy. Her hands instinctively tugged at the hem of her shirt, and her bright eyes nervously darted around. Lin Yi-kun, isn't this a bit too fast? Finally, she said it. This hotel was too dangerous, not the place for that kind of thing. Besides, she was an inexperienced girl, an idol longing for a pure love story. What she dreamed of was dating someone she loved, enjoying a fun day together, and then finally sharing a romantic night, not skipping straight to the last step like this. Fast? Seeing Ai Hoshino's reaction, Lin Yi immediately understood what she was thinking. I think it's too slow. Go take your shower already. Once you're done, it's my turn. Rule 8 doesn't specify a time limit for showering, but I think it's best if we finish before 10 p.m. The times listed in the rules often hinted at something significant. After 10 p.m., the hotel would likely undergo a dramatic change. Hearing this, Ai Hoshino quickly realized her misunderstanding. Her hands floundered, unsure where to place them, her face filled with awkwardness. She had completely misread the situation. Ah, I see. I'll go right away. As Ai Hoshino turned toward the bathroom, Lin Yi's voice called out again. Were you just imagining things? Thinking of doing something with me? The teasing tone in his voice brought a sudden crimson flush to Ai Hoshino's pale cheeks. I was not. I wasn't thinking about anything like that, she retorted. But as she dashed into the bathroom, she clenched her fists and stomped her foot, trying to calm her turbulent emotions. Soon, she pressed a few buttons, and the bathroom's heater kicked on. The sound of running water filled the space. Slowly, she began removing her clothes, neatly placing each piece on the counter. So much had happened tonight. When the warm water soaked through her black-purple hair, Ai Hoshino felt a brief moment of relaxation. Showering or bathing had always been her way to unwind after practice or a concert. But this time, soaking in the tub wasn't an option. Breathe. Yet, why did it feel like someone was watching her? Instinctively, Ai Hoshino turned to look to the side. In an instant, she froze. What was supposed to be a frosted, privacy glass wall was now completely transparent. Through the glass, she could clearly see Lin Yi sitting on the bed, resting. And Lin Yi's gaze was fixed in her direction. Their eyes met. Ah! Ai Hoshino immediately covered herself with her hands, her blush returning in full force. Why did this happen? Why did the bathroom glass suddenly turn transparent? Lin Yi, noticing her reaction, calmly nodded and shifted his gaze away. Not bad. Watching a beautiful idol shower was certainly a pleasant sight. Faced with such an unexpected blessing, he didn't mind enjoying it. This is the second dimension, after all. If there's a perk, why not take it? The scene Ai Hoshino unknowingly offered could be seen as repayment for the help he'd given her in this love hotel. With that thought, Lin Yi allowed himself to admire her momentarily. However, now that Ai Hoshino had noticed, he felt it was only right to stop. Click. Snapping back to her senses, Ai Hoshino hurriedly pressed the control panel, restoring the frosted privacy glass to its original opaque state. Yet, her shame remained undiminished. What do I do? He saw everything. Ugh, so embarrassing. Finally, the clock struck 10 p.m. The hotel's main lights flickered a few times before shutting off, leaving only a few dim ambient lights to faintly illuminate the room. The bathroom light remained steady, but suddenly, the sound of running water stopped abruptly. Ai Hoshino looked up in confusion. Moments later, the water resumed with a hissing sound. But this time, a blackish-red liquid sprayed out from the showerhead. In an instant, Ai Hoshino's eyes widened in horror. She stumbled backward, tripping and falling to the floor. What's going on? Lin Yi immediately sprang to his feet. Blood. It's all blood. Rushing to the bathroom, Lin Yi saw the black-red liquid spraying from the showerhead. Without hesitation, he dashed inside, grabbing the terrified girl from the floor and pulling her out of the bathroom. Carefully, he avoided letting the liquid touch either of them and managed to shut off the shower. 10 p.m. Something's wrong. Chapter 13, Too embarrassed to face anyone. Drip, drip. After the showerhead was turned off, a few drops of black-red liquid continued to drip for a while before finally stopping. Lin Yi looked around the bathroom cautiously. He walked over, grabbed 2 bath towels, and returned to the bathroom door. At this moment, he shifted his attention more fully to Hoshino-ai. The completely bare girl sat trembling in fear, one hand propping herself up on the ground while the other tried to cover herself. Her slender, fair figure was entirely visible, but her snow-white skin was stained with patches of black-red liquid, giving her an unsettling and eerie aura. Hoshino, do you feel anything unusual? And no, nothing. Lin Yi handed her a towel. Hoshino-ai tried to take it but found that her right hand was too weak. Not just her hand, her legs also felt powerless, making it impossible for her to stand. Lin Yi immediately noticed her predicament. I'll help you wipe off the liquid first. Okay. Hoshino-ai murmured softly. Lin Yi carefully used the towel to wipe the liquid off her skin, doing his best to avoid getting any of it on himself. Before long, the once clean towel was completely stained black and red. I'll help you up. Lin Yi gently supported the girl to her feet and began wiping her back again. The constant physical contact made Hoshino-ai's sense of shame grow stronger, gradually pushing away the fear that had consumed her earlier. Soon, Lin Yi tossed the used towel back into the bathroom. He wrapped a bath towel around the girl's body, giving her a sense of relief and security. Lin Yi carried the girl to the bed. By this time, Hoshino-ai had regained much of her strength. She pulled the blanket over herself and burrowed into it, her delicate face half hidden under the covers. Only her bright, expressive eyes peeked out, occasionally glancing at Lin Yi, though her shyness made it impossible to maintain eye contact for long. Compared to the earlier moment when Lin Yi had seen her through the glass, this time he had gotten a much closer look, touching and observing her thoroughly. For Hoshino-ai, this had already exceeded her emotional tolerance. She felt as though she might never be able to marry now. Are you feeling better now? Hoshino-ai nodded slightly. Then. What was that? Why? Did blood spray out like that? It's past 10 p.m. now. The hotel's rules have changed. Then, does that mean I? Suddenly imagining a terrifying possibility, Hoshino-ai clutched the blanket tightly. Will I die? Is this liquid poisonous? Am I going to mutate soon? As an idol, she had seen plenty of movies and videos. This kind of unidentified liquid could very well contain some unknown infectious agent. Moreover, Lin Yi had been extremely careful to avoid contact with the black-red liquid earlier. He must have already suspected something. You won't. But Hoshino-ai didn't feel reassured at all. My idol career has just started. I haven't even become a nationwide superstar yet. I haven't eaten enough delicious food. And I haven't even been in love. I don't want to die like this. Her tightly strung nerves finally snapped. She could no longer maintain the calm facade she had been forcing herself to show. Trust me, you'll be fine. But Lin Yi-kun wouldn't even touch the liquid. She looked up, her eyes brimming with unshed tears, a faint sheen of water pooling in her gaze. I must be mutating already. Lin Yi-kun. When the time comes, if you have to kill me, please. Please make it quick. I'm scared of pain. Lin Yi's eyes reflected the trembling idol hiding under the blanket. He had thought she might yell at him, demanding he touch the black-red liquid to prove his assurances were real. But instead, his gaze softened as he looked at her. Trust me, nothing will happen to you. If people could die just from touching that liquid, then the rules of this strange game instance would be far too simple. I haven't even been in love. I haven't even. Lin Yi-kun. Sleep with me. Before I die, please, sleep with me. Hoshino-ai lifted her head, her eyes locking onto his, her expression and tone completely serious, without the slightest hint of joking. Lin Yi was momentarily stunned. He recalled something he had read in a book once: humans often experience an intense instinct to reproduce when facing death. You're not going to die. I promise you. But if my analysis is correct, this black-red liquid is just water. Water looks like this? I didn't smell any blood, nor did I detect any other strange odors. But is water supposed to be this color? The hotel has altered our perception of this water. To put it simply, it's an illusion. Hoshino-ai stayed silent for a long moment before finally choosing to trust Lin Yi. If you can survive, who would want to die? Get some rest. By tomorrow, we'll be able to leave this place. Hugging the blanket and soaking in its warmth, Hoshino-ai suddenly remembered her earlier bold declaration. A wave of shame gushed over her like a fountain, flooding her mind. She couldn't bear to face anyone anymore. Meanwhile, the same situation was unfolding in another room. Chapter 14, I Care in Room 304, the middle-aged man, Tanaka Ichiro, and Mio Kamimura returned to their room. As soon as they entered, Mio Kamimura immediately inquired about what had happened on the first floor. The appearance of the female staff member, her mutation after the blonde-haired man responded to her, and the screams that followed. This hotel was bizarre and extremely dangerous. Rule 8 recommends taking a shower before sleeping. Do you want to go first, or should I? It wasn't mandatory, but both of them agreed it was better to follow the suggestion. You go first. Tanaka Ichiro was still caught in the lingering fear of what had happened earlier. The sound of running water echoed in the room. Tanaka Ichiro glanced towards the bathroom, suppressing the unease growing in his heart. He and Mio Kamimura had only met for the first time that day. Their meeting was strictly transactional. He paid, and she provided her company. It was a fair deal. But never in his wildest imagination did he think he'd be dragged into such a dangerous and eerie game. If I had known, I wouldn't have made plans tonight. Staying home and sleeping would have been better. But there's no medicine for regret in this world. Tanaka Ichiro could only sigh. Suddenly, a piercing scream broke the silence. It was Mio Kamimura's voice. What happened? Blood. So much blood. The sound of something heavy hitting the ground followed. Startled, the middle-aged man initially wanted to investigate. But upon seeing the blood-red liquid pooling near the bathroom door, all thoughts of approaching vanished. Instead, he backed away in panic, putting as much distance as possible between himself and the bathroom. Grabbing a vase, he prepared to defend himself against any potential monsters. Come help me. Hurry up. Handle it yourself. In the end, Mio Kamimura managed to pull herself up on her own. She gradually calmed down, and upon realizing her body seemed unaffected, she pushed through her discomfort and turned off the shower. Useless man. Now dressed and standing in the bedroom, she glared at the middle-aged man who was cowering at a distance and mocked him coldly. I could take you down easily. Humphrey, always picking on a weak woman like me. You love being picked on, don't you? Come here, then. But Tanaka Ichiro had no intention of approaching her. Instead, he worried that getting close to her might put him in danger. 307, in room 307, Kuroda Hikari and Teijuku Sawanaga spent a considerable amount of time talking. The girl was particularly focused on asking about the events that had occurred in the lobby on the first floor. Teijuku Sawanaga provided a brief explanation, mentioning the encounter with the female staff member in the lobby. However, he deliberately withheld the part about how her reaction had been triggered by his response. I only kept it from her to avoid unnecessary worry, he thought. Kuroda, if we truly face danger, you must go to room 306 and ask Brother Lin for help. If any one of us can make it out of this love hotel alive, it will be him. This was a consensus shared by everyone. Lin Yi's performance in the hotel had left a strong impression on them all. I will, Teijuku. We will both make it out of here alive. Yeah, we will. You're a girl, very cute, though. Well, not quite as striking as Hoshino-ai. Still, you have your own charm. But sometimes, to survive, sacrifices have to be made. Teijuku Sawanaga spoke tactfully, but Kuroda Hikari understood his meaning. She gave a bitter smile and lowered her head. Why does it have to be like this? A wave of frustration swelled within her as she turned and walked towards the bathroom. She turned on the faucet at the sink, and the moment she saw the black-red liquid flowing out, she instinctively recoiled and let out a panicked sound. Teijuku Sawanaga quickly came to check the situation. It's all black and red now. Then. What about taking a shower? I'm skipping it. Rule 8 doesn't say you have to shower. Teijuku stared at the dark liquid, feeling as though it was some kind of deadly contaminant straight from the abyss. In the end, Kuroda Hikari decided not to shower either. She was worried, too. The two of them found a spot to sit down and rest. This night was destined to be sleepless. Time passed. It was now 10:48 p.m. Over an hour had gone by since Lin Yi arrived at the romantic love hotel. During this time, aside from the faucet spewing black-red liquid, no other unusual incidents had occurred. Hoshino-ai occasionally started conversations with Lin Yi, sharing her plans and dreams for the future. She talked about wanting to become a beloved, incredibly popular idol and how, if she ever got married and had children, she hoped to be an exceptional mother. I grew up in a single-parent family. My mom was really strict and often hit me. Recalling the past, Hoshino-ai hugged her knees, her body trembling slightly. She had put on Lin Yi's jacket to prepare for any sudden emergencies. Lin Yi remembered the details of Hoshino-ai's background, but at this moment, he chose to simply be a listener, taking in the girl's deepest thoughts and feelings. She was eventually arrested and went to prison. I ended up in an orphanage. But even though she hit me so much, I always missed her. I knew she was the only family I had in this world. The girl with her long, dark purple hair showed a sorrowful expression, her aura heavy with grief. I kept waiting for the day she'd get out and come find me, but to this day, I haven't seen her again. She completely abandoned me. Maybe even if I died, she wouldn't care. I care. Lin Yi said. Huh? Hoshino, I turned a surprised gaze toward him. Hoshino, if you were to die, the world would lose a beautiful girl. That would be such a shame. So yes, I care. You will leave this place alive. Lin Yi-kun, you really are. She was caught between laughing and crying, unsure whether to feel happy or sad. Focus on happy things. This world has sadness and pain, but it also has joy and happiness. As someone dedicated to being an idol, you must love your work, it brings you joy. So keep going. Work hard to become the super popular idol you dream of being, Hoshino. I. Thank you. The single word carried all her heartfelt gratitude. Lin Yi-kun. She began hesitantly. Speak freely. He replied. Could you continue to support me? I hope you will keep supporting me. Please don't. Don't switch to supporting my, okay? This request seemed to take every ounce of her courage. She looked at Lin Yi nervously, waiting for his response. Not supporting my? Wait, does this mean my actually exists? Lin Yi's inner thoughts ignited like a blazing fire. Bunny girl senpai. I can't do that. Once we leave this hotel, I'm going to find Mai. He declared. Mai was real, how could he not go meet her? Hoshino Ai's face instantly filled with sorrow as her request was bluntly rejected. I actually. She started to say, but at that moment, strange noises broke the silence. Ah. Hoshino Ai and Lin Yi exchanged a look, then turned toward the source of the sound. Oh. The voices were coming from the direction of Ichiro Tanaka and Mayo Kamimura. Were they really doing that? Wait. Lin Yi's expression shifted suddenly. The sound was coming from room 308, not 304. Chapter 15, Don't Succumb to Desire Madness. He was about to go insane. In room 304, Ichiro Tanaka sat on a chair, trying to rest, but the sounds coming from the next room filled him with irritation. They're really going at it. In a dangerous hotel like this, where death could strike at any moment, and they decide to do this now. Do they even realize what time it is? He had always thought Lin Yi was reliable and rational. Yet, barely an hour had passed, and he was already giving in to his impulses. Sure, Hoshino Ai was an irresistible beauty who could drive any man crazy, but there was a time and place for everything. Right now was clearly not the time. Even he, a seasoned player, was restraining his own desires. Taking a deep breath, Ichiro Tanaka tried to suppress the rising fire inside him. He shifted his gaze away from Mayo Kamimura, who was resting on the bed nearby. If he kept looking, he feared he might lose control. The sounds continued. Ah. The two people in room 304 could hear everything clearly. Mayo Kamimura kept her head down, lost in thought. Ichiro Tanaka, on the other hand, was growing more and more enraged. How much stamina does that guy have? How long has it been? Unable to help himself, he glanced at the clock in the room, 23:39. If he remembered correctly, those two had started their activity a little after 11:00 p.m. Half an hour had passed, and they were still going. Is that guy a bull? A few minutes later, a loud, intense cry from the woman signaled the end of the session. Finally, it was over. But soon after, barely 10 minutes later, the sounds began again. Ah. Ichiro Tanaka was on the verge of snapping. Deep inside, though, he felt a pang of envy he couldn't quite admit. It seemed like the room was genuinely safe, so much so that one could engage in such activities without concern. The guy next door was clearly having a great time, as if it were just an ordinary night in a love hotel. And Tanaka. He really wanted to do it too. At that moment, his gaze fell on Mayo Kamimura, and his eyes burned with barely contained desire. In room 307, Taijuku Sawanaga and Hikari Kuroda could also hear the sounds of moaning coming from the next room. After a brief moment of shock, they realized something was off. Neither Lin Yi nor Ichiro Tanaka was staying on their side of the hallway, so there was no way the sounds could be coming from their rooms. Moreover, room 307's adjacent spaces were unoccupied. Rule 7 states that the rooms are soundproof. You can't hear anything from other rooms. If you do, you should ignore it. Hikari Kuroda reminded his companion. So, Taijuku-san, what we need to do right now is avoid letting those sounds affect us. And what would happen if they were affected? No one knew, but it certainly wouldn't be good. Hikari Kuroda stuffed tissues into his ears, demonstrating his resolve. Taijutsu Enaga followed suit, but even with the tissues, the incessant noises seemed to penetrate their defenses. Inside, it was as if something was stirring, a slow, creeping emotion spreading through their hearts. Room 306. Linyi ignored the sounds. The noises persisted for over an hour in total. In a normal situation, he would have admired the middle-aged man's stamina. At his age, still this vigorous? But this was the love hotel of a sinister game, and these sounds were just one of its traps. Ignoring them, staying calm, and resisting their influence were the keys to surviving this danger. However, as time passed, Linyi could feel a rising impulse within him, a fire of desire beginning to ignite. He bit his lip and pinched his arm, using the pain to keep his rationality in check. Even if this is some kind of supernatural trick, isn't his carrying on for far too long? If this continued, it might last 2 hours. This was excessive. No ordinary man could manage for that long. Linyi-kun, you. Stay quiet. Don't talk to me. The moment Hoshino-I spoke, he immediately felt his desire surge, urging him to leap onto the bed and pin Hoshino-I beneath him. If he really gave in, he would be trapped in this hotel forever. Hoshino, suppress the impulse inside you. Don't let the sounds influence you. She nodded softly. I actually... Bang. Linyi's fist struck the table, cutting off whatever Hoshino-I was about to say. He knew she wasn't doing it intentionally, she was also under the influence. But drastic measures were necessary now. Remember, don't give in to desire. But Linyi felt that this couldn't be the right way to handle things. There had to be a proper solution. If this sinister games challenge could only be overcome through sheer willpower, it would lack any sense of design or logic. Determined, Linyi decided to start over. He would re-examine everything, piece together all the clues and items, and figure out a real solution. The clock displayed 23:56, with a humidity level of 40 shown below. The bedside table contained various adult toys. Despite the room's supposed soundproofing, the eerie moaning from room 308 could be heard, fueling impulses that grew stronger with time. There were a total of 10 rules, which were... Linyi analyzed each one carefully, from start to finish. Could Rule 4 heading to the first floor lobby in emergencies be the key? No, that didn't seem right. Visiting another room? Linyi suspected that the other 2 rooms weren't faring any better. They might have already succumbed, fully immersed in their desires. Then, suddenly, Linyi had an idea. Chapter 16, Infection. Hoshino, how are you feeling right now? Linyi asked. Hoshino-I looked up at Linyi, her gaze falling on him with a hint of embarrassment. She seemed hesitant to speak. Be honest. Tell me exactly how you feel. Don't be shy. Linyi encouraged. After struggling for a moment, Hoshino-I gripped the blanket tightly, her fingers digging into it as she finally broke through her inner restraint. I want to sleep with you, Linyi-kun. I want you, Linyi-kun. Those 2 sentences clearly conveyed her current state. Don't be embarrassed. I feel the same. I also want to be with you, but like I said earlier, this is the influence of the sounds from the other room. We can't fall into the trap. In fact, when Linyi had spoken just moments earlier, Hoshino-I had nearly lost control and rushed toward him. But I feel like if this goes on, the impulses will only get stronger. Maybe. Linyi-kun, could you knock me out? It was a suggestion, but in the sinister environment of the games hotel, if Hoshino-I lost consciousness, would she truly be asleep, or would her body act entirely on instinct? With consciousness, she could restrain her body's reactions. Without it, her body might be completely unshackled. On a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being the strongest impulse, where do you think you are now? 5. Or 6, maybe. Hoshino-I gave an estimated number. Linyi felt he was likely at a similar level. Was he wrong? I have a theory. I'm going to test it. He said. Under Hoshino-I's watchful gaze, Linyi began walking toward the bathroom. The bathroom? What was he planning to do? Suddenly, Hoshino-I stood up from the bed, as if realizing something. Linyi-kun, do you think taking a shower might be the key to breaking this state? Yes. So far, the black and red shower water hadn't had any noticeable effect, neither positive nor negative. Yet, the rules explicitly mentioned taking a shower and linked it to health. The sound of water echoed as Linyi turned on the shower. Black and red liquid sprayed continuously, covering the clean bathroom in the eerie substance. Just as Linyi extended his hand toward the water, Hoshino-I interrupted him. Let me go first, Linyi-kun. I've touched the water before, so let me test it first. With that, she stepped forward, approaching Linyi. Without objection, Linyi stepped aside, giving her the opportunity. Her determination and effort earned his respect, so he let her take the lead. As they passed each other, Hoshino-I's heart suddenly raced. She felt a surge of emotion, an overwhelming impulse spreading through her. Reaching out, she touched the liquid spraying from the shower. 1 second. 5 seconds. There's no change. The impulse hasn't lessened at all. If anything, it seemed to be growing stronger. Could it be that we need to actually bathe? Puzzled, Hoshino-ai placed her hands on the buttons of her clothes, preparing to undress. But Lin Yi stepped closer and reached out toward the water himself. Let me try first. Dark red water drenched Lin Yi's right hand, streaming steadily down his arm. In just 3 seconds, the impulsive desire burning within him began to fade rapidly, the unexplainable urges dissipating almost entirely. Showering is key, but it seems both people need to shower, possibly even together. In a love hotel, the notion of a rule requiring couples to shower together wasn't entirely out of the question. Lin Yi let out a sigh of relief. I feel better too. Lin Yi-kun, you're amazing. Hoshino-ai said. But her praise did little to please Lin Yi. Though he realized the problem later than he'd have liked, at least he had found a solution. Lin Yi grabbed a towel, drying his right hand, and turned to look at Hoshino-ai. His pupils contracted in that instant. Time freeze, activated. Everything froze. Lin Yi's expression turned grave, his breathing slightly quicker. Why? When did this happen? What rule had been triggered? He stared at the girl. At that moment, Hoshino-ai's once delicate face was now mottled with patches of black and gray. Her eyes had grown dimmer. Lin Yi inspected her closely to confirm that he wasn't mistaken. Hoshino-ai now looked identical to the female staff member who had mutated in the first-floor lobby. Rip. He removed Hoshino-ai's clothes and discovered faint black-gray patches on her pale skin as well. There was no doubt Hoshino-ai had been infected. But when had it happened? Lin Yi suspected the liquid from the showerhead. Which meant that in 2 hours, he would likely reach the same level of infection as Hoshino-ai. With 6 hours remaining until 6 a.m., Lin Yi knew enduring until then would be no small feat. He sank into thought. Meanwhile, frozen in time freeze, Hoshino-ai couldn't see Lin Yi behind her but was lost in chaotic thoughts. Why? Why had he suddenly lost control? Was the supernatural influence still at work, driving Lin Yi to the point of needing time freeze to deal with his desires? No, no, no. She didn't want to lose her first time like this. At least it should be in a bed. These frantic thoughts filled Hoshino-ai's mind until, suddenly, time freeze ended, and she regained her freedom. In the next instant, she turned and saw Lin Yi standing in the shadows, his face obscured. Lin Yi-kun, At least give me some time to prepare myself. Okay? Hoshino-ai stammered as she watched Lin Yi step closer. When the bathroom lights illuminated his face, Hoshino-ai's eyes widened in shock. Lin Yi-kun. You're infected. Chapter 17, a little gentler, a little faster infection. Lin Yi was already infected. A surge of fear instantly replaced the nervousness and panic in Hoshino-ai's heart. If even Lin Yi, a superpowered individual, had succumbed to the eerie infection, how could she possibly survive the night and leave this romantic love hotel alive? I'm doomed, completely doomed. Blip. Hoshino-ai instinctively moved her left leg back, taking a step away. She crossed her arms over her chest, covering herself. The primal instinct to survive rose within her. She wanted to flee, to resist, but Lin Yi was blocking the only exit. She had nowhere to escape. Lin Yi-kun. Being too rough with a girl. That's not good. I believe you're not the kind of man who would force himself on someone. She stammered, her trembling voice breaking intermittently. At this moment, Hoshino-ai could only hope that Lin Yi still retained his rationality and hadn't completely lost control due to the infection. She couldn't break through with force, so her only hope lay in reasoning with him. To her relief, Lin Yi stopped in his tracks, seemingly listening to her. Hoshino, you need to mentally prepare yourself. He said. I will, but can I at least put some clothes on first? Look down at your body. Lin Yi replied. Hoshino-ai glanced down. Her delicate, fair skin came into view, her figure petite but alluring, her legs long and slender, her feet exquisitely charming. This body of hers could drive countless men mad. It seems you've realized. Lin Yi said, taking another step closer. Hoshino-ai instinctively retreated again, but there was nowhere left to go. I hope you'll cooperate. I don't want to resort to violence or force. Hoshino-ai shook her head vehemently, her eyes filled with fear and panic. Lin Yi-kun, please control your impulses. I believe in you. You won't lose to the infection. Please, come to your senses. Come to his senses? Lin Yi was perfectly calm. At this moment, his emotions were steady, far better than they had been earlier. Faced with Hoshino-ai's body marked by black and gray patches, how could he possibly feel any desire? Lin Yi took another step forward. What is that? he asked. Before he could do anything further, Hoshino-ai threw a towel at him. Clenching her teeth, she shielded herself with her hands and dashed forward. Even if the chances were slim, she refused to give up. Whoosh! But the impact she expected never came. Hoshino-ai realized she had once again fallen into a state of stillness. Rip! The towel in Lin Yi's hands was torn into strips, transformed into makeshift ropes. The girl's hands and feet were bound tightly. Hoshino-ai could only watch helplessly as it all unfolded. She had no way to resist, forced to witness her own restraint. She knew there was no escaping her fate. Sob, sob. If I'm infected after Lin Yi-kun violates me, won't I succumb too? I'm doomed to die here in this love hotel. Despair overwhelmed Hoshino-ai, her heart heavy with sadness that seemed to have no end. The moment time resumed, tears streamed down her face, flowing uncontrollably from her eyes. At this point, Hoshino-ai had already been tossed onto the large bed by Lin Yi. Lin Yi felt a twinge of guilt but understood the immense psychological strain Hoshino-ai was enduring in the face of this infection. No one was unafraid of death, let alone a young girl who had been chasing her dream of stardom just days ago. I won't kill you right away. Your consciousness is still intact for now. However, the moment you lose it and transform into something unnatural, I will act. Lin Yi said calmly. Rest assured, as you hope, I will make it gentle and quick, so you won't feel much pain. Hoshino-ai? Her tearful expression froze in shock. Why did it sound like Lin Yi was saying she was the one infected? But it was clearly Lin Yi-kun who was infected. Lin Yi-kun. Sob. Sob. Her protests were muffled as a towel was stuffed into her mouth. Hoshino-ai struggled fiercely, letting out muffled cries. Her bright, tear-filled eyes stared intently at Lin Yi, and finally, he paused and spoke. Do you have something to say to me? Hoshino-ai nodded desperately. Lin Yi removed the towel. Lin Yi-kun, I'm not infected. I haven't turned into something unnatural. Lin Yi didn't believe her. You are infected. You've been affected by something eerie. Look at your arms and cheeks, they're covered in black and gray patches. Lin Yi frowned slightly and looked at his own arm. His skin appeared perfectly normal, with no signs of abnormality. Out of caution, he removed his shirt and examined his body. His skin was completely normal, utterly unlike Hoshino-ai's condition. I'm serious. You're the one with patches all over black and gray, just like that mutated female staff member on the first floor. Was Hoshino-ai lying? But another possibility crossed his mind. Check your own body now. What do you see? Nothing unusual, everything seems fine. Hoshino-ai glanced at herself again and found no abnormalities. From my perspective, your face, body, and legs are all marked with black and gray patches. You look infected. This can't be. Even Hoshino-ai, slow to catch on, began piecing it together. Are we seeing illusions? If that were true, then neither of them was infected. A wave of relief washed over Hoshino-ai as she felt like she had narrowly escaped death. There's another possibility, we can't see our own mutations. The moment Lin Yi said this, Hoshino-ai's face turned pale. If that were the case, then they were truly doomed. How can we confirm this? Hoshino-ai was desperate to understand her situation. Lin Yi turned and walked to the bathroom, heading to the sink. Under the bright lights, his face was illuminated clearly. He stared at his reflection in the mirror. His heart remained calm. Through the mirror, he confirmed his condition. The skin, which should have been its normal color, was instead covered in patches of black and gray. His eyes were dull, devoid of vitality, as if he had been infected by something that drained the life out of him. It wasn't as severe as the mutated female staff member in the lobby, but if the condition continued to worsen, he feared he would end up just like her. This wasn't an illusion. Both he and Hoshino-ai had been affected by some unknown force. And it had nothing to do with the shower water. If it were simply water that caused the mutation, Hoshino-ai would have transformed long ago. There was no way it would have taken this long to manifest. Returning to the bedroom, Lin Yi observed Hoshino-ai with a calm expression, which only deepened her growing unease. Lin Yi-kun, have you confirmed it? Yes. Lin Yi didn't elaborate further. He simply untied the towels binding her wrists and ankles and led her to the bathroom. When Hoshino-ai saw her reflection in the mirror, she froze in shock. Who was this? So ugly, so horrible. Chapter 18, Help Us Drip. Drip. The sound of water dripping echoed continuously, each splash clear and distinct. At that moment, Hoshino-ai realized who the woman in the mirror was. It was her. The girl with long, dark purple hair immediately turned away, unable to bear looking at her reflection again. For the first time in her life, she saw herself looking so hideous. After seeing it once, she never wanted to see it again. We're both infected. What should we do? Even Hoshino-I knew that if the infection worsened further, death would draw even closer. It's the water, isn't it? After Lin Yikun came into contact with it, we turned into this. The water likely neutralized the influence of the sounds from the next room. That aligns with the reminder in Rule 8. Lin Yi hypothesized. The sounds next door didn't just affect our desires and impulses, they also caused hallucinations. That's why we didn't notice the changes in our bodies sooner. As for why their reflections appeared normal even after breaking free from the hallucinations, Lin Yi could only attribute it to the hotel's peculiar rules. Then, does that mean the sounds caused our infection? That's the most likely explanation for now. So, are we safe now? The sounds are gone, they shouldn't be affecting us anymore. It was unclear whether the sounds had stopped on their own or if the water's influence had blocked them. However, Hoshino-I remembered showering before the sounds began, yet she still heard them. Could it be that the water only worked after the sounds started affecting them? She had touched the water before Lin Yi, but her inner urges hadn't subsided until after Lin Yi also came into contact with it. Did it require both of them to use the water for it to work? Hoshino-I racked her brain and came up with what she thought was a reasonable explanation. For now, we seem safe. Put some clothes on. At Lin Yi's reminder, Hoshino-I snapped out of her thoughts, realizing her current vulnerable state. She quickly grabbed some clothes and dressed herself. Even though she knew how unappealing she looked to Lin Yi, she still felt shy. 2 minutes later, Hoshino-I had fixed her appearance and steadied her messy, shame-filled thoughts. Midnight passed. As Lin Yi stood in front of her, talking, he noticed something alarming. The black and gray patches on Hoshino-I's face had darkened. Just as he was about to say something, there was a knock at the door. Lin Yi-senpai. It's me. We don't feel right. Taiju-kun. He's almost unable to control himself. Please, help us. That was Kuroda Hikaru's voice. She was calling for help outside the door. It's Kuroda-san. Hoshino-I swallowed nervously and looked at Lin Yi. Should we? According to the typical plot of Yuri horror stories, what's outside the door is most likely something sinister trying to trick us into opening it. I see. Hoshino-I nodded in apparent understanding, suppressing her sympathy. But then she saw Lin Yi turning and walking toward the door. Lin Yi-kun, you stay inside, I'll go take a look. He said. Now that the strange noises had stopped, Lin Yi noticed that Hoshino-I's level of infection had clearly worsened, and his own condition wasn't likely to fare much better. He needed to gather more information. Continuing to hole up in the room would be no different from waiting for death. Hoshino-I was anxious, but she clenched her teeth and followed. Her fate was already tied to Lin Yi's. Rather than staying in the room and worrying, it might be better to follow him and perhaps contribute in some way. Click. The door opened. Lin Yi-senpai, please. Help us. The moment Kuroda Hikaru saw Lin Yi behind the door, her eyes immediately changed. The rationality she had been holding on to seemed to shatter in an instant. I want to. Time freeze, activated. Everything came to an abrupt halt. Only Lin Yi remained able to move in this frozen world. Lin Yi looked at Kuroda Hikaru in front of him. The chestnut-haired girl with twin tails had a flush on her face, her hair slightly disheveled. Her left hand was clenched into a fist, seemingly to suppress her emotions, but her skin appeared normal. There were no signs of the black and gray patches of infection. Carrying the girl in his arms, he moved into the hallway. After midnight, the hotel corridor had grown much dimmer. The faint green glow from the emergency exit signs mixed with the yellow corridor lights, casting an eerie hue over the dark red carpet, further intensifying the unsettling atmosphere. Lin Yi turned his gaze toward room 307. Standing at the door of room 307 was Taiju, who had just opened it. His bloodshot eyes darted around, his body hunched forward, hands outstretched as if trying to grab the fleeing Kuroda Hikaru. However, his skin showed no signs of mutation. We need the shower water. Lin Yi muttered. Holding the girl, Lin Yi moved toward room 307, pushed Taiju aside with his left hand, and successfully entered. Finally, he grabbed Taiju by the back of his shirt and dragged him into the bathroom like a lifeless weight. Now, it's time to test my hypothesis. Chapter 19, Spare Me. Time resumed its flow. The shower Lin Yi turned on sprayed out a blackish-red liquid. Taiju Sawanaga was drenched from head to toe. Kuroda, I can't hold back anymore. I need you to. Before he could finish yelling, a burst of liquid sprayed directly onto his face, soaking him. A moment of shock overtook him, but as soon as he laid eyes on Kuroda Hikaru, his desire reignited. Struggling, he tried to rush toward her again. But Lin Yi didn't hesitate, delivering a heavy kick that sent Taiju crashing to the ground. That wasn't enough. Lin Yi added several more kicks for good measure. Look at me. Lin Yi raised his voice. In his eyes, Taejuke's appearance had already changed. "You! Lin! Monster!" Fear seemed to suppress Taejuke's impulses. Panicking, he scrambled backward, trying to get away. "Kuroda-san, do you notice anything unusual about the two of us?" Kuroda Hikari, still dazed by the sudden turn of events, looked at Lin Yi. But once her eyes landed on him, she couldn't look away. Her rationality crumbled entirely as if Lin Yi had transformed into the most alluring existence imaginable. She lunged toward him. "I want." Before she could finish speaking, Lin Yi realized the problem. Swiftly, he turned to the side and pinned Kuroda Hikari against the wall with one hand. She wasn't tall or strong, but her body was surprisingly soft. "Kuroda-san, what do you see on my face?" Despite her attempts to resist and break free, Hikari's eyes burned with rising desire. Finally, Lin Yi dragged her under the stream of blackish-red liquid from the shower. In just a few seconds, Kuroda Hikari stopped struggling. Her emotions gradually returned to normal, and Taejuke's wild excitement also faded quickly. But in the next moment, when Kuroda Hikari glanced at Taejuke, her pupils immediately contracted. A piercing scream of terror echoed through the room. Lin Yi stepped closer and forcefully covered her mouth with his right hand. Hikari thrashed about, trying to pry his hand away with her own. "Taejuke. Taejuke-san. He mutated. And what about me? Huh? What's wrong with you?" Hikari glanced up, and the black and gray blotches on Lin Yi's face came into full view. The bizarre, infected appearance made her eyes widen in shock. Her body trembled violently, and in the next instant, she fainted. Kuroda Hikari had passed out from fright. Holding her in his arms, Lin Yi felt an awkward sense of unease. Lin. Lin bro, please don't eat me. I'm not tasty. I swear, don't eat me." Taejuke trembled, retreating constantly, his eyes filled with sheer terror. But by now, he had nowhere left to run. At that moment, Hoshino-I entered the room, appearing in the doorway of the bathroom. The sight of her made Taejuke nearly burst into tears. "Another one infected. Spare me. I swear. I'm really not tasty. Answer my question," Lin Yi demanded. "Why yes, anything. Lin Yi, please. What do we look like to you?" "Gee good people." Lin Yi immediately walked over and delivered another kick. "What do we look like right now?" "And nothing." Taejuke shook his head vigorously, but when Lin Yi raised his foot again, preparing to kick, he quickly blurted out, "Your faces. Black and gray patches. Like the staff member in the lobby." He stammered out his response. Lin Yi realized his suspicions were correct. "Go to room 304. Open the door, it's me, Lin Yi." He figured room 304 might be. With a loud clang, hurried footsteps sounded inside the room, and soon the door opened. Mayo Kamimura appeared before Lin Yi. At that moment, she was dressed only in lingerie, with much of her skin exposed to the air, carrying a faint, delicate fragrance. "Brother Lin, do you need something? Where's Tanaka?" "He's resting. Come in and take a look." Something was off. Absolutely off. From every perspective, Lin Yi felt there was something wrong with Mayo Kamimura. From his current view, Mayo Kamimura showed no signs of mutation. She appeared completely normal. But that was precisely the most abnormal part. A non-mutated Mayo Kamimura should, like Kuroda Hikari and Taejuke Sawanaga, be overwhelmed with uncontrollable desire, not exhibiting no reaction at all. "Brother Lin, what brings you here to find us?" Tanaka Ichiro also appeared in Lin Yi's line of sight. He waved with a sly grin. "Mayo is quite good. Want to give it a try? If it's you, Brother Lin, it's no problem at all. I'm getting old, my heart's willing, but my body's not so much." "Oh, stop it." A coy and bashful tone accompanied the response. Lin Yi suddenly thought of something. Just as he lifted his foot to step inside and investigate further, an intense sense of danger surged up within him. Immediately, he activated Time Stop, plunging everything into an absolute state of stasis. Only then did Lin Yi step inside. He scanned the room from the walls to the large bed, and just as he was preparing to drag the pair to the bathroom to spray them with water, Lin Yi abruptly stopped and looked toward the TV. The reflections on the TV screen were unnervingly vivid. Dark gray blotches of varying sizes covered their entire bodies. Their eyes were pitch black, void of life, and faint black shadows seemed to claw outward with wild aggression. This was far more visually striking than the female staff member on the first floor. These two had already fully transformed into something eerie. They were beyond saving. Chapter 20, Wolves in Sheep's Clothing. Mirrors could reflect the true nature of those inside the hotel. This was the conclusion Lin Yi had reached. Currently, Tanaka Ichiro and Mayo Kamimura appeared perfectly normal, so normal that there wasn't the slightest hint of anything wrong. But the more normal they seemed, the more Lin Yi suspected something was wrong beneath the surface. The reflections in the TV screen's mirrored surface confirmed his suspicions. They can't be taken to be sprayed with water. If sprayed, the two would most likely reveal their eerie sides. If that happened, they would risk creating two more hostile entities. Lin Yi scanned the room one more time, checking the available items, and then exited. Time resumed once more. Brother Lin, come in. Let's all have fun together. It's safe to stay inside the room in this hotel. Don't stay out there, the hallway is dangerous. Tanaka Ichiro smiled, giving Mio Kamimura a playful slap on the rear, producing a crisp sound. No. The moment Lin Yi refused, the flirtatious expressions on Tanaka Ichiro and Mio Kamimura's faces shifted, as if they had been triggered by something. Love hotels are for love, you know. Not loving isn't being a good guest. The two froze, their eyes fixed on him, their bodies moving step by step toward Lin Yi as if controlled by an unseen force. I have I-chan. Lin Yi said, waving toward Hoshino-I. This made Hoshino-I gently place the unconscious Kuroda Hikari to the side before quickly walking toward him. As soon as she arrived, Lin Yi pulled her close, wrapping his left arm around her slender waist and holding her in his embrace. Hoshino-I was startled but didn't resist or refuse. Lin Yi's masculine scent caused her heartbeat to quicken uncontrollably. And there's also Kuroda-san over there. Later, I'll go back to the room and spend time doing things we like together. The two halted. All together. They said. I'll try them first, and then I'll come find you too. Lin Yi replied, his eyes never leaving them, observing their reactions. Brother Lin, impressive one man with two women. Look at that, so strong. That's what a real man looks like. And you? Useless wimp. Tanaka Ichiro and Mio Kamimura laughed and teased each other. I'll take I-chan back now. I'll close the door for you. Without waiting for their agreement, Lin Yi pulled the door shut. As the bang of the door closing echoed, it created two separate worlds. From the other side, no sound emerged. Lin Yi-kun, about Mio-san and Tanaka-san. Even Hoshino-I felt there was something off about them. No matter how open-minded one might be, inviting others to start a party in such a dangerous place was beyond comprehension. Lin Yi nodded, his gaze meeting her confused eyes. Let's head back. But at that moment, ding-dong. A crisp sound echoed through the dimly lit corridor suffused with a dark red glow. It came from the direction of the elevator. Clack. The elevator opened. Footsteps sounded the clear, sharp noise of high heels striking the floor. The next second, a figure appeared. She wore a black business suit that accentuated her curvaceous figure, her long black hair flowing elegantly, drawing attention. It was the front desk attendant from the first floor. She had taken the elevator to the third floor. Why had she come to the third floor? Was it time for something? Or had someone broken the rules? Lin Yi quickly recalled the 10 rules. Guests. Her appearance was stunning, and her voice was sweet. Making a loud ruckus late at night and disturbing other guests' rest is not allowed behavior. Please return to your rooms immediately. If you don't return, I'll receive complaints. Deductions. From my performance evaluation. Not allowed. Her previously smooth voice suddenly became stilted, breaking into clack noises, while her once gentle tone grew increasingly eerie. Hoshino-I's heart pounded wildly, thump. Return to the room, go back immediately. Grabbing Lin Yi's hand, she pulled him quickly toward the room. Thud. She slammed into the door. Whoa. The door was open. How did it suddenly close? Hoshino-I exclaimed in surprise. The door that should have been open was now shut. There was no wind, so why had it closed? And there hadn't been any sound of it closing. Lin Yi took out the key card. To prevent situations like this where he might get locked out, he always carried it with him when leaving the room. Zzz. The electronic clock emitted a buzzing sound, signaling that the card's authentication had failed. The door remained locked. Why? Why won't it open? Why can't we get in? Hoshino-I grew more anxious, her eyes darting toward the elevator to the right. The receptionist from the first floor was approaching, step by step. Please. Return to your room. Return. To your room. She turned her head, and with a chilling crack. Her neck snapped. The sound of bones breaking echoed sharply. Crack. In the next moment, her head twisted to an unnatural angle in the opposite direction. Hoshino-I glanced at her and immediately noticed the receptionist's face was covered in eerie, grayish-black blotches. Her once beautiful eyes were now lifeless, emanating a terrifying and sinister aura. Her entire body exuded a black, ghostly mist. Hoshino-I almost screamed. If she hadn't memorized the rules never shout or scream, she would have shrieked at that moment. Lin Yi-kun. Tears welled in her eyes as she looked at Lin Yi, her body trembling slightly. Lin Yi glanced at the situation and quickly understood why the keycard had failed and why they couldn't enter the room. The room in front of them wasn't room 306. This isn't room 306. Monster. Lin Yi turned toward the sound. A flash of yellow hair disappeared in an instant. Clack. The door slammed shut with a loud noise. Taizhu had dashed into a room and locked the door immediately. That was Taizhu-kun. Hoshino-I gritted her teeth in frustration. Lin Yi-kun had gone out of his way to help him earlier, ensuring he made it safely back to the third floor. And now, this coward. Repaying kindness with betrayal, he was a shameless ingrate. Hoshino-I suddenly noticed the hallway around her had changed. The third floor has changed. What's happening? The previously simple, rectangular layout of the third floor had completely transformed. Looking down the hallway, it stretched into a distorted, black and red corridor. Doors were upside down, and random clutter had appeared as if out of nowhere. The once orderly hallway now felt suffocatingly cramped, filled with grayish dust that hung heavily in the air, casting an oppressive, stifling aura. The glamorous facade had peeled away, revealing a strange and terrifying reality. Perhaps this was the true nature of the lover's heart in. A bizarre figure of a woman in a suit was slowly approaching them. Disturbing. Rest. Punishment. In. Expulsion. The cold, raspy voice, devoid of life, echoed in the hallway. The danger was closing in. Chapter 21, Chaos. Here we come. Hoshino-I was nearly paralyzed with fear. The sudden changes had caught her completely off guard. Was it even possible for a hallway to mutate like this? 306, where had room 306 gone? She turned to look at the hallway behind her, but all she saw was an oppressive black and red expanse. It stretched endlessly, and she couldn't make out the distorted doors on either side or their room numbers. Lin Yi-kun. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Lin Yi's calm, steady words were like gentle sunlight soothing Hoshino-I's panicked heart. In an instant, much of her fear and anxiety melted away. That's right. With Lin Yi here, with Lin Yi, a time-stopping ability user, by her side she would be safe. Nothing bad could happen to her. Tap. Tap tap. The sharp sound of high heels clicking on the floor echoed crisply, reverberating down the twisted hallway. The female receptionist was slowly making her way toward Lin Yi and Hoshino-I, her joints creaking ominously with every step. She didn't seem hurried, nor did she appear worried that they might run away. Instead, she simply took one steady step after another, her raspy, grating voice occasionally breaking the silence. Noisy. Guests. Expulsion. Time stop. It activated once more. Hoshino-I realized what had happened and saw Lin Yi calmly walking toward the grotesque receptionist. Faced with the receptionist's grotesque and eerie form, Lin Yi showed no signs of fear. Instead, he scrutinized her more closely. She doesn't look much different from what I saw on the first floor. The priority was to find room 306. Time stop ensured he wouldn't be harmed, but time itself still had to flow. Otherwise, they would never reach 6 o'clock, the time to check out. Lin Yi grabbed the back of the receptionist's collar and began dragging her further down the hallway. As he moved, he scanned both sides, searching for the door to room 306. But it was nowhere to be found. There was nothing. Nothing on this side at all. To be cautious, Lin Yi tied up the female receptionist's hands and feet. This better work. Even if it doesn't, it should buy us some time. He didn't expect these restraints to fully restrict the eerie female receptionist's movements. Once he was done, Lin Yi turned and headed to the other side. He made a full circuit of the third floor but still couldn't find room 306. Instead, he came across rooms like 207 and 408, rooms that should have been on the second and fourth floors. It was complete chaos. The entire hotel has twisted, the room locations are entirely scrambled. Room 306 was likely on another floor now. But how was he supposed to get there? Forget the emergency stairs, even the elevator was gone. There must be a way to deal with this. Otherwise, this deadly shift would leave participants with no chance to survive. Returning to Hoshino-I's side, Lin Yi deactivated his time stop ability. Lin Yi-kun. She was fully aware and had a good idea of what Lin Yi had done during the time stop. Room 306 isn't on this floor. We need to wait for the floor to shift. Stay close to me and don't get separated. Okay. Hoshino-I nodded firmly, gripping the edge of Lin Yi's coat tightly. Her grip was so determined it seemed she'd never let go, not even in death. Ah! A sharp screech suddenly echoed. From the end of the hallway came the sound of the female receptionist struggling. Rip. Shortly after, the piercing sound of tearing fabric rang out. Lin Yi realized his restraints hadn't been very effective. By now, he had reached the door of room 307 and was helping up the unconscious Kuroda Hikaru. Knock, knock, knock. Following Lin Yi's signal, Hoshino-I knocked on the door, but there was no response from inside. Taizuk-kun, open the door. Kuroda-san is still out here. But there was no movement from within. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps echoed again, but this time, they were faster. The female receptionist's raspy murmurs seemed to carry an ominous power, grating on their nerves. Lin Yi-kun, what should we do? They couldn't get back to room 306. Wake her up. After pushing Kuroda Hikaru toward Hoshino-I, Lin Yi grabbed a broken wooden stick and began walking toward the female receptionist. This time. Let's see if I can break your legs. He muttered. Whether it would work, he didn't know. But he had to try. In the silent, frozen world of the time stop, Lin Yi advanced. Lin Yi dragged the female receptionist to the end of the hallway and unleashed a barrage of strikes with the wooden stick. Not satisfied with just that, he recalled how she had been making noise earlier and directed his full focus to silencing her mouth. Finally, he stuffed a piece of cloth into her mouth for good measure. After completing these tasks, Lin Yi returned to Hoshino-I's side. Click. The moment time resumed its flow, the eerie female receptionist looked bewildered. How had she ended up back here? Her body looked like it had been brutally assaulted. Noisy. Guests. Expulsion. In just a few moments, her battered body began to regenerate. She stood up, her lifeless gray eyes fixed on the three living humans in the hallway. She began to approach them once more. This seemed endless. After several repetitions, even the eerie receptionist seemed on the verge of giving up. She had no idea what was happening. At this point, Kuroda Hikaru had regained consciousness and, with Hoshino-I's explanation, had a rough understanding of the situation. Every time the grotesque and terrifying receptionist approached, Hikaru trembled in fear. But for some reason, every time she blinked, the receptionist would vanish only to reappear again moments later. By now, Hikaru was starting to get used to it, even beginning to believe that nothing would happen to her. Hoshino-I, however, felt the most at ease. Knowing the full story, she thought enduring until 6 o'clock like this might actually work. But Lin Yi-kun would surely get exhausted, wouldn't he? Surely, they needed to get back to their room. Clack, clack, clack. Suddenly, the hallway began to shake. Hold on to me. The terrain is changing. Lin Yi said. At his warning, Hoshino-I immediately grabbed onto Lin Yi's left arm. Kuroda Hikaru wasn't far behind, already knowing what to do from Lin Yi's earlier instructions. In just a few moments, the hallway seemed to shift entirely, becoming twisted and unrecognizable compared to before. Hoshino-I immediately looked at the room numbers on the right side. It's 409. I remember it was 301 before. 10 minutes. Hoshino-I realized that Lin Yi had been timing the intervals between these shifts. I'm going to check the room arrangements on this floor. Wait. Kuroda Hikaru gasped. Lin Yi was going to leave them behind to search for room 306 on his own? She felt a wave of panic. Lin Yi-senpai, let's look together. 306 isn't here. But room 304 is. What? Lin Yi's confidence made Kuroda Hikaru believe he wasn't lying. But isn't Miss Mayo and Mr. Tanaka in 304? Didn't they already turn into monsters? Then. But Lin Yi didn't explain. He simply began heading toward the room. The two girls followed without hesitation. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Yi knocked on the door. Miss Mayo, Mr. Tanaka, it's me. I've brought Tai-chan and Kuroda-san. Was he seriously planning to take refuge in room 304? The two girls couldn't help but wonder. But if Lin Yi dared to do it, they would too. Click. The sound of the door unlocking. As long as they were willing to open the door, that was enough. Lin Yi glanced down the hallway and caught sight of a figure in a suit, her elegant silhouette outlined. His lips curled into a faint smile. Chapter 22, The Final Victor. Hoshino-I and Hikari Kuroda both hid behind Lin Yi, trembling with fear. Knowing that Ichiro Tanaka and Mayo Kamimura in room 304 had mutated into eerie monsters left them terrified, dreading that some horrific creature might emerge from room 304 at any moment. Their unease grew as their eyes caught sight of the female receptionist trapped in her black suit and stockings. The more they glanced, the more panicked they became, their legs shaking uncontrollably. Monsters in front, monsters outside, everywhere was filled with monsters. How were they supposed to get through this? Lin, little brother, you've finally come. Been waiting so long. It was Ichiro Tanaka who appeared. His hair was even thinner now, his greasy forehead reflecting the dim light. Wearing nothing but shorts, his appearance made Hoshino-I and Hikari Kuroda quickly avert their gazes. No one liked a greasy middle-aged man. Oh, I just brought Tai-chan and Kuroda-san over to join the fun. Lin Yi said calmly. Good, good. Join us. Mayo is great. You'll definitely be satisfied. Ichiro Tanaka took a step back and gestured for the three to enter. His gaze lingered on Hoshino Ai and Hikari Kuroda, making their feelings of disgust and repulsion impossible to hide. A few meters away, Mayo Kamimura stood wearing seductive lingerie, her bare skin exposed in large patches. Even the dim lighting couldn't conceal her allure. She noticed Lin Yi's gaze and threw him a flirtatious wink, beckoning him to hurry over. "Oh, by the way, I need to add someone. Would that be okay?" Lin Yi asked, his tone casual. Ichiro Tanaka's response to the sudden request was nothing but enthusiastic. "The more, the better. Everyone can play together. Mr. Tanaka, I'm just worried you won't be able to handle her. It might be too much." "Bring it." That single word from Ichiro Tanaka brimmed with confidence and determination. He even puffed out his chest as if to assert his prowess, though his potbelly hardly made him convincing. "All right then, I'll go fetch her." As soon as Lin Yi's words fell, everything came to a halt. Lin Yi, holding a girl in each arm, took a few steps back before letting them go and walking toward the eerie female receptionist. "One likes to play. One deals with the guests. You two are a perfect match." In no time, Lin Yi dragged the female receptionist to the front of room 304. After positioning her properly, the moment he released time stop, he delivered a powerful kick to the receptionist, sending her hurtling into Ichiro Tanaka, who stood in front of her. "Have fun." With a heavy slam, the door shut firmly. A split second before it closed, sharp screams and roars erupted from within. Hikari Kuroda stood frozen, completely bewildered, not understanding what had just happened. Hoshino Ai, however, understood but chose to remain silent. All that mattered to her was that Lin Yi had once again resolved the problem before them. Thud, thud. The previously unbreakable door shook under repeated impacts. The force behind them even caused noticeable bulges and distortions in the door, though it quickly returned to its normal shape. It was clear that the door couldn't be broken through by external force. Woman. Kill. Rowdy guest. Expel. Bang, bang, bang. Crash, crash, crash. Even with the door separating them, the chaotic sounds of battle inside continued unabated. The three could even hear Mayo Kamimura's startled screams amidst the noise. Hoshino Ai and Hikari Kuroda turned their gazes to Lin Yi, who, after a moment of thought, explained, "This proves that the hotel's receptionist and the mutated guests are not entirely on the same side. When the receptionist enforces the rules by expelling unruly guests, even fully transformed guests fall within her jurisdiction." That reasoning made sense to them. But what Hikari Kuroda didn't understand was, "Lin Yi-senpai, why did the receptionist suddenly appear in front of us? And what about earlier?" Lin Yi smiled and raised a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture. Inside room 304, the sounds of the battle grew fiercer. Crashes of breaking glass, beds overturning, and the continuous roars and growls of the three combatants escalated in intensity. Were it not for the barrier of the door, the sheer aftermath of the fight would likely pose a significant threat to them. Hoshino Ai and Hikari Kuroda listened in fear, their only desire being to get as far away as possible. "Lin Yi-kun, who do you think will win?" "No idea. I hope they all lose. If they could all die, that would be ideal," Hoshino Ai said, her tone laced with hope. As time ticked by, the sounds from room 304 alternated between intense clashes and brief lulls, but the door showed no signs of opening. This indicated that the battle's outcome was yet to be decided. Finally, another 10 minutes passed. Clack, clack, clack. The hallway began to shake. This time, without needing Lin Yi to say anything, both Hoshino Ai and Hikari Kuroda immediately grabbed onto Lin Yi's wrist, ensuring they wouldn't lose contact amidst the shifting terrain. With no threat from the female receptionist, Lin Yi led the two down the dimly lit corridor bathed in an ominous red glow. 306 was found. Beep. As the key card approached, the door opened. At that moment, the sound of crisp footsteps echoed from the far end of the hallway. This sound Lin Yi knew it all too well. Hoshino Ai recognized it just as clearly. The final victor of the battle in room 304 was the female receptionist. Chapter 23, Lin Yi-kun, you're amazing. The sound of high heels echoed through the hallway. Lin Yi looked ahead and saw the female receptionist. Her black suit was disheveled, and her stockings were torn, exposing patches of skin. She walked steadily in her high heels, her left arm dangling something behind her. As she approached, the dim light revealed what she was dragging. Ugh! Hoshino Ai and Hikari Kuroda covered their mouths, fearing that making any noise might once again breach the hotel's rules. Even with Lin Yi present, neither dared to face what they saw head-on. It was a corpse, or rather, the body of Ichiro Tanaka. Strictly speaking, it wasn't entirely lifeless. Tanaka's eyes remained open, but his once portly frame had grotesquely swollen to the point of bursting through his clothes. Patches of unidentifiable flesh oozed with fluids, filling the hallway with a faint, Nauseating stench. Woman. Kill. The faint sound of his voice carried through the otherwise silent corridor. The receptionist delivered a sharp kick, prompting a pig-like squeal of agony from Ichiro Tanaka. She then stopped and lifted her dull gray eyes to meet Lin Yi's gaze. Their eyes locked, exchanging a silent understanding. Lin Yi felt about 80% certain that the receptionist possessed some degree of self-awareness. She wasn't merely a puppet within the hotel, though whether this self-awareness was her own or bestowed by the hotel was unclear. Only one way to find out. He raised his index finger to his lips in a quieting gesture. 3 seconds passed. The receptionist shifted her gaze away and resumed dragging Ichiro Tanaka, step by step, down the hallway. Lin Yi watched calmly, making no move. Behind him, Hoshino Ai and Hikari Kuroda cowered in fear, trembling. They worried that the receptionist might suddenly lash out. If it were possible, they'd have bolted into the room and shut the door behind them. But since Lin Yi neither moved nor closed the door, they had no choice but to endure, anxiously hoping the receptionist would pass quickly. Click. Click. She came closer still. Yet the receptionist made no attack and displayed no hostility. Finally, she walked past them. In that fleeting moment, clean up. There will be. Her hoarse voice carried no malice. Dragging Ichiro Tanaka, she entered the elevator and disappeared. Lin Yi-senpai. Where? Safe now, right? Hikari Kuroda asked cautiously. The receptionist had left, so surely they were safe now. For now, yes. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Hikari exhaled deeply, relief washing over her. That's a key card, Lin Yi-kun. Hoshino Ai said, suddenly noticing a card on the floor outside the door, stained with a blackish-red liquid. Tugging on Lin Yi's sleeve, she quickly stepped outside and picked up the card. Rustle. Hoshino Ai wiped the card clean with a tissue before handing it to Lin Yi. It's the keycard for room 304. Could it have fallen from that man as he was being dragged away? Probably. It's unlikely that terrifying receptionist left it intentionally. Hikari Kuroda still trembled with residual fear, haunted by how close they had been to terror and death. If not for Lin Yi, she would likely have been dead. In comparison, her classmate, Taejuk, was utterly useless. She had already heard from Hoshino Ai that when the receptionist appeared earlier, Taejuk had shut the door without giving them any chance to enter. Lin Yi took the room 304 keycard in hand. Based on the female receptionist's brief words earlier, Lin Yi actually felt it was likely she had left the card intentionally. Was this help? That couldn't be, could it? The hotel's receptionist actively offering assistance? Still pondering this strange possibility, Lin Yi turned and closed the door to room 306. The moment the click of the lock sounded, Hoshino Ai and Hikari Kuroda both let out a deep sigh of relief, feeling much more at ease. Being in the room really does feel safer. Hoshino Ai remarked, throwing all concern for her image aside as she leaped onto the large bed. The bed creaked under the impact. Hikari Kuroda followed suit, equally unconcerned about appearances. Lin Yi glanced over, catching a brief but stunning view of their carelessness. By the way, Lin Yi-kun, why didn't the receptionist attack us again in the end? Immediately, both women's eyes turned toward Lin Yi, awaiting an explanation. First, we had already entered the room, which means we were within its protected boundaries. Lin Yi began. Second, we stayed quiet and didn't make any more noise or disturbances. Third, I guess that since she had just dealt with one guest who broke the rules, she couldn't target others until she'd fully resolved that violation. Lin Yi's explanation made the two women suddenly realize the truth. Oh. So that's how it is. Lin Yi-kun, you're so smart. I couldn't have thought of that at all. Senior Lin Yi figured this out ahead of time, that's why he dared to stand at the door and face that terrifying female receptionist directly. Amazing. Both of them looked at him with admiration in their eyes. Lin Yi didn't explain further. Time stop was his secret and his ace in the hole. He absolutely couldn't let anyone else know about it. Time stop was a powerful ability, but it wasn't invincible. If others learned about it, they could find ways to counter it. An unguarded mind against a calculating opponent, if it happened enough times, he'd be the one to die in the end. Thus, this was a secret he wouldn't share with anyone. When it came to his survival, Lin Yi understood the importance of caution. He just didn't know if this world had any individuals with abilities to detect others' superpowers. If such a person existed and he encountered them, they would have to be dealt with as a priority. Chapter 24, Room Service. Lin Yi withdrew his thoughts and walked straight to the sofa in the hotel room. You should dress too, but don't fall asleep. Tonight, they'd have to stay awake again. Lin Yi sat down, leaning back and reclining against the sofa. His muscles relaxed slightly, bringing immense relief. During the time stop, his brute force outputs and carrying and pulling people had consumed both his stamina and energy. It had taken a toll on him. After this is over, I need to properly train this body. Since he had already been chosen for the mysterious game, there was no way to opt out unless he cleared it. Physical fitness was essential. Even with time stop, he couldn't afford to be careless. Lin Yi-kun. Suddenly, Hoshino-ai, sitting cross-legged on the bed, brushed back her long black-purple hair and faced Lin Yi, her eyes quietly observing him. What's up? How about I give you a massage? You must be really tired. A massage might help you relax. This was one of the few things she could think of to help Lin Yi. An idol like you knows how to give massages? I don't. Hoshino-ai shook her head. But an idol like me can learn. Besides, massages don't seem that hard. She blinked her sparkling eyes, waiting for Lin Yi's response. Accept? Or refuse? What was there to think about? Getting a massage from the famous idol Hoshino-ai? I think I'd be the first and only one. Lin Yi didn't hesitate. He walked over to the large bed, lay face down, and exposed his back without any defense. Hoshino-ai's smile brightened even more. She straddled his back, placing her fingers on his shoulders, and began to press firmly but gently. How's this pressure? It's good. Then I'll press a bit harder. Sure. How about I use my feet instead? Lin Yi? Isn't there a type of fan who really loves being stepped on by their idol? Hoshino-ai's tone carried a hint of embarrassment, her cheeks slightly flushed, but the corner of her eye still peeked at Lin Yi's profile. Too bad I'm not wearing black stockings. This woman is definitely teasing me. My in black stockings would look amazing. Hoshino-ai? Her smile froze, and she pouted in frustration. Feeling a pang of grievance, she instinctively slapped Lin Yi's back a bit harder. My would never be this rough. She'd definitely be gentle with me. 3 seconds of silence for Mai. Hoshino-ai felt a lump of frustration building up in her chest. Sakurajima Mai wouldn't give you a massage like this at all. Mai is so gentle and beautiful, she wouldn't do something like a massage. I'm also very gentle and beautiful. Hoshino-ai said. Lin Yi immediately turned his head toward Kuroda Hikaru. Kuroda-san, do you think she's gentle and beautiful? A deathly question. Kuroda Hikaru wouldn't dare to answer. Ugh. My stomach. It hurts. I think I'm going to faint. She promptly lay down on the bed, closed her eyes, and pretended to pass out. Hoshino-ai couldn't hold back her laughter and almost burst out laughing. See? Kuroda-san must think I'm very gentle and kind, that's why she acted like that. Seems like Kuroda-san's judgment is a bit off. Wah, can I bite you? Where do you want to bite? Wah, Lin Yi-kun, you're such a perv. 10 minutes later, Hoshino-ai couldn't keep going, so Lin Yi let her rest. Meanwhile, Kuroda Hikaru, seemingly wanting to repay Lin Yi for saving her life, took over and gave a 10-minute massage herself. Lin Yi enjoyed 20 full minutes of relaxation. It was something the girls willingly offered, so there was no reason for him to refuse. In such a dangerous world, couldn't he at least enjoy this bit of comfort? Everything seemed to have calmed down, as though no dangers would arise for the rest of the night. Finally, the clock struck 1:00 a.m. 5 hours remained until dawn at 6:00 a.m. The long, dark night was exceptionally hard to endure. What should have been a simple matter of sleeping through the night had turned into a torturous wait for time to pass. Lin Yi found it boring, struggling to pass the time. His gaze once again fell on Hoshino-ai, who yawned sleepily as she stretched her arms. That simple action jolted Lin Yi's mind awake. Hoshino. The sudden sound caused Hoshino-ai to open her eyes, shaking off her drowsiness. What is it, Lin Yi-kun? Did you hear something strange again? The infection has worsened. Huh? A minute later, the three confirmed their current situation. Without exception, their infection levels had increased. Judging by the darker shades of the gray-black patches on their skin, their infection was clearly far worse than it had been an hour ago. Why is this happening? What's going on? Hoshino-ai couldn't make sense of it. Kuroda Hikaru was even more clueless. She had essentially been carried along this entire time. Without Lin Yi and Hoshino-ai, she would likely already be among the corpses. Lin Yi pondered deeply, going over all the clues and information they had gathered so far. Our infection is worsening over time, he began. The shower water allows us to see each other's infection levels more clearly. Among the 6 of us, Tanaka Ichiro and Waimura Mayo from room 304 have become full anomalies. They were likely influenced by the noises from 10 p.m. to midnight and did something they shouldn't have, turning them into anomalies. Since both room 306 and room 307 had been affected by sounds, Lin Yi doubted room 304 was an exception. But we haven't come into contact with anything particularly strange, have we? Hoshino-ai racked her brain but could only think of the eerie shower water as something odd. There's one other thing we've all been in constant contact with, Lin Yi said. What is it? Both girls turned their attention to Lin Yi. He raised his finger and pointed. This hotel. No, specifically the rooms we're staying in. We've been in contact with them the entire time. The rooms are toxic. If this was the cause, the worsening infection made sense. But how could they solve it? It seemed unsolvable. Hoshino Ai and Kuroda Hikaru felt suffocated by despair. It felt like a dead end. That was it. There was no solution. At their current rate of infection, in just 1 or 2 hours, their bodies would be covered in black patches, and they would turn into anomalies. Neither of them wanted to become grotesque creatures. Not at all. Knock, knock, knock. A knocking sound echoed. It wasn't the door to room 306 but came from a door at some distance. Room service. Dear guest, do you require housekeeping services? Late at night, a housekeeping staff member comes knocking. Are they cleaning up trash or people? Chapter 25, Room 307 needs cleaning normally. Room service is carried out during the day, never at night. However, Lin Yi couldn't help but recall the word cleaning whispered as he brushed past the female receptionist. Was she warning him? But was her warning well-intentioned or malicious? Lin Yi-kun. Hoshino Ai, sitting beside Lin Yi, gently nudged him and spoke cautiously. I think I heard the sound of room service. I heard it too. Kuroda Hikaru immediately added. This confirmed that all three of them heard it. It wasn't an individual hallucination. Squeak, squeak. The sound of a cleaning car gliding along the corridor echoed. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking resumed. Room service. May I ask if the guest requires cleaning services? The voice of a middle-aged woman, likely in her 30s or 40s, rang out repeatedly. When she received no response from the room, she moved along, pushing her cleaning car to the next door. The rhythmic knocking and inquiry continued. Closer, and closer. The cleaning lady proceeded from room to room. Every sound she made struck fear into the hearts of Hoshino Ai and Kuroda Hikaru. The two suppressed their growing anxiety, waiting for Lin Yi to make a decision. Click. Suddenly, the sound of a door unlocking broke the silence. After her usual inquiry, the cleaning lady didn't leave. Instead, she opened the electronic clock to the room. Room 304. The room next door. The cleaning lady entered room 304 to clean. No. It shouldn't be possible. Wasn't the hallway distorted before we returned to the room? Weren't the room numbers all scrambled? Faced with Hoshino Ai's doubts, Lin Yi explained, the hallway distortion happened because we triggered Rule 6, which drew the attention of the female receptionist in the lobby. But now that she's gone and we've returned to our room, the hallway and room sequence should have returned to normal. After explaining, Lin Yi stood up and gave the two a meaningful look. Let's go out and check. Immediately, Kuroda Hikaru's heart tensed. Out there was the cleaning lady, a staff member of this mysterious inn. If they stepped out, they might run right into her. What if she was pretending to clean the neighboring room but was actually waiting outside their door? She voiced her concerns. I think Kuroda-san might have a point. Maybe we shouldn't. Hoshino Ai hesitated, then quickly changed her stance, but I'll always support Lin Yi-kun's decisions. Kuroda Hikaru widened her eyes in shock. She had thought Hoshino Ai was on her side, trying to dissuade Lin Yi from going out. Now it looked like she was the sole dissenter, the only one against the plan. Could idols really be this cunning? Lin Yi-senpai, you decide. Put on your shoes and follow my instructions. Lin Yi ordered firmly. He had a hypothesis about the contamination rules of this Siri Inn. Now, all that remained was to test it along with a bit of luck. He glanced at the room's clock. It was currently 1:15 a.m. Lin Yi withdrew his gaze as the sound of cleaning came from the neighboring room. Swish, swish. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of a broom. Thud, thud, thud. Suddenly, the sharp sound of heavy chopping rang out, as if someone were cutting through chunks of meat and bone. Each blow struck fear into the fragile hearts of the two girls. They knew there was something inside room 304, but their instincts led them to deny the possibility of their darkest suspicions. They told themselves it was just their imagination. Let's go. Lin Yi stepped to the door and opened it. The moment the door swung open, the hallway came into view. Just as Lin Yi had said, the hallway had returned to normal. The three of them stepped out of their room and looked toward the neighboring one, room 304. Its door was open, and the sounds of cleaning were now even clearer. There truly was a cleaner inside, tidying up the room. Hoshino Ai's gaze shifted to Lin Yi's face. She thought Lin Yi-kun would surely use his supernatural abilities to investigate the situation inside the room. However, even as the cleaner pushed a cart laden with cleaning supplies out of the doorway, Lin Yi showed no intention of using time-stopping powers to enter the room and gather clues. Had she been mistaken? Hoshinoi couldn't help but wonder. The cart moved slowly forward. Gasp. In an instant, Hoshinoi's eyes widened. Her hand, which had been clutching Lin Yi's sleeve, quickly retracted to cover her mouth. She stared in horror at the contents of the trash bin on the cart. Gulp. The sound of swallowing. Inside the trash bin lay dismembered body parts, limbs severed and piled haphazardly. The grotesque, bloodied remains were smeared with gore, occasionally revealing soft, pale skin that hinted at what they once were. At the top of the heap sat a round, black-haired object, a human head. As the cart moved, blood-matted strands of hair shifted, revealing a pair of lifeless, gray eyes. The moment the twin-tailed brunette caught sight of this, she nearly screamed. But sheer willpower forced her to clamp her mouth shut. Clinging tightly to Lin Yi's sleeve, her body trembled uncontrollably. Only by holding on could she keep her fear at bay. At that moment, both girls understood. The chopping sound they had heard earlier, it was the cleaner dismembering the corpse of Mayo. A wave of nausea surged within them, growing stronger as the pungent stench of blood filled the air. Both girls felt like vomiting. Just then, the cleaner pushed the cart out of room 304. As she was closing the door, Lin Yi paused time. He entered room 304 and returned shortly after, standing back in his original spot. Hoshinoi felt relieved. She trusted that Lin Yi had found the key to clearing this ordeal. Against such a grotesque, body-dismembering cleaner, he surely wouldn't face any problems. Time resumed. The cleaner, with blackish red liquid staining their clothes, closed the door to room 304 and then lifted their head to look at the trio. "Guests, are you checking out? Which room requires cleaning?" "Room 306 needs cleaning service." "Thank you." Lin Yi replied, as if it was the most natural thing, showing no sign of concern while speaking with the hotel staff. Hoshinoi and Kuroda Hikaru, however, were on edge, their nerves stretched to the limit. Hadn't they agreed to ignore the existence of the hotel's strange staff? "I understand." The cleaner replied, their demeanor entirely free of hostility. They almost seemed safe. "Oh, and room 307 also needs cleaning," Lin Yi added. Room 307 was where Taijuku Zeniga and Kuroda Hikaru were staying, and Taijuku was still holed up in the room alone. "Guest. You're not the occupant of room 307. The cleaner's tone suddenly turned stiff. Lin Yi gently tapped Kuroda Hikaru on the waist, signaling her with his gaze. "Our room 307 needs cleaning." Mustering every ounce of her courage, she managed to get the words out. "I understand." The cleaner pushed their cart and first entered room 306 to begin cleaning. 5 minutes later, the cleaner pushed the cart to the tightly closed door of room 307. The sound of knocking echoed. Chapter 26, Key Card Malfunction. Knock, knock, knock. The door of room 307 was being knocked on. "Hello. Room cleaning service." But the door didn't open. The cleaner quickly retrieved a keycard from the pocket on their chest, a master keycard that allowed them to open any room. Lin Yi's expression shifted slightly. He had searched those pockets earlier and hadn't found any keycard. The rules of the hotel had restricted him. Room 307 requires cleaning service. Proceeding to unlock the door now. The cleaner moved closer with the keycard in hand. "Don't." Suddenly, a voice of strong rejection came from within room 307. "Room 307 doesn't need any cleaning service." "No, absolutely not. Go to another room." It was Taijuku's voice. He wasn't dead, he was alive and well. The cleaner immediately turned to look at Kuroda Hikaru, making the twin-tailed brunette shiver involuntarily, her hands and feet turning cold. Taijuku-kun, open the door. We need room service." "No. Go away." The rejection came again, firm and resolute. The cleaner lowered their hand. "Room 307 is occupied and does not require cleaning service." Moving to the next room. But at that moment, time froze once more. Lin Yi sighed, a little disappointed. I had hoped Taijuku wouldn't respond. He was curious to see what the cleaner would do in a room with someone inside. Would they treat the occupant as garbage and clean them up as well? Initially, Lin Yi's attitude toward Taijuku had been shaped by his dislike for the character in the original story. While he didn't intend to harm Taijuku outright, he wouldn't have hesitated to help him if necessary. Now, however, after Taijuku coldly shut the door, prioritizing his own survival and refusing to communicate or cooperate, Lin Yi no longer cared if the infamous yellow-haired character from this fictional world ended up dead. A dead blonde is a good blonde. Still, for now, this plan was temporarily out of reach. Lin Yi walked over to the cleaner, took the master key card from her left hand, and approached the door to room 304, putting some distance between himself and the cleaner. Next, he would use the key card to unlock the door. Time resumed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The key card failed to work on room 304's door. Hoshino-I's expression changed slightly as she watched. They couldn't return to the room. After the cleaning was completed, the original room card could no longer be used. What? What should we do? Lin Yi pressed the cleaner's room card against the reader. Hoshino-I watched and couldn't help but praise him once again. Lin Yi-kun had already anticipated this issue and obtained the cleaner's room card in advance. However, the sound of zzzzzzzzzzz still indicated an error. The door remained tightly shut. Hoshino-I's face turned pale. Lin Yi, on the other hand, remained calm, showing no signs of panic over the invalid room card. Guest. A hoarse voice came from the cleaner. Lin Yi turned to look. In the blink of an eye, the previously normal-looking cleaner had changed. Her expression became increasingly grotesque, her hollow eyes oozing liquid, and she began pulling various tools from her cart. There was a broom, a duster, and even an axe. Why would a cleaner carry an axe? Kuroda Hikaru's eyes widened at the sight. The sharp axe gleamed, its edge still dripping with blood. That must be the blood of Mayo. Stealing a room card. Guest's property. Danger. Report. The hoarse, stuttering voice sounded eerily similar to that of the previous female receptionist. In the next moment, the cleaner moved. Her humanoid body twisted into an unnatural form, while the broom and axe swung wildly through the air. Hoshino-I and Kuroda Hikaru froze in place, instinctively closing their eyes. Before long, Hoshino-I realized she was unharmed. She felt herself being carried away. It must have been Lin Yi using time stop. When she blinked and her vision returned, Hoshino-I found herself at the elevator entrance. Meanwhile, all the cleaner's attacks at the door of room 304 had missed. The cleaner noticed the disappearance of the three people. Take the stairs, go down. Just as Kuroda Hikaru was about to press the elevator button, he immediately turned and ran toward the emergency stairwell. Behind them, the eerie cleaner let out a guttural scream, but her figure stopped at the stairwell entrance, unable to go any further. It didn't chase us. It must not be able to leave the third floor. Hoshino-I breathed a sigh of relief. What should we do next, Lin Yi-kun? We can't return to our room, and the receptionist on the first floor is also dangerous. We can't just stay here forever. The dimly glowing green stairwell wasn't exactly safe, either. To the lobby. Really stay in the lobby until 6 o'clock? It's just a matter of not talking to the female receptionist for a few hours. Hoshino-I gritted her teeth, thinking she could manage it. No. Then. Have a chat with the female receptionist. Huh? Hoshino-I was stunned, even Kuroda Hikaru was completely surprised. Chapter 27, The Meaning of Numbers. Hoshino-I clearly remembered that after Taijuk interacted with the female receptionist, it led to her transformation into a grotesque, eerie entity. Now, Lin Yi intended to go to the lobby to interact with the female receptionist. But why? Faced with the two women's confusion, Lin Yi didn't offer an explanation. Instead, he continued downstairs and pushed open the emergency exit door on the first floor. The emergency exit door, which couldn't be opened from outside no matter how much force was used, now opened effortlessly with a slight push. Bright light from the first floor lobby streamed in, dispelling the dimness at the stairway entrance. The three of them once again entered the lobby of the hotel's first floor. At the reception desk, a woman in a black suit sat quietly. When Lin Yi and the others appeared in the lobby, she proactively approached them step by step, her curvaceous figure on full display once more. Guests, how can I assist you? Her inquiry style hadn't changed much. Hoshino-I kept her mouth tightly shut. No matter what she heard, she wouldn't respond in any way. We encountered an emergency situation. Lin Yi spoke. After the cleaner finished tidying the room, they closed the door, making it impossible for us to re-enter. Now, both the room cards for room 304 and room 306 are invalid. He took out the two room cards and handed them to the female receptionist. Please help us reset the room cards. I understand. We apologize for the inconvenience caused by the negligence of our staff. Thank you for your patience. After accepting the two room cards, the female receptionist returned to her workstation and began a series of operations. Hoshino-I and Kuroda Hikaru stared in astonishment. So that's how it was. Does asking the front desk for help in an emergency refer to this situation? Well, in a normal hotel stay, if the room card fails, seeking help from the front desk is indeed the right thing to do. They could return to their room. But, what about the contamination issue? Hoshino-I glanced at Lin Yi, then at Kuroda Hikaru. The contamination on both of them hadn't diminished at all, they were just 2 or 3 degrees away from resembling the grotesque cleaner they had seen earlier. 2 minutes later, the female receptionist approached Lin Yi, handing him the two room cards. Guests, everything has been taken care of. Thank you. It's my duty. She smiled. I really mean it, thank you for your help. It's part of my responsibility as a staff member of this hotel. May you have a pleasant night here. The three took the elevator back to the third floor. The cleaner was no longer there. Beep. The door to room 304 opened. The three of them stepped inside. The room was now spotlessly clean, with no trace of dust or blood, as if it were brand new. It's been cleaned thoroughly, nothing is left. Lin Yi noticed a change in a particular item and smiled. His analysis had been completely correct. There would be no problem until 6 o'clock. Alright, let's get some rest. We have 3 hours to sleep. Hoshino-I blinked, completely confused. Could it be that Lin Yi-kun has already found the cause of our contamination and successfully resolved it? Something like that. Hoshino-I and Kuroda Hikaru exchanged a glance, then immediately moved closer to Lin Yi, shaking him as they asked, tell us. What's really going on in this hotel? Why did our contamination worsen, and why is it suddenly fine now? Having survived in the hotel for several hours, Hoshino-I was intensely curious, eager to understand the mysteries and rules of the situation. Kuroda Hikaru felt the same. The two women stared at him with wide, expectant eyes. I'm tired. Lin Yi-kun. Lin Yi-senpai. The two girls flanked Lin Yi, one on each side, enthusiastically using their small fists to massage his shoulders and back. Please satisfy our curiosity, Lin Yi-kun. After we leave this hotel and return to reality, I'll wear white stockings just for you. And even perform a dance just for you. This wasn't bad. The pressure shifted to Kuroda Hikaru. I'll wear a school swimsuit for Lin Yi-senpai to see. Kuroda Hikaru said, barely containing her embarrassment. Fine. It's not actually that hard to figure out, but if overlooked, it's easy to miss entirely. Lin Yi began to explain, did you notice that? He pointed to the digital clock hanging on the wall. The clock? The numbers beneath the time display. It's 0. What does that mean? When we left room 306 at 1:15 a.m. what was the number? Did either of you notice? The two girls shook their heads. It was 70. But now it's 0. Why? Cleaning. Lin Yi explained. After a room is cleaned, everything inside resets to 0. Reset to 0? Wasn't that just the room being cleaned and tidied up? Hoshino-I vaguely grasped something but felt as if she were still separated from the truth by a thin layer of glass, unable to fully break through. What did that number represent? She felt that was the key. Chapter 28, hoping others are safe, they were so close, just one step away. But no matter how hard Hoshino-I racked her brain, she just couldn't grasp that fleeting inspiration. She still couldn't figure out what the numbers represented. Suddenly, Hoshino-I tilted her head, stuck out her tongue playfully, and lightly tapped her head with her fist. She wore an adorable yet awkward smile. Sorry, Lin Yi-kun, I can't figure it out. Can you just tell us? It was a charming gesture, typically endearing for a young girl. However, given Hoshino-I's current appearance with gray-black patches covering parts of her cheeks, the act, instead of being cute, took on an unsettling quality in Lin Yi's eyes. Hoshino, be mindful of your actions. Is it bad? She widened her big eyes, slightly tilting her head up about 15 degrees, while placing her delicate index finger against her cheek. Another classic move to emphasize cuteness. You might want to look in the mirror and check your current state. Immediately, Hoshino-I understood. She visualized herself, with her blotchy, patch-covered face, doing something cute. The thought alone was horrifying. She couldn't even accept it herself, feeling a sudden wave of nausea at the mental image. I'm sorry for leaving a bad impression on you, Lin Yi-kun. She promptly and earnestly apologized without hesitation. You don't have to be so serious. I was just joking. Lin Yi replied in a casual tone. Hoshino-I let out a small, then raised her eyes again to look at Lin Yi. Lin Yi-kun, just tell us directly. My brain doesn't work that well, honestly. Lin Yi's gaze shifted to Kuroda Hikaru, the brown-haired girl with twin ponytails. She shook her head vigorously, signaling that she couldn't figure it out either. I'll give you a few more hints, Lin Yi said, gathering his thoughts. When Hoshino and I entered room 306, the number below the clock was 0. By around 11 p.m. it had changed to 20, and after midnight, it became 40. As time passed, the number steadily increased. Pollution. Hoshino-I and Kuroda Hikaru said simultaneously. The two girls exchanged glances and smiled knowingly at each other. Exactly. The number represents pollution, not our pollution levels, but the room's pollution level. Based on my judgment, the pollution value started rising at 10 p.m. Wait, something's wrong. Hoshino-I suddenly interrupted, a thought coming to her. She stared at the number below the clock. Currently, it was 0, but if she remembered correctly, Lin Yi had just said that when they left room 306, the number was 70. From 0 to 20, 40, shouldn't the next number be 60, not 70? Lin Yi's gaze landed on Kuroda Hikaru, pointing at her. Me? Kuroda Hikaru was puzzled. But soon, the two girls realized it again. Because there are 3 people in one room now, the pollution level increases by 30 per hour. Following this pattern, the more people in a room, the faster the pollution value rises each hour. Kuroda Hikaru suddenly remembered when Taejuk suggested 6 people in one room back in the lobby on the first floor. If they had actually followed that suggestion, then, within 2 hours, the pollution level in the room would have reached 100. All of them would have been completely consumed by the pollution, turning into full-fledged anomalies. Kuroda Hikaru felt a chill run through her heart, her back drenched in cold sweat. Especially considering that initially, they had planned for 4 people to share one room. Had they gone through with that plan, she would already have become an anomaly, with no chance of ever escaping the Siri Love Hotel alive. In an instant, Kuroda Hikaru directed a grateful look toward Lin Yi. Hoshino, I also realized this point. Lin Yi-kun, did you figure this out from the start? Her eyes sparkled like stars, full of admiration for Lin Yi's wisdom. Trusting and supporting Lin Yi-kun from the beginning was undoubtedly the right choice. Experience. Lin Yi replied. It was experience he had gained from his past life, from reading countless eerie tales, horror stories, and paranormal novels. The more people gathered together, the greater the danger. The rules didn't set an upper limit on the number of people, only a lower limit, but that itself was often a subtle hint. So choosing 2 people per room was the safest option. However, his response led the 2 girls to speculate. They subconsciously felt that Lin Yi must have participated in similar eerie games before, gaining extensive experience in handling such situations. Otherwise, how could he remain so calm and unafraid from start to finish? Hoshino I became even more convinced of her theory, believing that only by participating in eerie games could one gain extraordinary powers. Lin Yi's time-stopping ability had to be a reward he obtained from such a game. If she could survive this eerie game, would she also be granted an extraordinary power? Suddenly, Hoshino I felt a trace of anticipation for the moment of triumph. Lin Yi-senpai, if the pollution value is tied to the number of people and time, then if only one person stayed in a room, the pollution would only increase by 80 from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. It would be entirely possible to survive until the checkout moment. This is a love hotel. Guests staying here are implicitly expected not to be alone. With just one sentence, Lin Yi made Kuroda Hikaru realize what she had overlooked. Even without Rule 1 explicitly stating it, staying alone in a room was never a viable option. I boldly speculate. If a participant stayed alone in a room, the hotel would likely arrange for a companion to share the room. Both girls immediately felt their scalps tingle. What kind of scenario would that lead to? Neither of them dared to imagine. What about Taejuk-san? What was the situation in room 307 now? Kuroda Hikaru couldn't help but think about it. Let's hope he's okay. Lin Yi said. That single sentence made it clear to Kuroda Hikaru that Lin Yi didn't hold much hope for Taejuk. But she couldn't blame Lin Yi. She had no right to. She knew Lin Yi had already done his utmost for Taejuk. The suggestion to clean room 307 inches was Lin Yi's initiative, made to the housekeeping staff in an effort to ensure Taejuk wouldn't succumb to pollution so easily. Otherwise, Lin Yi, who had already figured out the hotel's rules, could have chosen to do nothing if he truly wanted Taejuk to die. In the end, Taejuk had rejected this kindness. Kuroda Hikaru sighed inwardly. 20 pollution rooms could allow 4 people to stay safely, as each person would only contribute 10 pollution per hour. With over 4 hours until 6 a.m. or 5 hours if rounded up, it would work perfectly. However, leave me alone. She remembered Taeju's final, harsh rejection, where he angrily pushed them away, fearing they might jeopardize his survival. His earlier cryptic warning when they first checked into room 307, sacrifices might be necessary to survive, cut her deeply, like a blade repeatedly stabbing her heart. Kuroda Hikaru slowly pulled herself out of her thoughts. Her gaze settled on Lin Yi's face. A certain idea emerged in her mind. Chapter 29, Lin Yi's gentle kindness. Lin Yi had a noble character, kind and gentle. On the surface, he appeared aloof, but in truth, he was a genuinely good person who helped others in his unique way. Even when faced with Taeju's betrayal, he still responded with grace and kindness. Someone with such a character. If she were to make a request, Kuroda Hikaru believed Lin Yi would not refuse her. Because that was just the kind of gentle person Lin Yi was. However, no. She couldn't do that. Kuroda Hikaru rejected the thought. Rather than forcing everyone to take on unnecessary risks, it was better for her idea to never surface in the first place. From the very beginning, Lin Yi didn't owe Taejuk anything. If anything, It was Taijuku owed Lin Yi. Phew. With a slow exhale, Kuroda Hikaru completely extinguished that thought from her mind. Respecting Taijuku's choices and fate, this was Kuroda Hikaru's decision. That peculiar fondness she had felt for Taijuku at some point had now completely vanished. The lingering image of him in her heart was gone, replaced by something else entirely. Kuroda Hikaru's eyes now reflected Lin Yi's figure. How wonderful! She turned to glance at Hoshino-ai. Only someone as beautiful as Hoshino-ai could be worthy of Lin Yi-kun, she thought. In Sakakino Academy, only girls like Katsura Kodanoa or Sekai Sei could match him. And as for herself, she sighed inwardly. Lin Yi noticed the subtle changes in Kuroda Hikaru's demeanor. Given the close distance between them, it was all too easy for him to pick up on the girl's emotions. A strange feeling of being entangled in a love triangle surfaced within him. If his memory served correctly, in the original work, Kuroda Hikaru had feelings for Taijuku. Whether that remained true in this two-dimensional reality, he wasn't sure. But if it was true, then this. Lin Yi couldn't help but glance at Kuroda Hikaru a couple more times. This slight attention caused the sensitive girl to instinctively turn her head and avert her gaze, her cheeks flushing and her ears burning. Of course, Hoshino-ai couldn't miss such a development. She was annoyed. Pouting, she expressed her displeasure internally. This is my fan, the man who confessed his love for me. Stop coveting him. Well, since we're already on the topic, let me explain a few more points. Lin Yi said, as if to shift focus and, perhaps, to provide the two girls with additional information. Single bedrooms cannot be used, they must be reassigned, and this is also related to pollution. When I checked inside, I found that the number under the clock time was 100. This means that by 10 p.m. anyone in a single bedroom will face 100% pollution. Lin Yi explained. As for Mayo and Tanaka Ichiro, the primary reason for their transformation into anomalies is likely because they did something that they shouldn't have, which caused their pollution levels to skyrocket. Kuroda Hikaru looked puzzled, completely unsure what something they shouldn't have done referred to. She looked to Hoshino-ai for help. Hoshino-ai tried hinting several times, but when it didn't work, she reluctantly leaned in close to Hikaru and whispered an explanation. Kuroda Hikaru's ears turned even redder with embarrassment. Lin Yi-kun, I have another question. Pollution levels rise in the rooms, but what about the hallways and the lobby on the first floor? There are clocks there as well, and the numbers do increase. However, I've concluded that in those areas, the pollution levels aren't tied to the number of people but rather increase steadily with time. By 6 a.m. those areas will also reach 100. Then can't we just stay in the hallway for a while, maybe until 2 or 3 a.m. before returning to our rooms? That way, the pollution levels in our space won't reach 100 before 6 a.m. Hoshino-ai suggested. She did some quick calculations and thought it seemed highly feasible. Based on their current understanding, their body's pollution levels appeared to correspond to the highest level of the space they occupied. As long as the levels didn't hit 100 before 6 a.m. they should be safe. It's feasible, but do you dare stay in the hallway from the beginning? Hoshino-ai vigorously shook her head. No, absolutely not. Neither the female receptionist nor the cleaning lady was someone she felt comfortable confronting directly. Without Lin Yi, she would have hidden in her room and never dared to leave. There must be more than one way to clear this game, but regardless of the method, understanding the hotel's operating rules is essential. Lin Yi said. Whether it was deciphering the numbers representing pollution levels, discovering the effects of the shower water, or risking asking the dangerous receptionist for help, it all required careful observation, bold experimentation, and courage to gamble on uncertain outcomes. None of these could be lacking. Alright, that's about enough for now. Lin Yi concluded. There were additional details he chose not to share, such as the fact that pollution levels in a room only reset to 0 after the cleaning staff completed their task and closed the door. This related to his time-stopping ability, which made it difficult to explain where his information came from. So it was better to leave it unsaid. Let's rest for now. Afterward, we'll change rooms, and by 6 a.m. we'll head to the lobby to check out and leave this place. At that moment, both girls smiled with hope. But Lin Yi hadn't forgotten that there was one more rule from the check-in guidelines that hadn't come into play yet. Chapter 30, The Performance Ons Here Room 306. The clock finally struck 6 o'clock. The pollution level below remained at 60, without reaching the extreme scenario that had been predicted. Finally, it's 6. Thank goodness. We survived until 6 o'clock. Sob, sob. At this moment, the two girls were overcome with joy and tears. The 8 or 9 hours they had endured last night had been the most terrifying experience of their lives. If given a choice, they would never want to go through it again. Lin Yi-kun, let's go downstairs quickly. The sooner we leave, the better. Hoshino-ai didn't even want to stay another second. But soon, Her expression turned to one of astonishment. She pointed at Lin Yi, her voice trembling. It's gone. It's gone. The pollution. It's gone. Hoshino-I saw that the black gray patches on Lin Yi's face were rapidly fading, visibly returning to normal. She quickly turned to look at Kuroda Hikaru, and the same thing was happening. Kuroda Hikaru was also back to normal. Thump, thump, thump. Hoshino-I hurriedly ran to the bathroom and stared at her reflection in the mirror. Her face was delicate and beautiful, her skin white and tender. Only faint dark circles under her eyes hinted at the sleepless night she had endured. It's great, we're back to normal. We made it. Hoshino-I beamed with joy. The fading of the pollution was the best proof of their success. Kuroda Hikaru glanced at the numbers below the clock, which had already turned to 0. It was all about to end. Let's go. Wait a moment, could you give us a little time, please? Now that the danger had passed, Hoshino-I made a request. She wanted to freshen up a bit and tidy her messy appearance. She had already tested the water earlier. It was clean, clear, and free of any impurities. Fine, you have 10 minutes. I'd like to as well. Kuroda Hikaru cautiously raised her hand. Hurry up and go. The two girls immediately headed to the bathroom. The sound of water splashing echoed continuously, accompanied by the playful chatter of the girls. This piqued Lin Yi's curiosity, and he glanced over. What he saw made it hard to look away. The frosted glass wall had turned completely transparent, and what was supposed to be a quick freshening up had turned into a full-on shower for the two girls. Did they accidentally hit the switch? Maybe. Either way, it wasn't his doing, so Lin Yi didn't hold back and simply enjoyed the view. Amid the misty water vapor, the two girls' snow-white skin and graceful figures were fully revealed, exuding the beauty of youth and vitality. Not bad. Very not bad. Whoever arranged this little bonus, he approved wholeheartedly. 15 minutes later, the two girls emerged from the bathroom. Their cheeks were slightly flushed, and the shy glances they cast at Lin Yi were tinged with embarrassment. Get ready. Let's head down. Okay. Oh, by the way, about the thank you gift you two gave me, I'm very satisfied. It made all the help I gave you worthwhile. In an instant, the girls' faces turned an even deeper shade of red, and their ears burned with heat. Their thoughts, completely seen through, were now called out directly. Their embarrassment skyrocketed. They suddenly felt like they couldn't face Lin Yi anymore. At 6:25, the three of them left room 306 and took the elevator down to the first floor. The journey was peaceful and uneventful. Everything was over. This thought surfaced in the minds of the two girls. But the moment they stepped out of the elevator and into the lobby, Hoshino-I froze, and Kuroda Hikaru's eyes widened in shock. Tae-Ijuku. Classmate. Standing in the lobby was none other than Tae-Ijuku. His bright yellow hair was unmistakable. Well. Good morning. Tae-Ijuku greeted them with a cheerful smile, calling out directly. Took you long enough to come down. I've been waiting for ages. His gaze landed on Kuroda Hikaru, then shifted to Lin Yi, his smile turning mischievous. Kuroda-san, did you serve Brother Lin well last night? He gave you a place to stay, after all. Without him, you probably wouldn't have made it this far. Tae-Ijuku-kun, Lin Yi-senpai isn't that kind of person. Kuroda Hikaru explained, her face slightly pale. Oh? Then what kind of person is he? Tae-Ijuku's smile held a deeper meaning. Kuroda Hikaru bit her lip tightly, falling silent. The performance ends here. Tae-Ijuku-kun, let's just call you that for now. Lin Yi said calmly. The fact that Tae-Ijuku hadn't left this place but was instead waiting here for them was enough for Lin Yi to conclude that the person standing before them was no longer just Tae-Ijuku. I am Tae-Ijuku Soenaga. Of course, even if I say that, wise Brother Lin wouldn't believe me. But I truly am Tae-Ijuku Soenaga, at least for now. Same body, same consciousness. But my identity has changed. I'm no longer a guest. I'm staff now. He glanced at the woman sitting at the reception desk. Having fully succumbed to the anomaly, I accepted the invitation and became part of the hotel staff. From now on, I don't think I'll act as Tae-Ijuku Soenaga in this Love Hotel's games. My name, my appearance, it'll all change. But at least I'm still alive. As long as I live, there's still hope. Tae-Ijuku Soenaga turned his gaze to the three of them. And you three. You are my hope. At that moment, he smiled brightly, and the grin on his face could no longer be contained. Chapter 31, Stay Here With Me. The events of last night remained vivid in Tae-Ijuku's mind. Alone in room 307, he had faced the most terrifying experience of his life. It was around 3 o'clock when, in what had been an empty room, a new presence suddenly appeared. He couldn't see or touch it, but he could clearly feel its existence. Occasional bursts of laughter, fluctuating in volume. Intermittent sobbing, sometimes faint, sometimes intense. Whenever he roared or tried to vent his frustration, everything would fall silent, but the moment he calmed down, it would start again. He had raged, screamed, and even begged in fear and despair, but nothing worked. He tried to leave the room, only to find the door utterly unyielding. He was completely trapped in room 307. In the end, on the brink of a mental breakdown, he stumbled into the bathroom. It was there, through the mirror, that he saw the horrifying creature clinging to his back, a pale face, with black, hollow eyes. He fainted. When he woke up, he saw his reflection in the mirror again, only this time, he had become a grotesque and distorted entity. Worse yet, he couldn't control his body anymore. He could only watch helplessly as his body wandered the room, roamed the hallways, aimlessly like a soulless husk. At that moment, Taejuk was consumed by despair. He raged at the unfairness of it all. Why had he been chosen for this bizarre game? Why was he the one to die, to turn into this monstrous being? Why was Lin Yi still alive, accompanied by the idol Hoshino-I, while he had nothing? Then he heard the voice. It offered him a deal, become a staff member of the hotel, and he would gain a chance to survive. The price was his freedom. However, the arrangement wasn't permanent. If he fulfilled the hotel's duties, there was a possibility of regaining his freedom. For Taejuk, even if there were no guarantee of freedom, he would have accepted the deal. He had no other choice. Now, he had to fight for his hope. Taejuk's eyes sparkled with amusement as he looked at the three of them. At this moment, he feared nothing. Lin Yi might be clever, but how could he compete with someone who had become part of the hotel's staff? Here, Taejuk was invincible. The memory of Lin Yi's previous cold, dismissive attitude only fueled his dissatisfaction. But he held back. He suppressed the urge. This was only the beginning, and he wanted to savor it all. A wave of unfiltered malice surged forth, crashing over them. Kuroda Hikaru's heart sank. Taejuk felt more and more like a stranger to her. The person in front of them wasn't Taejuk anymore. He was a monster, a creature whose body had been overtaken by the anomaly. She kept reminding herself of this. "Brother Lin, do me a favor." He grinned. "Stay here. Stay in this hotel. It's great here, unlimited time, eternal life, and guests who arrive periodically. We'd face them as staff members, not as terrified guests like we were last night. We'd be gods here. We could do whatever we wanted, watching guests suffer, reveling in their fear and misery." He slowly opened his arms, extending an invitation. Lin Yi didn't believe a single word, but he had already formed some theories about Taejuk's current state. "You, who've already failed the game and turned into an anomaly, your current task is to make us stay in this hotel, isn't it?" With just one sentence, Taejuk froze. "And persuasion is one of the few methods you have available right now." Taejuk fell silent. "So, move aside. Don't interfere with us checking out," Lin Yi said, waving dismissively, signaling for Taejuk to step away. Taejuk's earlier words of persuasion carried a certain tempting allure, an almost irresistible pull that made one want to believe and give in. But it was just a form of coaxing, not hypnosis, incapable of fully clouding someone's self-awareness. Even if it had been hypnosis, it wouldn't have worked on someone with a strong will. Taejuk's smile grew even brighter. "As expected of Brother Lin. My little tricks are useless against you." "Fine. Brother Lin, you did help me before, and I'm not the kind of person who repays kindness with enmity." He stepped slightly to the side, showing he wasn't planning to oppose Lin Yi. "You can leave, Brother Lin." But just then, Taejuk immediately added, "But Kuroda-san isn't going anywhere." Kuroda Hikaru's eyes widened instantly. "Taejuk-kun. Don't want to stay?" I. "Kuroda-san, don't you like me? Stay here with me. Here, we can be together forever, for eternity." As he stepped closer and closer, Kuroda Hikaru panicked and hid behind Lin Yi, shaking her head desperately. "Taejuk. You must leave someone behind. Brother Lin, how about you stay in Kuroda-san's place? Or I-chan could stay too. As a fan of I-chan, I'd be very excited for her to stay here." At that, even Hoshino-I moved to hide behind Lin Yi. A pervert, completely and utterly a pervert. Lin Yi quickly realized that Taejuk was deliberately trying to provoke and anger him. This was an attempt to manipulate him into breaking the rules, wasn't it? There had to be hidden rules governing this hotel. Seeing Lin Yi remain silent, Taejuk tilted his head back and burst into loud laughter. "I thought Brother Lin was the type of heroic good guy who'd sacrifice himself for others. Turns out, you're just an ordinary person who values his own life the most. Looks like Kuroda-san placed her trust in the wrong person. Are you regretting it now, Kuroda-san?" This immediately made Kuroda Hikaru raise her voice in a sharp retort. "Not at all. Lin Yi-senpai isn't like that, he's so much better than you in every way." After shouting, Kuroda Hikaru, timid once more, quickly retreated behind Lin Yi again. Sigh, it seems Brother Lin didn't see through my intentions after all. This time, I'm a little stronger than you, Brother Lin. I was only trying to help Kuroda-san test if you were trustworthy. If Brother Lin had been willing to sacrifice himself, Kuroda-san would have found a man worth entrusting her life to. And, of course, I wouldn't really leave Brother Lin behind. He shrugged, feigning helplessness as he spoke. Kuroda Hikaru froze. Could it be? Could it be true? Smack. Lin Yi snapped her out of her thoughts with a quick pat on the head. Even Hoshino-I, for a brief moment, had almost believed Taijuk. Well, since Brother Lin won't make a choice, I suppose I'll have to make one for you. Taijuk declared. As he finished speaking, a room key card appeared in his hand. This is the key card for room 307. It seems you understand what this means. Kuroda-san can only check out and leave the hotel if you use this key card to complete the process. If it's destroyed, then Kuroda-san will never be able to leave and will have no choice but to stay here with me. He watched them, eagerly anticipating their reactions. What kind of entertaining scene would unfold next? His heart surged with excitement at the thought. Chapter 32, Why are you so eager to die? The chestnut-haired girl with twin tails had turned pale. She had forgotten. She completely forgot that the checkout process for room 307 required the room 307 keycard. Now, it seemed she truly couldn't leave. Despair began to spread. If Brother Lin were to beg me, I might consider helping, but it seems Brother Lin doesn't want to. It's such a shame just bowing your head to me could have let a young girl in her prime leave this place. What a pity. Kuroda Hikaru clenched her fists in fury and shouted, Get lost. Even if I have to stay here forever, I don't need Lin Yi-senpai to lower himself to someone like you. In an instant, Taiju's smile vanished, replaced by a calm, cold expression. He was angry now. The temperature in the hall seemed to drop, and an icy chill spread through the air. I'll count to 3. If Brother Lin doesn't act, I'll destroy the card. He watched them, his right hand slowly applying pressure to the card. 1. 2. Lin Yi still showed no reaction. 3. Sigh. Lin Yi let out a soft sigh. Sighing? Have you come to your senses? Break it. Taijuk? Kuroda Hikaru silently accepted it. Only Hoshino-I seemed to know what was going on. I'll do it. I'll really do it. Taijuk said. Go ahead. Seeing Lin Yi remain completely indifferent, Taijuk applied force. With a loud snap, the key card broke in two. Kuroda-san, you mean absolutely nothing to Lin Yi. You'll stay here with me forever now. Even if I die, I'd never stay with you. Keep dreaming. Hoshino-I held Kuroda Hikaru close, gently patting her back to soothe her. What a shame, Lin Yi. You didn't even react. I guess your own life and freedom are more important after all. But let me share some good news. I never said I'd let you go either. I was hoping to see that look of despair when you realized you'd been tricked. It's too bad I didn't manage to deceive you. You'll get yourself killed for this. Lin Yi replied. Flattered, flattered. Taijuk said, grinning. Go ahead and try. Kill me. I'm right here. Come on, kill me. Lin Yi shook his head and said, This is the first time I've ever seen a monster beg to be killed. Ha. Do it. I'll oblige. Taiju's grin grew wider. But to his surprise, Lin Yi turned and walked straight to the front desk. What was Lin Yi planning? Was he going to ask the front desk clerk for help? What a joke. Was he insane? There was no way the front desk would help Lin Yi. They were on his side. Excuse me, front desk miss, I'd like to report something. The woman in the black suit, who had been quietly sitting at the front desk, slowly raised her gaze and met his eyes. Calmly, she asked, What's the matter? I'd like to report that he deliberately destroyed a keycard. What? Taijuk froze. Damaging a cleaner's keycard. He stole and destroyed a cleaner's keycard, a severe offense. Please punish him immediately. In an instant, Taijuk looked down at the keycard in his hand. The words for cleaning staff only printed boldly on it made his eyes widen. No. Impossible. This. What is this? He couldn't figure it out. It made no sense to him at all. I see now. A cold voice rang out. The woman at the front desk, wearing high heels, stepped forward slowly toward Taijuk. Taijuk began to retreat, panic spreading across his face. We're on the same side. But the woman continued to approach him step by step. You can't do this. If you do this, you'll be violating its rules. It won't let you go. No wonder it said something was wrong with you. Arg. Taiju's screams echoed. His true form was revealed. Ugly patches of black and gray covered his skin. He retaliated, but he was no match for the front desk woman. Under his howls, Taijuk fell to the ground, His body mangled and bloodied, black-red liquid flowing from his wounds. His body convulsed as he was relentlessly beaten. Hoshino-I and Kuroda Hikaru stood there, stunned. They never imagined such a method existed. But it felt amazing. Watching Taejuk being brutally beaten gave the two girls a sense of intense satisfaction. They even wanted to jump in and give him a few kicks themselves. The keycard. Lin Yi handed the room 307 keycard to Kuroda Hikaru. Lin Yi. Senpai. She didn't fully understand what had happened but felt overwhelmed with gratitude. Let's go. But suddenly, the bloodied Taejuk burst into laughter. Good. Very good. He had risen to his feet and now blocked their path to the self-service machine. Meanwhile, the front desk woman stood frozen in place. There was no way before, but now there is. Lin Yi, your meddling has just doomed all of you. Ha 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 ha. Sigh. Lin Yi sighed again. Why are you so eager to die? Taejuk? What does he mean by eager to die? You're on the brink of death, and you still dare to act like this? The next moment, Lin Yi pulled something out, causing Taejuk's expression to shift drastically. Taejuk immediately realized that Lin Yi had figured out the hotel's rules. Chapter 33, wielding the mighty weapon to brutally beat the blonde. I've always been pondering a question. And that is, when ordinary guests encounter the eerie staff of the inn, what options do they have besides running away? After all, simple physical damage doesn't seem to have much effect. However, it is possible for eerie entities to harm other eerie entities. This was one of the reasons Lin Yi tried to persuade the female receptionist. Although this round of the game was nearing its conclusion, it didn't mean he could stop gathering more intel. If guests have no means to harm the eerie entities, then wouldn't that be too unfair? No, it would be unbalanced. There's no balance between the two sides of the game. Taejuk broke out in a cold sweat. This guy is treating this place like a game. And as for the 10 rules of the guest guide, from the 1st to the 10th, all of them have been validated and displayed. But only the final friendly reminder has yet to be utilized. Hoshino-I's gaze slowly shifted downward, landing on the lubricant and the vibrating rod in Lin Yi's hand. Her face reddened as she instinctively felt shy facing these intimate tools. The purple-black-haired girl suddenly remembered Lin Yi's words to her earlier when they had come across these items. We'll use them later. Was this the moment he had been referring to? Hoshino-I was stunned and filled with admiration. Kuroda Hikaru felt the same, her respect for Lin Yi growing. She always admired strong and intelligent men. So, Taejuk-kun, help me test my theory, won't you? If I'm wrong, I'll stay here. If I'm right, you'll die. Lin Yi gripped the mighty weapon, the vibrating holy sword, and walked step by step toward him. Lin bro. Taejuk swallowed hard. Kidding, what I said just now was all a joke. Let's talk this out, really, we can talk this out. Peace is precious, you know. He kept retreating, forcing a flattering smile. Spare me, I'm begging you, really. You can all leave now, everyone can go. Honestly. Really? Really, more genuine than pure gold. And her? Of course, she can too. But it was only after agreeing that Taejuk realized Lin Yi was referring to the female receptionist. She can't. She really can't, unless... At that moment, Taejuk's mouth seemed sealed shut, and he clutched at his throat, unable to speak. It took a while before he regained his composure. Sweat poured down his forehead in large beads, as if he had just endured something terrifying. He had touched upon forbidden information. Lin Yi thought to himself. If you won't talk, then help me test it out. I really can't. Please, you're the bigger person, don't hold a grudge against someone like me. Spare me, I beg you. Kneel. Plop. Without the slightest hesitation, Taejuk knelt. But the next second, he lowered his head, revealing a savage determination. His eyes burned with rage and malice as his entire body sprang up, lunging toward Lin Yi. Time stop, only Lin Yi moved in the frozen moment. He unscrewed the bottle of lubricant and poured it directly into Taejuk's mouth. Then came the spray, the steel wool, the vibrating holy sword. Hoshino-I stared in stunned disbelief. This is just too ruthless. Yet, she felt not a shred of sympathy. Taejuk's current state was entirely his own doing. He had brought this upon himself. When the time stop ended and time resumed its flow, Taejuk, who moments ago had been savagely preparing to bully and humiliate Lin Yi, immediately clutched his throat, coughing and choking violently. Liquid slick, slimy liquid clang. His entire body collapsed heavily onto the floor, eyes wide open, his face pale. His body convulsed a few times. I can't die. His bloodshot eyes stared with a twisted grin. I'll wait for you. Next time you come back to the inn, I'll be waiting. With a thud, he stopped moving altogether, dead beyond doubt. Is he dead? Hoshino-I took small steps toward Lin Yi. But he'll probably revive. Since he's already part of the inn staff, as long as the inn exists, he can't truly die. At least for now, though, he won't appear before us again. Lin Yi glanced at the female receptionist. He recalled how yesterday he had kicked her out of the inn more than once, yet each time she managed to reappear. He's dead. The cool female voice confirmed it. The receptionist spoke. Rule, death. The blonde was truly dead. Lin Yi stood in silent mourning but decided he'd celebrate with fireworks later. This guy being alive had made his trip to the two-dimensional world almost pointless. But now, things were good, he had truly gotten rid of him. Thank you. Lin Yi once again expressed his gratitude to the female receptionist. She walked up to Lin Yi, silently gazing at him. Her eyes seemed to convey something. Following her line of sight, Lin Yi noticed she was looking at the spilled lubricant on the floor. A thought suddenly struck him. No way. Lin Yi hesitated over this notion. But based on the receptionist's reaction, he felt he had guessed correctly. You want to die, don't you? She neither confirmed nor denied it. There wasn't even the slightest change in her expression. But Lin Yi already had his answer. This female receptionist truly wanted to die. Chapter 34, Your Name. There was no answer. The female receptionist still remained silent, but at this moment, her silence spoke louder than words. Lin Yi's assumption had been confirmed. Why would she want to die? Lin Yi wouldn't normally have considered this possibility, but Taizhu's final words before his death gave him a rough idea of the receptionist's true identity. Like him, the female receptionist had once been a participant dragged into the eerie game. However, after failing the game, she chose to accept the invitation to become staff at the Love Art Hotel to avoid death. But this job, repeated countless times and cycles, had eventually inflicted immense damage on her spirit and psyche. Over time, the accumulated pain drove her to the point of seeking release through death. No wonder Taizhu had mentioned that she's already broken. Her current state no longer aligned with what the eerie game required. However, the eerie game neither resolved the issue nor could it address it directly. At the same time, she lacked the qualifications to die and couldn't end her own life to escape her torment. And so, this scene unfolded before him. Lin Yi looked at her, his eyes reflecting the serene visage of the receptionist in her suit. A trace of regret and sympathy flashed through his gaze. Though they were on opposing sides, she had undeniably helped him. Perhaps she had even shown him leniency in ways he didn't know. Had she truly adhered strictly to her duties as the receptionist, he doubted he could have cleared this round of the game so easily. I'll help you, he said. I'll set you free. At that moment, the receptionist's eyes flickered briefly with relief. Lin Yi saw it. Hoshino-I and Kuroda Hikaru, who had been observing from the sidelines, also noticed. They hadn't expected Lin Yi to guess everything correctly, even her hidden desire for death. Sadness welled up in the hearts of both girls. After all, the receptionist had helped them too. Moments ago, she had even beaten Taizhu to a pulp, venting their frustrations on their behalf. If possible, they didn't want this kind-hearted receptionist to die. But this was her wish, and Lin Yi had agreed. Their urge to dissuade him caught in their throats, unable to be voiced. And so, under the watchful eyes of the two girls, Lin Yi bent down, picked up the bottle of lubricant, and walked toward the receptionist. Hoshino-I couldn't help but avert her gaze, and Kuroda Hikaru wanted to close her eyes, unable to bear watching what was about to happen. The receptionist remained calm and composed, showing no trace of fear as she faced her impending death. Instead, there was only a faint sense of relief and liberation. How long had it been? Finally, it was all coming to an end. What a pity she was never able to match her brother. She could only chase his shadow. But soon, she could let go of everything, welcoming her conclusion. Slap. Lin Yi grasped the receptionist's wrist and lifted it. The receptionist allowed him to do so without a hint of resistance. Here, for you. Suddenly, something appeared in her hand. The female receptionist looked down, and the moment her eyes landed on the object, even she showed a rare expression of surprise. This was a pack of condoms. Hoshino-I was utterly dumbfounded. She suddenly remembered this was the pack Lin Yi had taken from Mayo's small bag. An inn focused on romance, and they don't even stock condoms? This place is awful. They don't even prepare the most essential item among all the adult products. This is unacceptable. Neither room 306, 304, nor 307 had any condoms. This was supposed to be a romance inn. Even regular hotels often provided condoms, so how could a romance inn not have them? Was this truly an oversight by the eerie game? Or was it another hint of some sort? This is for you. If future guests need it, just hand it to them. The inn shouldn't lack such essentials. Lin Yi grinned. I'll set you free, that's my promise. But it won't be by killing you here. Instead, I'll find a way to get you out of this place. If the Eerie game could make you part of the staff here, there must also be a way to release you. After all, Taejuk had just confirmed as much. There was indeed a way. It was just highly challenging, or perhaps something no one was willing to attempt. Lin Yi turned and signaled for Hoshino-ai and Kuroda Hikaru to follow him toward the self-service kiosk. Kuroda-san, you go ahead. Then I'll take care of it first. Kuroda Hikaru inserted the card for room 307 into the machine and pressed the checkout button. With a single beep, the checkout process began. Lin Yi followed by inserting the card for room 306 and completing the checkout as well. Everything seemed normal, without any issues. But just as Hoshino-ai was about to leave instinctively, she suddenly noticed Lin Yi pulling out another key card, the one for room 304. Lin Yi-kun, are you planning to return the key for room 304 too? Well, it's in my hand. Might as well return it, no reason to waste the opportunity. That logic sounded suspiciously like picking up free money. But Hoshino-ai had no grounds to stop him. She knew Lin Yi must have thought of something and wanted to give it a try. Beep. All 3 key cards were returned, and the checkout process was complete. However, the 3 of them still found themselves standing in the lobby of the Love Art Romance Inn. Lin Yi glanced at the exit door and began walking toward it. Hoshino-ai immediately followed, grabbing Lin Yi's hand, while Kuroda Hikaru trailed close behind, holding on to his other hand. The entrance door slowly opened. Welcome back next time. Who would ever come back here again? That mechanical voice was as unpleasant as ever. Out of the corner of his eye, Lin Yi glanced at the female receptionist. Ta.nk. You. Her voice was soft, but compared to the formal tone she'd used earlier, these words felt far more genuine, spoken from her heart. By the way, I still don't know your name. Surely that's not your real name, is it? Lin Yi looked at the name tag on her suit. Sazune Horikata. That's a beautiful name. It felt strangely familiar. Lin Yi continued, I'll keep my promise. Wait for me. The glass doors closed, separating the interior and exterior into 2 different worlds. With a smile, he bid her farewell, leaving only his silhouette behind as he walked away. In the lobby, she watched Lin Yi's retreating figure, clutching the box of condoms in her hand. A faint shimmer of light flickered in her bright eyes. You haven't told me your name. Even though she had overheard the others calling him by his name. Once his figure disappeared completely, she withdrew her gaze and, after a moment, returned to the reception desk. There, she began logging the new adult product into the system. The most difficult task had been completed just like that. It all felt like a dream. But at least, now, there was hope. She could go back. Lin Yi and the 2 girls re-entered the fog. By their reckoning, it should still be daytime. However, as they walked further, it grew increasingly dark. Then, Lin Yi suddenly remembered where he had heard the name Sazune Horikata before. Could it be the heroine from Classroom of the Elite? It really seemed possible. Just then, a mechanical voice echoed in his ears, and a sensation of weightlessness engulfed him. Lin Yi found himself transported to an unfamiliar space. Chapter 35, Surprisey vast expanse of whiteness stretched endlessly. And here, Lin Yi was alone. Congratulations on successfully clearing the Love Art Romance Inn. You have the following choices. Option 1, accept the invitation to become an official player of this game. You will receive related game items, points, skills, and more. You will embark on a brand new life, filled with challenges and excitement. Note, once you become an official player, you will be required to participate in at least 1 scheduled game challenge every month. The difficulty will increase with your level. Option 2, decline the invitation. You will return to your original life but lose all memories of your experience in the Love Art Romance Inn. Note, as a reward for clearing the game, your physical condition will be slightly enhanced. 2 options, he could even refuse to become a player, seizing the chance to escape from the Eerie game. It seemed this Eerie game offered a choice to first-time winners. But if that were the case, many people would likely choose to quit. Wouldn't this effectively reduce the number of players? If the Eerie game was intended to select certain individuals, wouldn't having more participants be better? After all, having experienced the dangers and horrors of the Eerie game, most people's instinct would be to stay far away from it. Or maybe not. Lin Yi thought. Anyone who's been through it and still chooses to remain as a player would, at the very least, have enough courage. The Eerie game opened the door to an entirely new world. In this world, participants would rely solely on their intelligence and abilities to survive. By clearing games, they could obtain items, skills, and enhance themselves, growing stronger with each victory. Compared to the rigid, class-structured reality of the outside world, this place offered far more opportunities. Many would find such temptation irresistible. Moreover, Lin Yi speculated that the Eerie game must have some influence on reality. He didn't believe it was completely disconnected or without impact. For instance, the attack on Hoshinoi by that obsessed fan was already evidence of the Eerie game's effects bleeding into the real world. In the future, similar incidents were likely to become more frequent. Why be scared? I have superpowers. With these abilities, I could easily thrive in the real world. Why put up with this torment here? This experience had also made Lin Yi aware of the limitations of his time-stopping ability. Time-stopping was powerful, but it wasn't invincible. Your exceptional performance in the Love Art Romance In has caught their attention. If you accept the invitation to become a player of the Eerie game, you will receive 5 freely distributable points. That's it. You will also receive the following blessing: point division. After clearing any game instance, the game points earned will increase by 50%, a blatant temptation. I want the female receptionist, Sazune Horikata, to be freed from her role as a staff member and returned to normal. No response. Silence. Is there a chance for this to happen? They have made an exception to answer your question. Yes, alright, I accept the invitation to become an official player. You have chosen the first option. Congratulations on becoming an official player of this game. Your current game instance is being settled. Love Art Hotel completion rate, 93%, difficulty, 1 star, base rewards, 1,000 points, 2 freely distributable points. You have completed the following hidden tasks, triggering additional rewards. You successfully spent over 4 hours in the same room with 2 women. Plus 500 game points. You successfully used an adult product to kill a staff member of the inn. Plus 500 game points. You gifted the inn staff member a non-existent adult product, condoms, earning their trust and gratitude. Plus 500 game points. All room key cards were returned during the game. Plus 500 game points. 50% of the participants in this instance survived. Plus 500 game points. Due to your exceptional performance in this game and the effects of your blessing point division, your game points have been multiplied by 300%. You have earned a total of 10,500 game points. You have achieved the following accomplishments: self-restraint, you maintained firm resolve in the face of women and temptation. Plus 1 mental strength. Creative humor, you used multiple adult toys on someone of the same gender, causing them to die violently. Plus 1 agility. Out of the ordinary, you gave a box of condoms to the female receptionist, igniting her light of hope. Plus 1 charm. Linguistic charm, you persuaded and gained the trust of the female receptionist. Skill unlocked, persuasion level 1, settlement complete. Lin Yi glanced at his personal stats panel: strength, agility, constitution, mental strength, charm, and so on. His game level was level 1, and the only active skill he had unlocked was persuasion level 1. Is my superpower not part of the panel? Was it that the panel couldn't detect or display it? Or was it because his superpower had a higher level of mystery? Lin Yi pondered briefly but couldn't arrive at a definite conclusion, so he chose not to dwell on it. Regardless, his superpower was his greatest asset and trump card. Now, with the help of the Eerie game, he intended to compensate for the weaknesses and shortcomings of his time-stop ability, minimizing his vulnerabilities. Settlement is complete. You will exit this space in 3 seconds. You can access your panel at any time to check your status. 3, 2, 1. Lin Yi once again felt the sensation of weightlessness wash over him. When his vision cleared, he focused on the scene before him. Beneath the dark sky, streetlights lined the road on either side, and he stood quietly on the left side of the street. A gentle night breeze brought a chill to the air. Ecchi. Suddenly, a soft and adorable sneeze broke the silence nearby. Lin Yi turned his head and immediately noticed the delicate features of a girl by his side, her body slightly curled up. She shivered lightly, clearly feeling cold. It's a bit chilly tonight, we should get to the hotel quickly. Lin-kun, we're almost there, just a little further ahead. The girl said. Lin Yi immediately understood the situation. Indeed, this was perfectly normal. For the ordinary girl Hoshinoi, choosing to quit the game was the right decision. Unlike him, Hoshinoi didn't have superpowers. If she continued participating in the Eerie game, she would inevitably face a deadly outcome. In comparison, losing her memory of the instance was nothing compared to preserving her life. Tap, tap, tap. The two walked side by side, their steps quiet, neither speaking a word. Finally, the hotel came into view. However, Hoshinoi spoke up, I'm going to the convenience store over there to buy something. Please wait for me a moment, she said before quickly walking into the store. A few minutes later, she came out carrying a bag. Lin Yi glanced at it and saw bread and milk. Probably breakfast for tomorrow. At the front desk, while checking in, Lin Yi couldn't help but think of the female receptionist from the Love Art Hotel. The two of them took the elevator to the 8th floor. Thank you so much for today. Tomorrow, Please allow me to treat you to a meal to show my gratitude. Hoshino-I said. Sure. Lin Yi replied. Beep. The door to the room opened. Hoshino-I said a cheerful goodnight and went into her room. After turning on the lights, she went to the bed and pulled out a pair of stockings from under the bread and milk. Should I wear black stockings? Or white ones later? It was a difficult decision. Hoshino-I's cheeks turned slightly red. She was determined to give Lin Yi a big surprise. Chapter 36, A World of Two Dimensions. To pull off this surprise, Hoshino-I continued to play the role of someone who had refused the invitation to join the eerie game. In Lin Yi's eyes, she had now lost all memory of their time in the love art romance inn. Hee hee. She giggled. Is Lin Yi-kun in the next room feeling upset? Maybe he thinks that just when our relationship was starting to improve, I went and forgot everything. Well, for a fan like Lin Yi-kun, that would surely be a heartbreaking experience. The thought of seeing Lin Yi's shocked and delighted expression in just a little while filled Hoshino-I with waves of excitement. No, I can't keep fantasizing about it, she said, shaking her head vigorously. Her long black and purple hair swayed as she finally pointed her right hand decisively at the pair of stockings on the right. It's decided, you're the one. Hoshino-I made her choice. But instead of acting immediately, she headed straight to the bathroom. Though she had already cleaned herself after leaving the love art romance inn, she hadn't dared to be thorough due to the unsettling environment. Here, however, she could take her time and relax. Splash, splash. The moment water sprayed from the shower head, Hoshino-I instinctively stepped back. She had just noticed the water was black and red at first. That scared me, she said, letting out a nervous laugh. Even though she was now safely out of the love art romance inn, the horrifying experience of that night had left a lasting shadow on her. It's fine now, it's all fine, she reassured herself. Warm water soaked her hair, and droplets slid down her body, moistening her fair and delicate skin. She carefully cleaned every inch of herself, ensuring nothing was overlooked. Finally, her body was covered in foamy bubbles from the body washing. After scrubbing thoroughly, she rinsed herself under the warm water. Her gaze fell on the bathtub. After a moment of deliberation, she decided against it. If I go too late, Lin Yi-kun might already be asleep. Besides, his room has a bathtub too. If she really wanted to take a soak, she could always do it in Lin Yi's room and enjoy a relaxing bath there. Wrapped in a towel, Hoshino-I stepped out of the bathroom. The hairdryer hummed as it blew hot air through her damp black and purple hair. After freshening up, she looked at herself in the mirror. Her fair face was flushed with a soft pink glow from the bath, adding a touch of charm to her already adorable features. She smiled brightly and gave herself a thumbs up in the mirror. Perfect? Right now, Ai-chan is the best version of herself. Lin Yi-kun won't be able to resist falling for Ai-chan. The only regret was that the clothes she was wearing were fairly ordinary. Well, Lin Yi-kun only really cares about the stockings anyway, she said with renewed confidence. And she had stockings. Feeling reinvigorated, Hoshino-I finished getting ready. Taking a deep breath, she opened her door. You can do this, she whispered to herself. She stepped out and walked toward the room next door, pressing the doorbell with determination. Lin Yi returned to his room and immediately went to take a shower. Splash, splash. Under the flow of warm water, every cell in his body seemed to release a sense of comfort and relief. Ah! He sighed. No matter what, today was truly exhausting. Even though he had appeared calm and unbothered throughout, he couldn't help but feel some underlying anxiety. If not for his time-stop ability giving him confidence, there was no way he could have handled the love art romance in as effortlessly as he did. Unlike how girls tend to take their time in the shower, Lin Yi finished quickly. Before long, he was out of the bathroom and lying on the bed. Propping himself up with a pillow, he reached for his phone. Kikyo Kashida, he murmured. If she really is the main heroine from Classroom of the Elite, then this world should have the Tokyo Metropolitan Advanced Nurturing High School. He opened his browser and entered the school's name to begin searching. Before long, the web page loaded, and relevant information appeared on the screen. It really exists, he muttered. Lin Yi clicked on the first link. It was the official website of the Tokyo Metropolitan Advanced Nurturing High School. The site had a basic introduction, though everything was fairly simple. There were no detailed descriptions. As for the announcements, aside from the school's policy and a congratulatory note celebrating third-year students being accepted into prestigious universities, there wasn't much additional information. If it's the Advanced Nurturing High School from the original work, this makes sense, Lin Yi thought. After all, it was a school that prioritized ability above all else. Lin Yi was now certain that the front desk woman was the Sazune Horikata he knew of. I wonder how Sazune Horikata ended up failing. Was it a lack of ability, an inability to decipher the hotel's rules and hints, or perhaps He recalled how Sazune Horikata behaved in the original work. She was sabotaged by someone. Lin Yi thought about the participants of the hotel scenario, pairs of two people selected together. A male-female pair, entering the love hotel of romance after encountering the mist on their way there. That means Sazune Horikata must have had at least one partner with her. Who could it have been? Was it Kiyotaka Ayanakaji? Or perhaps her older brother, Horikata Minabu? If it were either of those two, Sazune Horikata shouldn't have failed. Could it have been Kikyo Kashida? After all, the hotel's selection doesn't necessarily have to be a male-female pair. At that thought, Lin Yi suddenly laughed. If it were Kikyo Kashida, then the chances of Sazune Horikata being sabotaged and failing would be incredibly high. I need to visit the Advanced Nurturing High School, Lin Yi decided. Now that I'm in a second-dimensional world, how can I not go see Advanced Nurturing High? And of course, he thought, I have to meet the adorable Risasuke Yanagi. But the most important thing was to see how Sazune Horikata, who had become a staff member in the series game, appeared in the real world to others. Had she been declared dead or was she listed as missing? Oh. I almost forgot. Lin Yi immediately typed a name into the browser Mai Sakurajima. Soon, information about Mai popped up. She really exists. Her real-life version is so beautiful. I want to see her. I want to meet Bunny Girl Senpai. How about I go visit Mai Senpai tomorrow? Lin Yi wondered if this world's Mai Sakurajima would suffer from the mysterious adolescence syndrome. But then again, in a world where even strange, supernatural games existed, adolescence syndrome seemed relatively tame. There must be other second-dimensional heroines here too. At this point, Lin Yi was filled with anticipation. This time, his reincarnation felt like it had used up all the luck from his previous life. In this new life, he vowed to live to new heights. A new world of the second dimension, superpowers, eerie games. This time, he would live a truly fulfilling life. Ding dong. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Who could it be at this hour? Chapter 37, Answer My Question, Hoshino I. It can't be something eerie, right? At that thought, Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh. It was almost a reflex. But he still kept a necessary level of caution. As the second ding-dong of the doorbell sounded, Lin Yi got up, adjusted his bathrobe, and walked toward the door. Slowly, he opened it. Outside, a delicate girl with long black-purple hair stood quietly, waiting. It was Hoshino I. She raised her head slightly, her expression calm, and parted her lips to speak. Sorry to bother you, but I have something I'd like to ask for your help with. Her hesitant demeanor prompted Lin Yi to invite her into the room. After she stepped inside, Lin Yi closed the door. Hoshino-san, you really don't have a shred of vigilance, do you? Coming into a man's room late at night. Something terrible could happen. As soon as he said that, Hoshino I hurriedly took a few steps back, creating distance between herself and Lin Yi. Forcing yourself on someone is illegal. It's wrong. She hugged herself tightly, her eyes filled with a wary glint. I know you like me a lot, but you can't get me this way. Lin Yi sighed in exasperation. Maybe the old me liked you, but I don't anymore. To be precise, it wasn't even him who liked her before. With Hoshino I's amnesia, he found her utterly uninteresting. If she still had her memories from the hotel, he might feel a little differently. After all, they had been comrades through adversity. Wow. How could you say that? Hoshino I let out a gasp of shock. You're a fan of I-chan. Not anymore. Lin Yi-kun, I-chan would be heartbroken. That has nothing to do with me. But just as he finished speaking, Lin Yi realized something was off. His hand froze mid-motion as he twisted open the cap of a bottle of mineral water. What had Hoshino I just called him? Lin Yi-kun? He raised his gaze and met her eyes, sparkling with a smile that seemed to hold stars. This. Could it be? Lin Yi's mind raced as he thought of something. Surprised? Happy? Lin Yi-kun, hee. Hoshino I tilted her head and flashed a radiant smile, unable to conceal the wave of joy surging in her heart at that moment. She was ecstatic. She had finally witnessed the stunned reaction from Lin Yi that she had been anticipating. It's the I-chan, you know. How was my performance pretending to have amnesia? Pretty convincing, right? Even Lin Yi-kun didn't notice anything wrong. My acting skills must be better than my Sakurajima's. Someday, I'll definitely become a beloved superstar too. Lin Yi's expression darkened instantly, his face falling like a sudden storm. The sight caused Hoshino I's heart to tighten with unease. The girl grew visibly nervous and flustered. Tap, tap. Lin Yi took 2 steps forward, closing the distance between them, causing Hoshino I to instinctively back away until she bumped into the bed and fell onto it with a startled awe. Lin Yi-kun, don't be angry. I was just joking, really. I didn't mean to mess with you like this. As she watched Lin Yi raise his right hand, She instinctively shut her eyes, curling up as her body trembled in anticipation. Thud. Lin Yi's hand slowed at the last moment, landing lightly on Hoshino Ai's cheek. His thumb and forefinger pinched her face, giving it a firm twist. Ow, ow, ow. Hoshino Ai yelped, but inside, she was relieved. Lin Yi wasn't truly angry. If he had been, he wouldn't be teasing her like this. Why did you do it? Well, I just wanted to surprise Lin Yi-kun. I wanted to see your shocked reaction. She spoke nervously, her voice tinged with uncertainty. What I'm asking is why you didn't choose to decline the invitation and leave the Eri game. You became a player, you'll die in the next game scenario. You know your own abilities. Hoshino Ai blinked, a wave of overwhelming joy suddenly sweeping over her. So, Lin Yi-kun was worried about my safety. She was elated. For the first time in her life, a man was genuinely concerned for her well-being. Lin Yi-kun was so kind and gentle, so good to her. This had to be love, right? Surely, this was Lin Yi-kun's love for her. The thought grew stronger and more certain in her mind. Don't change the subject. Answer my question, Hoshino Ai. Lin Yi pressed further. Faced with his persistence, Hoshino Ai shifted her position, sitting on the bed with her knees hugged to her chest. Well, I promised Lin Yi-kun something, didn't I? That after leaving the hotel, I'd wear white stockings and perform a dance for you. For a moment, Lin Yi thought he must have misheard her. That was the reason? He didn't know whether to feel exasperated or amused. Do you even understand what you're doing? How will you survive the next game scenario? Don't tell me you think there'll be another player like me to carry you through the games. Huh? There won't be? She blinked, her eyes wide and full of innocence. No, it's not. At that moment, Lin Yi couldn't help but wonder if Hoshino Ai's intelligence was perhaps just a little lacking. Her mental state was questionable, and now he was genuinely starting to think her IQ might be as well. But seeing how she still showed no signs of panic, Lin Yi realized that Hoshino Ai probably hadn't grasped the gravity of her decision or the level of danger she would face in the future. She was hopeless. Doomed. Chapter 38, My Blessing. There was a sense of regret and pity. That was what Lin Yi felt in his heart at this moment. A girl who chose to accept the Eri Games invitation, even at the cost of her own life, just to keep a promise she had made to him. How could he not feel moved or even a bit happy? For the first time in his life, someone like Hoshino Ai was willing to sacrifice so much for him. But, Lin Yi would rather not have it. A promise of white stockings and a dance meant nothing compared to Hoshino Ai's life. If he truly wanted such things, there were countless other ways to achieve them. Sigh. Lin Yi let out a deep sigh. When you die, don't worry, I'll make sure to light incense for you every year. Hoshino Ai? She looked as though she was about to burst into tears. Lin Yi-kun, don't just assume I'm doomed. I passed one game scenario, after all. She even seemed oddly confident in herself. You don't even know who helped you pass that game. With your level of intelligence, even if the Eri Games didn't exist, I'd still think you'd end up dying somewhere in real life. He boldly speculated. First, you'd get tricked by some scumbag who'd take advantage of you. Then, you'd end up pregnant with twins. After finally giving birth and raising them for a few years, you'd try to rebuild your career as an idol, only for that scumbag to come back and stab you to death. And so, the flower-like life of the girl named Hoshino Ai would come to an untimely end. Hoshino Ai was stunned, her expression blank. Lin Yi-kun, don't curse me like that. That's literally the trajectory of your life in the original story, Lin Yi thought. But given her current age, Lin Yi knew that the Hoshino Ai of this world had already diverged from her original path. I'm not cursing you. It's just that with your level of intelligence and emotional awareness, being deceived by a scumbag is far too easy. Forget twins, I feel like I could trick you into having 4 or 5 kids. Ugh. Hoshino Ai's face turned bright red as she let out a muffled cry. 4 or 5? Isn't that way too many? Even if it's one at a time, that would take at least 4 pregnancies. That would require 4 or 5 years. How could she possibly maintain her idol career and become the sensation of all Japan with that kind of timeline? Lin Yi rubbed his temples. Seeing Hoshino Ai's flushed face, he could already guess what was running through her mind. Over the next month, eat well, drink well, and enjoy yourself. Do whatever you want. If we end up in the same game scenario next time, I'll provide some level of support. This girl was too naive, too pure. It made her both endearing and heartbreaking. Her name was Love, yet she was a girl who desperately lacked love. Lin Yi didn't mind helping her out a bit, but he knew he couldn't protect her forever. Eventually, in some future game scenario, she was bound to die. If you have something to say, just say it. I have a blessing. Oh? What blessing? Lin Yi's interest was piqued, albeit slightly. External support. He blinked in surprise. Moments later, Lin Yi understood the reason. Hoshino-I had unlocked an achievement. Fan interaction. As an idol, you received full support from your fans throughout the game, breezing through by relying on them. Blessing acquired. External support. Once a month, you can summon an external player to join the game and assist you. In the Ecchi game, players are forced to participate in a mission every month. This means that Hoshino-I could use this blessing to summon another player for help in her missions. And who would she choose? It was undoubtedly going to be him. Lin Yi suddenly realized that he might be stuck dealing with Hoshino-I for life. What a terrible deal. Don't come to me, he said. Ugh, Lin Yi-kun, you're the only one I can rely on. She whined. Immediately, she changed her posture, revealing her long, shapely legs clad in black stockings. Under the room's fluorescent lighting, the stockings gleamed faintly, exuding a seductive allure. I specifically put on black stockings for you, Lin Yi-kun. You can touch them. Are you seriously testing me, knowing I'm a leader? Then should I change to white stockings? Lin Yi averted his gaze and spoke seriously. Did you become a player because of the blessing? Hoshino-I shook her head. My promise to Lin Yi-kun was the main reason. If I lost my memory, I wouldn't be able to keep my word. So that really was her thought process. Lin Yi couldn't believe Hoshino-I was saying this just to win his favor or approval. Also, that voice strongly recommended that I become a player. It said I achieved a very rare feat and received an excellent blessing. It assured me I'd have no problem clearing the game. The external support blessing was indeed rare. But the issue was, it didn't tell you anything else, and you just trusted it? Yup. Lin Yi waved Hoshino-I over. She hesitated but moved closer, and he patted her on the shoulder. I feel like I could easily trick you into having 7 or 8 kids. Hoshino-I's mouth fell slightly open, and her face turned bright red. For now, Lin Yi set aside his concerns about Hoshino-I. From now on, as an external supporter, he could participate in the missions Hoshino-I was involved in. If the Ecchi game's missions don't appear too frequently, this could actually be a good thing. Once a month, he could join an additional mission, gaining more experience and rewards. As someone who had already accepted being a player, Lin Yi welcomed as many missions as possible. He'd never turn them down. However, letting Hoshino-I make him help out for free? Absolutely not. If there was one thing Lin Yi hated, it was being taken advantage of. Chapter 39, Go ahead, it's my reward 7. 7 or 8. Isn't that too many, Lin Yi-kun? I definitely can't handle that many. Hoshino-I said, her face flushed red, her voice trembling. Her hands, clenched tightly on the bed, betrayed her effort to suppress her overwhelming shyness. 2. Maybe 3 at most, that's my limit. Any more would be impossible. As soon as she finished speaking, she bowed her head abruptly, unable to muster the courage to meet Lin Yi's gaze. Lin Yi's mouth twitched. She's actually willing to have kids. Is this the charm of a two-dimensional heroine? I'm sold. I love it. Anime girls are simply the best. Back in his previous life, some people wouldn't even want 1 kid, let alone 3. That was just a joke. Lin Yi said. Huh? I was only trying to illustrate how naive you are, Hoshino. Your innocence and simplicity will someday be taken advantage of by someone with bad intentions. By the time you realize it, you'll be counting money for the very people who sold you off. But Hoshino-I raised her head, her starry eyes reflecting Lin Yi's face. But Lin Yi-kun wouldn't take advantage of me or sell me. If you really wanted to sell me, just don't tell me, okay? I'd be heartbroken. What an adorable girl. Take her home and cherish her forever. Totally worth it. I'm starting to suspect you're acting. Lin Yi teased. Huh? No. I'm not acting. Lin Yi-kun, you have to believe me. Lin Yi reached out and ruffled her head, running his hand through her long, purplish black hair. Finally, the flustered girl began to calm down. You can summon me for help with your monthly mandatory missions, he promised. Ugh, Lin Yi-kun, you're so kind to me. You're such a good person. Hoshino-I said, her emotions getting the better of her as she lunged forward, wrapping her arms around him. She nuzzled her face into his clothes, producing soft rustling sounds. Lin Yi's expression instantly changed. Don't call me a good person. I don't want a good person card. She tilted her head, her eyes filled with confusion as she silently questioned him. Lin Yi offered an explanation. When a confession is rejected, girls often hand over a good person card saying, you're a good person, but we're not a match. This one sentence instantly triggered Hoshino-I's memory. She had rejected Lin Yi's confession not long ago. Now she regretted it. Why had she turned him down? Could she take it back and start over? I don't want a good person card, and I don't intend to just be a nice guy. If I'm stepping in to support you, I expect compensation. Let's talk about your payment now. After patting her shoulder to signal her to let go, Lin Yi naturally sat down beside her. From this angle, he could clearly see Hoshino Ai's beautiful, delicate profile. "Ai-chan has no money," she murmured, lowering her head. Remembering the small balance in her bank account made her feel miserable. It was barely worth anything. "You have other things to offer. Ai-chan can have 3 kids." "Lin Yi?" That escalated quickly. When you clear a game, think about what you gain. Game points could be transferred. They were essentially the currency of the Eri game. Before Lin Yi could continue, Hoshino Ai slightly shifted, raising her black stocking-clad left leg and placing it on Lin Yi's lap. She seemed to think it wasn't enough and, finding the position uncomfortable, added her right leg as well. Under the bright fluorescent lighting, the black stockings shimmered with an alluring gloss. Even through the fabric, Lin Yi could feel the soft, springy texture of her thighs. "Lin Yi-kun, you can touch them. This is my payment," she offered. "I wanted game points." "Really? They're more real than real gold." That was Lin Yi's rational thought. But his hands, as if acting on their own, rested on her black stocking thighs. "My hands aren't under my control. This isn't my fault. My awareness has nothing to do with this. It's all of the hands' fault. My hands must be possessed by a demon." Hoshino Ai trembled nervously, her face growing even redder. She bit her lip, her eyes watery and glistening, as if tears might fall at any moment. Occasionally, her thighs tensed, and she let out faint murmurs. Come to think of it, this was also Lin Yi's first time properly touching a girl's thighs. In his previous life, he had died a virgin without ever holding a girl's hand, let alone touching her legs. This time, thanks to the demon possession, he finally got to experience it. After a few minutes, noticing that Hoshino Ai's legs were almost cramping from being so tense, Lin Yi silently withdrew his hand. Hoshino Ai let out a small sigh of relief. This was her first time being touched like this by a guy. Even during the time stop incident, Lin Yi's advantage-taking had only lasted a few seconds and hadn't meant much. But this time was different. "I've received your payment. Next time, I'll wear white stockings." "Don't worry," Hoshino Ai said, nodding as if she fully understood. "I meant I wanted you to offer a different type of payment next time, not just change the stocking color. But white stockings aren't bad either." Lin Yi patted the girl's black stocking thigh, and Hoshino Ai, seeming to understand, sat back down and adjusted her posture to sit properly. "The next thing I'm going to tell you is very important, so make sure you remember it." She nodded eagerly. "You must never tell anyone that you've become a player in the Eri game. Not even your manager, Saito." Without a clear understanding of how the world treated Eri game players and their circumstances, secrecy was the best approach. This was especially true for someone like Hoshino Ai, a player with weak abilities. If her identity were exposed, she'd undoubtedly become a target. "I won't tell anyone. Besides Lin Yi-kun, I won't tell a soul," she promised, fully aware that Lin Yi was concerned for her safety. If Lin Yi advised her, it had to be for her benefit. He was someone she could trust wholeheartedly. Don't casually talk about anything related to the Eri game in your daily life. Even if friends occasionally bring it up, be cautious about your words to avoid exposing your player identity. "I understand. I'll definitely follow your instructions." Lin Yi gave her a few more reminders, urging her to be careful. Afterward, the two of them sat on the bed and began discussing the details of her character panel. Lin Yi got his first look at Hoshino Ai's attributes. When he saw her charm stat, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in surprise. Name, Hoshino Ai. Character nickname, unnamed. Strength, 6, Agility, 6, Constitution, 8, Charm, 15, Mental Power, 10, a charm of 15. According to the annotations, the average value for a 24-year-old human was 10, which represented the baseline. In terms of charm, Hoshino Ai far exceeded the human average. With her looks and aura, it was undeniable she was exceptional. Lin Yi speculated that the charm attribute might also correlate with other factors, such as popularity. As an idol, her profession naturally amplified her ability to draw attention, which likely boosted her charm. After all, if an idol lacked charm, how could they ever succeed in their career? Chapter 40, A Restless Night. Lin Yi's gaze shifted to the other attribute values. Strength, agility, and constitution were all below average, which was expected. After all, Hoshino Ai was only 16 years old, and even his own stats weren't much higher. He was only a year older than Hoshino Ai. Name, Lin Yi. Character nickname, unnamed. Strength, 8, agility, 9, constitution, 9, charm, 12, mental power, 15. These stats included points gained from achievements, with bonuses allocated to agility, charm, and mental power. His mental power being so high, he speculated, might be due to his identity as a transmigrator. I'll need to start physical training soon and improve my physical fitness as quickly as possible. He noted to himself. The body is the foundation. Without a good physical condition, it would be impossible to handle more dangerous game instances. Don't rush to allocate your points. I'll research the game thoroughly later and then provide you with advice on how to use your game points effectively. I'll follow Lin Yikan's instructions completely. Hoshinoi replied. Having Lin Yi to trust and rely on gave her a sense of security. Suddenly, Hoshinoi remembered something and slapped the bed with a sharp pop. I almost forgot about Kuroda-san. Should we contact her? She should be okay by now, right? Do you have her contact information? Yes. Hoshinoi nodded, pulling out her phone and dialing the number. Beep. Beep, beep, beep. After a while, the call finally connected. Hello. This is Kuroda Hikaru. May I ask who's calling? Kuroda Hikaru's voice came from the other end of the line. It's me, I-chan. I-chan? Kuroda Hikaru sounded puzzled. Hoshinoi. I-chan. I think you might have the wrong number. I don't know anyone named Hoshinoi. Hoshinoi wanted to say more, but Lin Yi lightly patted her shoulder, shaking his head as a signal to stop. By now, he had already figured it out. I'm sorry. I must have dialed the wrong number. It's no problem, the call ended. Kuroda Hikaru was left confused. I-chan? Hoshinoi? That name sounds familiar somehow. Hikaru, isn't there an idol named Hoshinoi? Her mother said, emerging from the kitchen. An idol. Oh, that's right. She's an idol. She even held a concert here before. A lot of the boys from my school went to see her. She suddenly remembered, but why would that idol have her contact information? No matter how she thought about it, it didn't seem like it could just be a misdial. Unable to figure it out, she eventually gave up. Kuroda-san really doesn't remember anything about the hotel. That's a good thing. Lin Yi believed Kuroda Hikari had made the right decision. She clearly understands her own capabilities. Accepting the invitation would only lead to death in the end. Rejecting it and returning to her ordinary daily life is undoubtedly the best choice. But. Hoshinoi anxiously clasped her hands and looked up. Kuroda-san promised to wear a school swimsuit for you, Lin Yi-kun. Why is your focus always so off? Since she can't fulfill the promise, then. In her place, I'll wear one for you in the future to keep the promise. Her serious expression held not a trace of humor. Hoshinoi genuinely thought this and was sincerely prepared to follow through. Alright. Lin Yi accepted directly. Free benefits, why refuse? With the main matters mostly settled, Lin Yi glanced at the time. It was about time to rest. It's getting late. You should go home and get some rest. Huh? Go home? She even showed a look of surprise. If you're not going home, are you planning to stay and warm my bed? I wouldn't mind. Hoshinoi immediately blushed furiously and shook her head like a rattle drum. Then I'll go home. As soon as she finished speaking, she fled the room like a startled cat. Lin Yi chuckled and lay down on the bed. He had a feeling that if he pushed a little harder, the girl would have stayed. But somehow, I feel like Hoshinoi is going to get pregnant. Of course, another reason was that Lin Yi sensed the girl was still hesitant and unprepared mentally. If she hadn't left and decided to stay, he wouldn't have minded stepping onto the path to adulthood. Sleep. Tomorrow, I'll go look for my. Lin Yi slipped under the covers, turned off the lights, and went to sleep. Meanwhile, in the room next door, Hoshinoi turned off the lights and closed her eyes, but images of the Lover's Love Hotel scene kept flashing in her mind. The eerie monster made her instinctively tense up. Hiding under her blanket, she couldn't fall asleep at all. If I'd known, I would have stayed by Lin Yi-kun's side. The world feels so unsettling, and the weirdness is terrifying. Tonight, for Hoshinoi, was destined to be a sleepless night. Tokyo. In a certain corner where neon lights could not reach, several figures stood still. It's been confirmed the anomalous item belonging to Yamamoto was taken before the police arrived. A shadowed figure shook their head. Yamamoto, that useless idiot. I told him not to act recklessly. If he was going to go, fine, but now he's ended up dead. Clearly, there were players of the eerie game at the concert. Otherwise, how could Yamamoto have died, and his anomalous item been taken? The anomalous item must be retrieved. If the incident happened at the concert, then we'll start with those involved there. We're bound to find more clues from them. The primary targets, of course, were the two who had their statements recorded at the police station. Chapter 41, Amnesia. Ring ring. Ring ring. A sharp phone ring echoed through the room. Lin Yi, who was fast asleep, stirred irritably. After finally getting a good night's sleep, Being woken up by an early morning call soured his mood. He blindly reached out and hung up the call. But moments later, the phone rang again. "Can't a guy get some sleep?" Frustrated, Lin Yi answered. "You dare hang up on me? Do you have a death wish?" A fierce, lion-like roar of an adult woman's voice blasted through the phone. "Who are you? You?" Still groggy and irritated, he barked back. "What? I'm not buying insurance. Go bother someone else." He was ready to hang up again when the voice snapped back. "Do you even realize what time it is? Are you skipping class today?" "Not going. Watching my Today." With that, Lin Yi hung up. After a while, as he became more awake, he blinked and muttered, "Wait. Wasn't there class? It's already 9 o'clock. I'm definitely late." Checking his phone, he let out a relaxed sigh and laid back down. Too late to bother now. Besides, I don't even know which school I attend. He didn't have any memories from the original body. All he had was a passport, no student ID. Initially, he considered going to the embassy to sort things out and gather information. However, the sudden contact from this teacher presented a new opportunity. But how do I explain this amnesia to the teacher? I'll just say I have amnesia. He decided to use last night's murder case as the excuse. At least he'd have a story, and whether they believed him or not was their problem. But seriously, do I really need to attend school? Lin Yi hesitated. Maybe I should. Given my age, it's hard to find any other suitable social role. First, since he'd been reincarnated, experiencing high school life again wouldn't be too bad. His previous life was all about studying and exams, crushed under the weight of college entrance exams. Now, in a Japanese high school, he could finally enjoy youth. Second, for future concealment, I'll need a legitimate identity in society. Too many anomalies would draw unwanted attention. Lin Yi didn't believe that the authorities were completely ignorant about the mysterious game. He was even more certain that there were players within official ranks. In fact, he boldly speculated that a specialized government department or organization had already been established to deal with it. Unless the mysterious game became widespread enough for the sheer number of participants to make concealment unnecessary, staying low profile and hidden was essential for personal safety. Third, I'm already in a second-dimensional world, so experiencing high school here fulfills my lifelong otaku dream. I just don't know which high school I'm attending. If it's not a second-dimensional high school, I'll need to figure out how to transfer to one of those anime-like high schools. But apart from Tokyo Metropolitan Advanced Nurturing High School and Kanagawa Prefecture's Mineharo High School, he wasn't aware of any others. A few minutes later, his phone rang again. This time, when he answered, a different woman's voice came through. Click. Chiba, a female teacher in a white lab coat, angrily slammed her phone onto the desk. "He's driving me mad. I'll hit him with the iron fist of justice." Crack, crack. She clenched her hands, and her knuckles cracked audibly. Cough, cough, Hiratsuka-senpai, violence is prohibited for teachers. You don't understand, Hina. That kid said he's skipping class today to go watch my Sakurajima. Yesterday, he cut class entirely, supposedly to attend some idol Ai Hoshino's concert. Now, when I called, he outright refused to come and showed blatant disrespect toward his teacher. Students like this need discipline, they need the iron fist. A gentle smile formed on the face of a teacher with chestnut brown, shoulder-length hair. She took a few steps closer and calmly responded, "It's normal for boys his age to idolize celebrities. But it can't interfere with their studies. He didn't came to study abroad at our Subuhai just to fool around." Hina Takabana understood that Hiratsuka-sensei's reaction stemmed from a deep sense of responsibility. A less dedicated teacher might have ignored it, letting tardiness and truancy pile up until expulsion became inevitable. "Hina, you're a new teacher fresh out of school, so you don't understand. You can't show leniency to students like him. You have to assert your authority from the start, or they'll go completely astray." "Understood, Hiratsuka-sensei." Hina replied respectfully. Hina Takabana spoke earnestly. "Understood. Hiratsuka-senpai, how about I contact him?" "Sure." Shizuka Hiratsuka handed her phone to Hina Takabana. Hina dialed the most recent number, and after a few rings, the call connected. "Hello, Lin Yi? This is teacher, I have something very important to tell you." Hina Takabana glanced at Shizuka Hiratsuka, who gave a nod. She then responded, "Go ahead." I think I've lost my memory." "Hina Takabana? Shizuka Hiratsuka? Is this guy seriously pretending to have amnesia? Does he really think he can use amnesia to escape responsibility? What a joke. There's no way that's going to work." Chapter 42, Shizuka Hiratsuka, a great teacher. Hina Takabana watched as Shizuka Hiratsuka, practically fuming with rage and ready to enter full berserk mode, tried to calm her with a smile. She subtly gestured that she would handle the situation. Lin Yi, skipping class is not a good behavior, but as long as you don't do it again, it's fine. However, saying you've lost your memory isn't good either. I believe you're a good kid. On the other end of the line, Lin Yi felt like the teacher was treating him like a little kid. Her voice sounded young, as if she'd just graduated from college, probably a teacher with little experience dealing with high school students. Teacher, I'm serious. I've lost my memory and can't remember some things. Hinata Kabana hesitated. Directly doubting him could backfire, pushing their relationship into a more adversarial one. I think it's related to the murder case I encountered after the concert. Both teachers froze. A murder case? When I came to, I realized I couldn't remember many things. Lin Yi, are you saying? Hinata Kabana found it hard to believe. I'm telling the truth. The Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department has a record of my statement. If the police have records, it must be true. Hina immediately felt worried for Lin Yi. Are you okay, Lin Yi? I wasn't hurt, don't worry. But there are a lot of things I can't remember. At this point, Hina began to believe him. She glanced at Shizuka Hiratsuka for support. Shizuka scratched her chin skeptically but nodded slightly, signaling her tentative trust. I understand your situation for now. Do you need any help? Should I come to Tokyo to bring you back to school? What a great teacher, willing to go out of her way to personally pick him up. I'll come on my own. I still remember basic things, but I don't know where the school is. Chiba Municipal Sobya High School. The silence made Hinata Kabana anxious. What's wrong, Lin Yi? Is there a problem? Suddenly, I saw some flashes of memory. I want to ask, is there a teacher named Shizuka Hiratsuka? It wouldn't be you, right? Sobu-hai. How could I not know it? After my senpai, now it's Hiratsuka-sensei. Lin Yi instantly felt there was no need to transfer schools after all. And no, that's not me. Hina stammered. She looked at Shizuka Hiratsuka, thinking she must have left a deep impression on Lin Yi. Even with amnesia, she remained in his memory. As for Shizuka herself, she wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry. This impression was definitely not a good one. Hiratsuka-senpai is right here. I'll let her speak to you. With that, Shizuka Hiratsuka took over. I'm Shizuka Hiratsuka. If I find out you're faking amnesia, don't blame me for serving you a fist of iron. That fierce, commanding tone could only belong to Shizuka Hiratsuka. Really, Hiratsuka-sensei? The last time you called, you said you were going to find my Sakurajima. Even with amnesia, you're still thinking of meeting a celebrity? I wanted to see if she knows me. Maybe I could get some information about myself from her. That explanation made perfect sense. Come back quickly. I'll be waiting for you at school. A normal person with amnesia who found a clue would rush back, otherwise. I understand, sensei. But it didn't end there. Before hanging up, Shizuka Hiratsuka added, I have connections at the Tokyo Metropolitan Police. I'll find out whether you're telling the truth. This is your last chance. If you confess now, I'll let it slide. I'm telling the truth. I'll believe you for now. Do you have money on you? If not, I can contact a friend in Tokyo to pick you up. I have money. Thank you, sensei. Just like in anime, Shizuka Hiratsuka was a good teacher at heart, always looking out for her students. The call ended. Shizuka placed her phone on the desk. Hiratsuka-senpai, do you think Lin Yi is telling the truth? I don't know yet. I'll find out. Shizuka immediately dialed another number. After a few rings, someone answered. Miwa, I need your help. One of my exchange students said he was involved in a murder case in Tokyo last night. He was questioned and gave a statement. You don't need to tell me the details, just confirm if it really happened. Give me a few minutes to check. 5 minutes later, Shizuka's phone rang. It did happen. The attacker is dead. The police initially ruled it an accidental death. So Lin Yi wasn't lying. But what? Satomueko asked if there was anyone nearby. Hinata Kabana, catching on, quietly left the room. The circumstances are suspicious. The manager of the idol group, Saito, tried to stop the attacker and ended up so traumatized that he's still in the hospital. And according to the latest report, the corpse was tampered with, and there's missing footage from the surveillance cameras. Someone clearly investigated the body. Even Shizuka could sense something off. You mean? Yes, it's highly possible. Thank you. No problem. But next time I'm in Chiba, you owe me a yakiniku dinner. Deal. After hanging up, Shizuka formed a theory. Lin Yi might have lost part of his memory due to some supernatural incident. It seemed likely that a battle between players occurred at the concert, and the surviving player chose to erase memories to avoid exposure. As long as he's safe. Compared to losing his life, losing a bit of memory wasn't much. Shizuka couldn't help but feel Lin Yi was lucky. The player involved must have had some moral boundaries, unlike others who would kill and loot without hesitation. Hiratsuka-sensei, how's the situation? He's probably telling the truth. I knew Lin Yi wasn't lying. Hinata Kabena was relieved but saddened by Lin Yi's amnesia, hoping he would regain his memories soon. Let's hope this is a fresh start for him to become a good student. Looking on the bright side, there were still positives. Ha ha ha. Keep at it, Hiratsuka-senpai. You can do it. You're not getting off that easily. In a hotel room in Tokyo, Lin Yi was fully awake. Sobu High School, huh? This world really is a mix of so many works. He wondered what other surprises awaited him and felt increasingly excited. Chapter 43, This Must Be Love. Lin Yi got up, washed up, and changed into his clothes. He wasn't in a rush to head to Chiba right away. If Maya's in Tokyo, I'll go see her. If not, I'll wait for a better opportunity later. Ding dong. Lin Yi arrived at Hoshino Ai's room next door and pressed the doorbell. After several rings, there was no response. Did something happen? He immediately took out his phone and called Hoshino Ai. After a moment, a drowsy voice answered. Morning. Lin Yi-kun. I'll open the door right now. She quickly jumped out of bed and ran to the door. With a soft click, the door opened. Sorry, I'm still half asleep. Hoshino Ai's long, messy purple-black hair was in disarray, her eyes showing faint dark circles. What stood out most was her pink underwear, revealing her slender figure and fair skin. The slight curve in her form subtly hinted at her ongoing growth. Noticing Lin Yi's gaze, I blushed, lowering her head in embarrassment and quickly retreating to her room. Even though Lin Yi had seen everything, she still felt shy. 10 minutes later, I had freshened up and was sitting on the edge of the bed, her cheeks flushed. So, what's the plan for today? I want to visit Mr. Saito at the hospital. A friend told me he's still hospitalized and not doing well. Okay, I'll take you to the hospital. Thank you. What are your plans today, Lin Yi-kun? Looking for my Hoshino Ai? She felt like crying. Why, you're really going to look for my Sakurajima? Of course. But for now, I don't know where she is. I let out a sigh of relief. Lin Yi couldn't go if he didn't know where she was. So, I need your help. As an idol, you probably have ways to find out where my Sakurajima is, right? She almost burst into tears. He wanted her to help him gather information? That was too much. Ai-chan, are you unwilling? It's not that I'm unwilling. In the end, she gave in. I'll ask around, but I can't guarantee I'll find anything. Okay. Hoshino Ai sent inquiry messages to several possible contacts, silently hoping there wouldn't be any news about my Sakurajima. The two headed to the hotel restaurant for breakfast. It was a buffet-style meal. Lin Yi chose milk, bread, fried noodles, and some fruit for breakfast, while Hoshino Ai only picked milk and fruit, avoiding high-carb foods entirely. Being an idol must be tough. You can't even eat much. Sometimes I eat a little more. I love cake and bubble tea, especially strawberry cake. It's so good. However, to maintain her figure, her daily diet was strictly controlled. You should eat more. Your body needs extra nutrition for growth. It's better to exercise more to stay in shape. Hoshino Ai nodded. She then grabbed some bread and sausages to eat. She knew Lin Yi genuinely cared about her and wanted the best for her, so she was willing to follow his advice. Buzz buzz. A new message arrived. Hoshino Ai immediately opened her phone. After reading the message, she couldn't hide her smile. My Sakurajima is currently filming in Kyoto. So if you want to see her, Lin Yi-kun, you'll have to go to Kyoto. From Tokyo to Kyoto, the Shinkansen ride takes 3 hours, plus train transfers, which means at least half a day of travel. Lin Yi nodded, acknowledging the news. He decided to put off his plan to see my Sakurajima for now. He wouldn't force it. If she were in Tokyo, he'd go. But Kyoto was too far. It was time to return to Chiba. Later, they checked out of the hotel and took the train to the hospital where Saito was admitted. At the hospital entrance, Lin Yi and Hoshino Ai stood facing each other. It was time to say goodbye. Goodbye. Call me if anything comes up. Okay. Just as Lin Yi turned to leave, Hoshino Ai gathered her courage and spoke. Lin Yi-kun, I'll definitely become an even bigger star than my Sakurajima in the future. I'll make you support me again. With the gentle breeze blowing, Ai's long purple-black hair swayed in the wind. She pressed her slender right hand down on her hair, her violet eyes sparkling with hopeful light, and her small, cherry blossom-like lips curled into a faint smile. In that fleeting moment, Hoshino Ai seemed to merge with her surroundings, becoming a perfect, timeless image. Good luck. Hoshino Ai watched Lin Yi's figure disappear into the distance, reluctantly retracting her gaze. Placing her hand over her chest, she felt the rhythmic thump-thump of her heart. Is this love? This must be love. So this was love, she could feel it too. What a wonderful feeling. Chapter 44, Kitagawa Marin. After saying goodbye to Hoshinoi, Lin Yi headed back to the train station and took the train to Akihabara. He had already informed his teacher that he would return to Chiba in the afternoon, estimating his arrival at school around 3:00 p.m. Akihabara was a place he had always wanted to visit in his previous life, but his busy work schedule had prevented him from doing so. Now that he was in Tokyo in this new life and unable to see Mai, he decided to check out Akihabara instead. Half an hour later, Lin Yi exited the station. Standing at the Junior Akihabara station, he looked up at the green station sign and took out his phone to capture the moment with a photo. So this is Akihabara. Where's the spot where the mates hang out? Looking around and unsure where to go, Lin Yi decided to stroll around aimlessly, following the flow of the crowd. Soon, he spotted young girls in cute uniforms standing on either side of the street. Most wore maid outfits, predominantly black and white maid dresses, while others wore red and white or pink and white variations. The youthful energy they radiated was captivating. Scenes like this, he thought, were things he'd never see in his previous life outside of anime conventions. Big brother, come to our maid cafe." A cheerful maid standing nearby waved to him with a radiant smile, gently beckoning him over. Lin Yi smiled back politely and declined. He continued wandering for over half an hour before finally selecting a maid cafe to enter. Lunchtime he ordered an omelette, and just like in anime scenes featuring maid cafes, he experienced the Mo atmosphere of Akihabara maids. Mo. Master, please enjoy your meal. We hope you have a wonderful lunch." Suddenly, Lin Yi recalled a work called Akiba Maid War. Probably won't happen here. After all, that involves guns, bombs, and dangerous weapons. He chuckled to himself, continuing his meal. With this visit, Lin Yi felt he had fulfilled a small wish from his previous life. After paying the bill and leaving the maid cafe, he set out for the Akihabara station to take the train back to Chiba. However, at the station entrance, he encountered a crowd. Curious, he stepped closer and saw a stunning young girl in an elaborate black Gothic Lolita dress standing at the center of the crowd. She struck poses and smiled, confidently showcasing her charm to the surrounding photographers. "She's gorgeous. Amazing cosplay perfectly captures Kuro Shizuku. She's exactly how I imagined Kuro Shizuku would look. Marin-chan's cosplay is flawless. My friend loves her. He's going to be so jealous when I send him these pictures since he didn't come with me today." Hearing the excited chatter, Lin Yi felt a sense of familiarity. Something clicked in his mind. He felt like he was just one step away from remembering it clearly. At the center of the crowd, the girl adjusted her outfit and walked over to a photographer to check the photos. "What do you think?" "Pretty good." From this distance, Lin Yi caught sight of golden strands peeking out from under her wig. Kitagawa Marin. In that moment, as the name slipped from his lips, the girl froze briefly. Her eyes scanned the surroundings, eventually landing on Lin Yi. No recognition. But he knew her name. Could he be a classmate she wasn't familiar with? Kitagawa Marin just wanted to leave as soon as possible. Seeing her startled reaction and scrutinizing gaze, Lin Yi figured he had probably guessed right. The heroine of My Dress-Up Darling, a blonde Gyaro who loved cosplay but was surprisingly innocent. Such a character could never exist in the real world of his previous life, yet seemed entirely plausible in the realm of fiction. Taking time off to shoot in Akihabara only to run into a classmate from the same school. Kitagawa Marin muttered a few complaints before ending the photo shoot early. "When I get back to school, I'll look him up." Before leaving, she fixed her gaze on Lin Yi's face for several seconds, memorizing his features to ensure she wouldn't confuse him with someone else. At least he didn't seem inclined to strike up a conversation, which put her mind at ease. Lin Yi watched her for a moment, then nodded in acknowledgement to the still cautious Marin before heading off. It was about time. He needed to catch the train to Chiba. After transferring to the Chiba-bound train at Tokyo Station, Lin Yi checked the timetable on the map. Setting an alarm to avoid missing his stop, he closed his eyes to rest. But after about half an hour, the train came to a halt and didn't resume for an extended period. What's going on? Looking around, Lin Yi couldn't find any clues. A few minutes later, the train's intercom came on. There has been a fire incident at Chiba Station. The Chiba Fire Department is currently conducting rescue operations. The train service is temporarily suspended. The waiting felt endless. Lin Yi passed the time scrolling through his phone. Most of the other passengers did the same, playing games, listening to music, or, occasionally, venting frustration at the train company. Overall, though, they remained calm and composed. Finally, after more than 2 hours, the announcement came: the incident had been resolved, and the train was cleared to proceed. The train slowly began to pick up speed again. I was supposed to arrive before 3:00 p.m., and now making it by 5:00 p.m. feels like a stretch. Fortunately, he had already sent a message about the fire incident at Chiba Station and the resulting delays, so his teacher wouldn't worry. After disembarking at Chiba Station, Lin Yi caught a faint scent of burnt debris lingering in the air. It doesn't seem too serious. Following the flow of the crowd, he left the station. Next up, he was heading to Chiba Municipal Sobu High School. Chapter 45, Sobu High School. About 20 minutes later, Lin Yi finally arrived at his destination. The large characters for Chiba Municipal Sobu High School came into view. With the setting sun, a few students strolled out of the school. High school girls in black pleated skirts exuded youthful energy, and as a gentle breeze swept by, cherry blossom petals fluttered through the air. It was April, still the season of cherry blossoms in full bloom. Dressed in casual clothes, Lin Yi stood out conspicuously in this setting. He didn't enter the school but waited outside instead. A minute ago, he had sent a message. It shouldn't be long before the teacher he was waiting for arrived. Maybe I should visit the service club later? Lin Yi quickly dismissed the thought. It could wait, there was no need to rush. He decided to go with the flow. Click, click, click. The sound of hurried high-heeled footsteps reached his ears. Looking in the direction of the sound, Lin Yi saw a female teacher with shoulder-length chestnut hair approaching. She wore a black formal uniform, and her pretty face was adorned with bright, clear eyes radiating a soft and gentle aura. Sorry for the wait, Lin Yi. The teacher was slightly out of breath, clearly having hurried over. It's fine, sensei. There was no need to rush, you could have walked here at your own pace. This couldn't possibly be Shizuka Hiratsuka. She wouldn't be this gentle and definitely wouldn't be without her signature white lab coat. I couldn't let you wait too long. She took a few deep breaths to steady herself. I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Hinata Kabana. I'm a new teacher at Sobu High, in charge of English. However, you're not in any of my classes. Then why did you? Lin Yi gestured between himself and her. Since I contacted you, it's my responsibility to see things through. Also, Hiratsuka-senpai is occupied right now, so I was asked to step in. What's wrong? Don't want my help? With your help, sensei, I couldn't be more grateful. If he wasn't mistaken, this teacher was also the heroine from Domestic Girlfriend along with her younger sister, who practically threw herself at the protagonist at the start. The gathering of anime heroines was becoming quite the spectacle. At this moment, Hina spoke again with a serious expression. Lin Yi, let me confirm one last time. Have you really lost your memory? Yes. Alright, then. I'll first help you get acquainted with the school, then show you information about your classmates. From what I've heard, you're usually quiet in class and don't have any particularly close friends. Just keep to that style of behavior for now. Also, make sure to visit a hospital soon. Don't worry about the cost. If you need money, I can help. A good teacher, she was genuinely willing to cover his medical expenses out of her own pocket if necessary. Thank you, sensei. Leading the way, Hina showed him around, with Lin Yi following half a step behind her. This is the main building. The club activities building. The sports field. She gave brief explanations for each place before finally taking him to the office, where she handed him a stack of student profiles. Try to memorize the photos and names. If you can't remember all of them, just get a general idea. Understood, sensei. Lin Yi quickly flipped through the pages, but his hand paused when he came across a particular profile. His gaze lingered on the passport-sized photo. Noticing this, Hina smiled. She's very pretty, isn't she? Yes. Wow, you admitted it right away. I thought you'd deny it out of embarrassment. She really is pretty. Yukino Shita Yukino. As her name suggested, she was a beautiful and cold girl, like snow. Even in the small photo, she exuded the elegance of a high, untouchable beauty. A word of advice, Yukino Shita has a rather aloof personality. Hina warned. She didn't elaborate, but Lin Yi understood the implication. High school is a time to focus on academics and get into a good university. Sensei, you didn't date anyone in high school, did you? Hina froze for a moment. That reaction all but confirmed it. Lin Yi guessed that the original storyline had undergone some changes, much like what happened with Hoshino Ai. Don't change the subject. If you're interested in Yukino Shita, you'd better have the grades to match. As your teacher, I understand the feelings boys your age have for girls, but your studies should be your top priority. Got it? Got it. I'll study hard and improve every day. Good. Once you're done reviewing the profiles, I'll take you to your place. The school already had records of Lin Yi's residence. Before heading there, Hina even treated Lin Yi to dinner grill deal. It was tasty, and the bones had been carefully removed. When they arrived at his apartment, Lin Yi retrieved the keys, inserted them into the lock, and opened the door. It was his own apartment. Surprisingly tidy. Hina remarked as she glanced around. This was her first time visiting the apartment of a high school boy living alone. Well, I'll head back now. Be sure to prepare for class tomorrow morning. I will, sensei. As Lin Yi followed Hina Takabana out of the apartment, he spoke up, Sensei, let me walk you to the train station. All right. She replied. It was already close to 9 p.m. and the night had fallen, enveloping the surroundings in darkness. Streetlights cast their incandescent glow, dispelling the shadows. Occasionally, the lights flickered, adding an unsettling atmosphere to the scene. This is far enough. The train station is just ahead. Hina said at the corner, gesturing for Lin Yi to turn back. Lin Yi nodded in agreement, watching her retreating figure until she disappeared from sight. He was about to head back when a familiar mechanical sound echoed. Ding! A strange possessed creature has been detected nearby. Mission conditions met. Mission issued. Mission name, a flicker of fire in the night. Mission type, reality standard. Mission objective, eliminate the strange possessed creature, except. If no response within 5 seconds, mission will automatically be declined. A reality-based standard game mission? So, the eerie game wasn't confined to isolated, independent dungeon worlds, it also extended into reality as a playing field. Should he accept or decline? There was no question, of course, he would accept. At that moment, a piercing scream from the woman echoed from up ahead. Chapter 46, Hina Takabana, I'm calling the police. After parting ways with Lin Yi, Hina Takabana walked straight toward the train station at the intersection ahead. It was late at night, and a gentle breeze carried a slight chill. The air in Chiba, near the sea, was especially damp, prompting her to pull her clothes tighter to retain warmth. Lin-kun seems pretty normal, she thought to herself. Not as bad as Hiratsuka-senpai described. Maybe it's because of his amnesia. Having lost the memories of his mischievous and troublesome days, Lin Yi now displayed his true nature, kind and well-mannered. To Hina, his amnesia might actually be a blessing in disguise. As she neared the train station, Hina instinctively quickened her pace, the sharp click-clack of her high heels resonating on the smooth asphalt. Sniff, sniff. Suddenly, she caught a faint burnt smell, like overcooked barbecue that had turned to charcoal. It was pungent. She frowned slightly but didn't think too much of it, quickening her steps reflexively. Probably someone nearby having a barbecue, she guessed. But after just a few more steps, a shadowy figure appeared under the light of the street lamp ahead. The elongated shadow obscured the figure's face, making it impossible to see their features. Hina instinctively slowed her pace and turned left to avoid any unnecessary interaction with the stranger. Japan was generally safe, even at night, so there was little need to worry. Still, as an adult woman with an attractive appearance, maintaining some vigilance was essential. She understood well that there were bad people in the world, and encountering one could lead to terrible consequences. However, as she turned and tried to avoid the figure, the shadow moved as well, once again blocking her path. Hina's heart skipped a beat, and her instincts screamed that something was wrong. This couldn't just be a coincidence. She deliberately slowed her pace and moved to the other side of the street. But once again, the shadow shifted, stepping directly into her path. They were now about 15 meters apart. Suppressing her growing anxiety, Hina decided it was better to retreat. Her right hand slipped into her bag and gripped her phone tightly, ready to call the police at any moment. The burnt smell grew stronger, each breath irritating her senses more and more. She cautiously took small steps backward, her eyes locked on the figure ahead, which moved slowly and stiffly, as if its body were unnaturally rigid. The distance between them grew smaller. Hina Takabana couldn't hold back anymore. She decided to speak up and warn the person. If it turned out to be a misunderstanding, she would sincerely apologize. Excuse me, sir. Could you please stop blocking my path on purpose? She resolved not to provoke the person unnecessarily, especially if they had malicious intentions. If you need money, I can give you some. She pulled out a 10,000 yen bill featuring Fukazawa Yukiki. Truthfully, it hurt to part with it. As a new hire at Sobu High School, her monthly salary was only 200,000 yen. But compared to her safety, 10,000 yen was insignificant. However, the figure remained motionless, ignoring her completely. Instead, it continued stepping closer, one deliberate footfall at a time. My student is just behind me, she said firmly. I'm calling the police. She held up her phone, its screen displaying the emergency dial. Still, the figure showed no reaction. And then under the street lamp's bright light, the figure's face became clear. Its humanoid visage was cracked and blackened, resembling charred coal. From the fissures, dark red fluid seeped, mingling flesh and blood grotesquely. Hina's eyes widened in shock, her mind briefly blank. So painful. So Hot. The stench of burning hit her full force, sharper and more intense. A monster. Hina finally realized what she was facing. A scream escaped her lips, uncontrollable and filled with terror. She stepped back, ready to turn and flee, but a hand clamped down on her shoulder. Thud. She lost her balance and fell to the ground. Ugh. Lying there, she looked back at the shadowy figure looming over her. It was even more hideous up close, its grotesque grin amplifying her fear. She kicked her legs desperately, trying to put distance between them, but her legs felt weak, as if all strength had drained from her body. It's over. It's all over. Her panic surged, filling every corner of her mind. SHHHK. The charred figure's eyes bulged unnaturally like a dead fish, and the flesh on its face cracked open, revealing raw, bloody tissue beneath. Burn. It lunged at her. Hina closed her eyes tightly and let out a scream of despair. But when she opened them again, a new figure stood before her. A familiar silhouette. Lin. Lin Yi-kun? Get up and leave with me. Lin Yi helped the terrified Hina to her feet. The moment he'd heard her scream, he activated his time-stop ability and arrived just in time. A few seconds later, and Hina would likely have met a terrible fate. Chapter 47, Why is this happening? During the time stop, Lin Yi immediately pulled Hina to Cabana away, ensuring the teacher was distanced from the eerie entity. He then took the opportunity to observe the strange figure in front of him. This entity was vastly different from the one at the Love Heart Motel. Unlike the dark gray infection symptoms of the motel's front desk woman, this strange being's face was covered with patches of charred material. Red flesh was visible through the cracks, with fluid oozing out. It looked like a burnt corpse. After his observation, Lin Yi grabbed a stone from the side of the street and launched a fierce attack on the charred figure. The hard rock struck its head repeatedly in rapid succession. However, Lin Yi wasn't certain if pure physical attacks would have any effect. Just like with the motel's front desk woman, physical damage seemed almost ineffective. This way, sensei. After helping Hina to Cabana to her feet, Lin Yi pulled her along, running further away. Even now, he hadn't heard the system notification from the eerie game indicating the task was complete. This meant the entity wasn't dead, it was still alive. After running about 20 meters, Lin Yi caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye of the fallen figure staggering back to its feet. Under the street lights, its body seemed to emit a faint bluish glow. The entity was moving again, and its speed appeared slightly faster this time. Lin-kun, what? What is that? Hina to Cabana panted heavily, her wide eyes glancing back nervously before quickly looking away in fear. The sight of the figure made her heart pound uncontrollably. Monster. Let's leave here first. Lin Yi said firmly. While he could find a way to deal with the strange entity alone, it was best for the teacher to leave the area as quickly as possible. Why yes. Hina to Cabana nodded repeatedly, clutching his arm tightly, terrified of being left behind. Even though she was a university graduate and a high school teacher, faced with such terror and danger, her instincts betrayed her fear and panic took over. She didn't know how to respond and simply sought the safest refuge. Right now, Lin Yi was her haven of safety. Huff. Huff, huff. Here. We should be safe now, right? After sprinting for over a minute, Hina was completely out of breath. Bent over with her hands on her knees, she pressed one hand against her stomach, gasping for air. She hadn't exerted herself like this in a long time and felt like she might throw up her dinner. Looking behind her, she saw no trace of the figure anymore. It's gone. Thank goodness. Let's call the police immediately. Trembling, Hina pulled out her phone, only to find that she couldn't make a call. Why is this happening? There's no signal. This doesn't make sense. This is Chiba City. This wasn't some remote mountain area, so there shouldn't be a lack of reception. Yet her phone displayed no signal at all. Could it be that my phone is malfunctioning? She tapped her phone repeatedly, the sound of pat-pat echoing in the quiet. Meanwhile, Lin Yi's attention was drawn to a vending machine nearby. Beside the machine was a trash can with an empty bottle lying next to it. If he remembered correctly, that vending machine had been behind them when they first ran. Lin Yi quickly turned around to look. In the distance, there was only a long, seemingly endless road illuminated by faint streetlights. The entrance to the train station should have been ahead on their right, but now the space was barren, devoid of anything. A realization struck him, and his expression darkened. Of course, even a seemingly simple task in this eerie world wouldn't go as planned. Hina noticed Lin Yi's reaction. Lin-kun, what's wrong? Aren't we safe now? Sensei, it looks like we've been trapped in some kind of looping space. Huh? Hina blinked in confusion. Lin Yi pointed at the vending machine. If I'm not mistaken, that vending machine was behind us before. Now it's in front of us. Maybe it's just another vending machine in a different spot. Hina said instinctively, trying to explain. After all, vending machines often looked identical, and it wouldn't be unusual to mistake one for another. You haven't noticed, have you? There haven't been any other people around this entire time. No cars, no sounds of insects or birds, nothing. Now that he mentioned it, Hina realized just how eerily silent their surroundings were. It was unsettling, sending chills down her spine. That's probably because it's so late at night. Subconsciously, Hina didn't want to accept Lin Yi's explanation. Let's just keep moving forward. Maybe there will be someone ahead. Having rested for a bit and caught her breath, she now had enough energy to continue walking. Lin Yi didn't object and walked alongside Hina to Cabana. This time, he paid close attention to the changes in their surroundings, even making a mark on one of the utility poles. Hina noticed his action and quickly understood Lin Yi's purpose. Up ahead. Someone. A light appeared in the distance, instantly filling Hina with hope and joy. She took a few quick steps forward, but when she clearly saw the figure's true form, her expression froze. Why was that monster ahead of them? Chapter 48, I didn't give you permission to leave. Hina to Cabana stared in shock at the slowly approaching figure. The grotesque appearance, dripping with an unidentified fluid, repeatedly struck at her fragile heart. She had watched plenty of horror and supernatural movies before, often with her younger sister. During scary scenes, she would cling tightly to her sister, hiding in her arms to shield herself from the terror on the screen. But those were just movies, separated by the barrier of a screen and an undeniable sense of fiction. Deep down, she knew they weren't real. Now, things were different. She was facing a terrifying monster in real life. The acrid stench of burning filled the air, assaulting her senses and sending jolts of dread through her nerves, deeply unsettling her. Tap. Tap. The creature in her line of sight was moving faster now. Hina instinctively stepped back, retreating to Lin Yi's side. Lin Kun, it's that monster. It's coming toward us again. What you said might be true. We really are trapped here. Her voice trembled uncontrollably. If she were alone, Hina might have broken down completely, screaming in panic. What should we do? Should we run back the other way? She wanted to turn and flee immediately, but Lin Yi's presence kept her rooted, waiting for him to suggest their next move. Sensei, you go ahead. I'll take a closer look. Eh? Hina froze, tightening her grip on his arm. No. You can't, it's too dangerous. Sensei, simply running away won't solve anything. We need to find a clue to escape. But how were they supposed to find clues? Looking around, the street was empty, devoid of anything notable, save for the monster itself. Trust me, Takabana-sensei. I'll be fine. I value my life too much. I'm still single, never even had a girlfriend. I'm not about to die here. His light-hearted remark eased the tense atmosphere slightly, though Hina still clenched her fists nervously. I'm the teacher, she said, despite trembling in fear. Yet, when it came to finding clues, she tried to step forward and take responsibility. Let the man handle it this time. Lin Yi replied firmly. Sensei, you're still a woman after all. Let me take this chance to play the hero. Hina Takabana watched as Lin Yi let go of her hand and deliberately walked toward the approaching anomaly. She didn't run but instead bit her lip, staying where she was, convinced she might be able to help. Some information can't be obtained during time stops, so he focused intently on the entity inching closer step by step. As the distance narrowed, Lin Yi noticed the intensified scent of burning. The acrid, stifling smell was almost overwhelming. Hey! The anomaly's protruding eyes shifted toward him. It grinned, revealing an eerie expression as thick droplets of liquid dripped to the ground. The temperature spiked. Lin Yi felt a wave of heat radiating toward him, causing sweat to bead on his forehead. Roar! With a sudden bellow of rage, the anomaly lunged forward in a rapid, explosive motion. Its unexpected aggression sent a jolt of fear through Hina, who stood frozen behind him, terrified for Lin Yi's safety. Be careful. Thud. The creature smashed into the ground, but Lin Yi had already moved, keeping a safe 3 to 4 meters away. He maintained his distance carefully, and as he observed the ground beneath the creature's feet, he noticed slight signs of melting. High temperature. The stench of char. This creature was burning. The anomaly, frustrated by its missed attack, rushed at him again. Its flesh stretched grotesquely, exposing even more raw, red tissue. Swinging its right hand, it struck out viciously. Lin Yi calmly retreated, dodging and maintaining his distance, frustrating the entity further. The more it missed, the angrier it became, seemingly intent on venting its fury on him. But it could never close the gap. The temperature climbed higher. The heat intensified. An idea began to take shape in Lin Yi's mind. At that moment, the anomaly realized it couldn't catch Lin Yi. Without hesitation, it changed direction and charged toward Hina. The sudden shift sent alarm bells ringing in Hina's mind. Instinctively, she took a step back, ready to flee. Thud. The anomaly was abruptly knocked away, sprawling onto the ground. A metallic clink echoed as something rolled across the pavement. Lin Yi spotted a coin. I didn't give you permission to leave. In the brief window provided by his time-stopping ability, Lin Yi had landed a series of critical blows on the anomaly and shoved one of his socks into its mouth. Now, watching the sock disintegrate into ash at a speed visible to the naked eye, Lin Yi confirmed his hypothesis. The anomaly is burning. The scorching stench, the rising temperature all pointed to one thing, combustion. And as time passed, the burning grew fiercer and more intense. If not for the time-stop ability, simply touching the anomaly in its current state would have reduced his hand to charred remains in seconds. Sensei, I know how to deal with this. Water. Water is the key to defeating the monster. Hinata Kabana's eyes widened slightly, unable to understand why water was the solution, but she trusted Lin Yi. However, where could they find water here? She glanced around, scanning the surroundings, but there was no sign of any possible water source. What were they going to do? Even knowing the crucial item to defeat the monster, it was nowhere to be found. Hina grew increasingly anxious. Chapter 49, The Teacher on His Back. The empty street was desolate. Apart from the sturdy asphalt road, the only structures visible were lampposts, walls, and other solid barriers. There was absolutely no sign of water anywhere. No faucets. No pools or rivers in sight. Where are we supposed to find water? Hinata Kabana was so anxious that she was on the verge of tears. Listening to the sounds of Lin Yi battling the monster, she repeatedly reminded herself to stay calm, but the growing sense of urgency refused to leave her. Lin Yi-kun, wait for me. I'll go check over there. With that, she immediately turned and started running. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, timing it perfectly, used his time-stopping ability to widen the distance between himself and the anomaly. The anomaly, in what felt like the blink of an eye, realized that Lin Yi had vanished. Roar. A furious, guttural screech echoed through the air. Lin Yi attempted to scale a wall to enter one of the buildings along the street, but an invisible barrier blocked his way like an impenetrable wall. This really feels like a video game. Lin Yi muttered with a hint of frustration. Let's regroup with the teacher first. A short while later, Lin Yi spotted the female teacher, Hinata Kabana, limping and trying her best to walk quickly. Sensei, you're hurt. I'm fine. More importantly, are you okay, Lin-kun? I'm fine. Under the dim street lights, Hina examined Lin Yi closely. Seeing that aside from some scorch marks on his clothing, he appeared unharmed, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as you're okay. But I'm sorry, I couldn't find any water. I'm so useless. I even tried climbing a wall. But she had failed and in doing so, had twisted her ankle. Sensei, your foot. It's nothing. It's not nothing. Lin Yi noticed that Hina wasn't even wearing her shoes anymore. She had walked all this way barefoot. Although she still had her socks on thicker ones at that, walking on the asphalt must have been painful. I'll carry you. No, carrying me will slow you down. He's coming. Hina turned to see the monster approaching in the distance. Its grotesque, charred flesh oozed and hissed with every movement, and the sight struck fear deep into Hina's heart. She realized that if the monster caught her, she would likely be burned alive, reduced to a pile of charcoal. Get on. Lin Yi crouched down in front of Hina. Hurry. We don't have much time. She bit her lip and leaned forward, wrapping her arms around his neck. It was her first time being this close to a man, and despite the fear and tension, she felt an unexpected sense of reassurance in the solid, steady support of his shoulders. Lin Yi naturally supported Hinata Kabana's legs with his hands as he carried her on his back. Feeling the sensation against his back, he couldn't help but notice the difference compared to Hoshino Ai. The older Hinata Kabana had a fuller, softer figure, exuding a charm akin to a ripe, juicy peach. Not bad. Not bad. This feeling wasn't bad either. Lin Yi quickened his pace. Behind him, the anomaly chased relentlessly, closing the gap between them. Lin-kun, put me down. We can't move fast like this. Trust me, sensei. He broke into a run. Activating time stop, from Hina's perspective, it felt like a mere blink, and suddenly, their distance from the monster had increased again. All that was left behind was the monster's furious roars. This won't work for long. You'll tire yourself out. We need to find water. Otherwise. Couldn't our blood work to stop it? I have more blood than you. Let's use mine. By now, she had figured out why Lin Yi believed water was the key. Let's set aside whether human blood can even kill the anomaly. Even if it could, sensei, do you know how much blood would be needed? A single donation is capped at 400 milliliters. Losing more than 1,200 milliliters at once can cause shock and put your life at risk. But if we just keep running. Without water in sight, she thought perhaps using their blood could be worth trying. I already know where to find water. Eh? Yeah. Where? Along the way, she hadn't seen any trace of water. Hina glanced ahead. The road remained empty, leading to a distant, shadowy abyss that seemed to swallow everything. The sight sent shivers down her spine, and she quickly looked away. We're here. Lin Yi stopped walking. Hina's eyes landed on a vending machine by the side of the street. Oh, I see. Bottled water from the vending machine. As the answer became clear, Hina realized she had been thinking only about faucets, pools, and rivers. She had completely overlooked bottled water. The vending machine, which had been there all along, was the solution. Lincoln, your observation skills are truly sharp. All I did was systematically recall everything we encountered. Lin Yi gently set Hina down. Standing before the vending machine, she immediately pulled out a 100-yen coin from her wallet and inserted it, but nothing happened. The machine didn't respond at all. She tried several more times, but there was still no reaction. How can this be? Hina's face turned pale. The water was right in front of them, yet they couldn't get it. Smash it! The teacher said angrily, even raising her foot to kick it, but Lin Yi stopped her just in time. I still have one more coin. But it's not a coin issue. Click. The coin slid in. Beep, beep. The vending machine came to life, and with a clunk, 2 bottles of mineral water rolled out. Hina was dumbfounded. What just happened? Could it be that the machine simply didn't like her coins? That was too much. Lin Yi didn't explain. He bent down, picked up the bottles, and prepared himself. By now, he was entirely confident that mineral water was the effective weapon to eliminate the anomaly. Watch me now, sensei. Please be careful. Your safety comes first. Under Hina's worried and prayerful gaze, Lin Yi once again approached the anomaly. It, seemingly unaware of the danger, continued grinning. The scorching stench of charred flesh grew even more intense. Chapter 50, Elimination. Lin Yi walked forward step by step, holding a bottle of mineral water in one hand and slowly twisting the cap open with the other. Throughout the entire process, his expression remained calm and unconcerned. If you surrender and beg for mercy, I might consider letting you go. However, the anomaly approaching in his line of sight showed no signs of fear. No self-awareness? Unable to perceive danger, so it acts recklessly? This behavior was completely different from the yellow-haired anomaly that had transformed into a staff member at the hotel. Back then, when faced with the threat of the peculiar weapon, the yellow-haired anomaly had immediately begged for mercy, demonstrating a strong survival instinct characteristic of intelligent beings. But this one? Other than retaining a vaguely humanoid shape, it had almost nothing human left in its appearance. Its charred, cracked face oozed with liquid, rendering its features unrecognizable. Except for its somewhat prominent eyes, its mouth and nose seemed to have fused together completely. The burnt stench of charcoal in the air grew even stronger. The temperature rose, a stark contrast to the cool stillness of the night. As the distance closed, Lin Yi clearly noticed that the temperature around him was higher compared to earlier at the same range. The burning had intensified. Sizzle. The sound of burning fat crackled, echoing down the empty street. Tap. Tap. Footsteps rang sharply. Lin Yi's gaze remained fixed on the anomaly. His demeanor showed no trace of panic. Roar. With a sudden bellow, the anomaly exploded into action. Its face twisted in fury, pale eyes bulging grotesquely, chunks of flesh splitting apart as its charred form surged forward with speed far greater than before. Faster, fiercer. In the blink of an eye, the anomaly was upon Lin Yi. It grinned sinisterly, its right hand raised high, as if it could already envision the scene of Lin Yi being struck, burned, and writhing in agony. Whoosh! What it struck, however, was empty air. The anomaly froze momentarily, stunned. Over here. It immediately twisted its head in the direction of Lin Yi's voice. Lin Yi had activated time stop. So, you are where? That sudden, calculated charge from 7 or 8 meters away proved that the anomaly could strategize. Against anyone else, it likely would have succeeded. But unfortunately for it, its opponent was Lin Yi. Here, let me give you a bath. Lin Yi poured all 500 milliliters of water directly onto the anomaly's head without spilling a drop. Once done, he swiftly created a significant distance to avoid being caught in any aftermath. Drip. Time stop ended, and time resumed its flow. Boom. The instant time flowed again, a thunderous sound erupted, and a burst of white steam shot out in all directions. Lin Yi felt the heat from the steam wash over him. Did it work? From afar, Hina Kabana watched closely. Although she didn't understand how Lin Yi had done it, the anomaly's form began to change. It worked. It must have worked. The night wind, stronger than before, quickly dispersed the white mist. The anomaly re-emerged, its eyes reflecting a mocking smile. It wasn't dead, not even significantly harmed. No damage? It's not water? Impossible. If water wasn't the key to defeating the anomaly, then the coin it dropped used to operate the vending machine wouldn't have made sense as part of the scenario. He must have overlooked something. Not enough quantity? Did it require 2 bottles? Lin Yi immediately twisted open the second bottle of mineral water he carried and activated Time Stop again to confront the anomaly. At a distance of 1 meter, he saw the mocking glint in the anomaly's gray eyes even more clearly. Something was wrong. This wasn't right. There was definitely something wrong. Lin Yi withdrew his hand and screwed the bottle cap back on. He calmed himself and once again surveyed his surroundings. In the distance, near the vending machine, Takabana Hina's face was filled with anxiety and worry. The street was empty, a few fallen leaves suspended midair, frozen in time. The streetlights still cast their white glow, dispelling the darkness. How could the eerie, possessed creature be properly killed? Firelight in the night. Did I see the fire? At that moment, Lin Yi finally figured it out. The key was extinguishing the fire. He had to locate the source of the fire. Lin Yi immediately picked up a stone from the roadside. Bang! Bang! He smashed all 4 nearby streetlights, one by one. Roar! The moment time resumed, the eerie creature let out a furious roar. But it suddenly noticed the change in the surrounding light. Now enveloped in darkness, it alone emitted a faint, bright glow, standing out starkly in the night. The fire was revealed. I finally understand why, in areas without streetlights, you deliberately slowed down, not pursuing closely but following us from a distance after we'd moved far enough ahead. So, this was the reason. Lin Yi smiled as he spoke. At that moment, the eerie creature's confidence shattered. The calm, assured expression it had maintained vanished completely. Lin Yi took 1 step forward, and the creature instinctively stepped back. So, you are conscious. Well then. Please, die now. As Lin Yi finished speaking, the creature turned and fled. But time was once again frozen. Lin Yi poured the water directly onto the burning core of the creature. Arg! A wail of agony echoed. From a distance, Lin Yi watched as the creature collapsed to the ground, writhing and screaming in pain. He let out a slow breath. It was done. The possessed anomaly was finally eliminated. Chapter 51, Adolescent Boys Are Normal Too. ZZZZZ. Heat waves surged, blowing towards Lin Yi with the wind. Lin Yi quickly stepped back, trying to distance himself from the deceased, strange entity. Teacher, it's taken care of. Lin Yi smiled and made a reassuring gesture, indicating that the strange entity had been successfully dealt with. Hinata Kabana displayed a relieved and comforting smile. At this moment, her heart was finally at ease. Finally. Safe. If it weren't for Lin Yi, Hinata Kabana knew she would never have escaped the clutches of that monster. The thought of being burned into a black, charred husk filled her with intense unwillingness. As a woman, how could she accept becoming such an ugly sight? Thank you, Lin-san. No need to thank me. Just let me have eel rice for dinner tonight as thanks. That's different. Treating me to dinner and you saving my life tonight are 2 different things. Hinata Kabana thought about how she could express her gratitude to Lin Yi. At that moment, Lin Yi heard a mechanical prompt sound from the strange game. The monster possessed by the strange entity has been confirmed as killed. The regular task has been completed. Reward 1, 750 game points. Blessing points split effect with 50% bonus. Reward 2, 100 experience points. You can now use the experience points to level up your game character, unlock higher permissions, and open more game features. Reward 3, white quality item X1. Soon, the prompt sound ended, but Lin Yi didn't pay it much attention. Instead, he went to check on Hinata Kabana's condition. Teacher, how about we go to my apartment to treat your injuries? Through her socks, Lin Yi could guess that Hinata Kabana's feet had been scraped and were bleeding. Well. Then let me take you to the nearest hospital to treat your wound and buy you a new pair of shoes. This actually made Hinata Kabana make her decision. Let's go to your place, then. She was concerned that Lin Yi would have to carry her to the hospital later, and more people would see them, which made her feel a little embarrassed. Okay. But are we really out of that strange loop space now? Hinata Kabana looked around but didn't feel any change in the surrounding environment. You'll know after taking a few steps. Lin Yi once again carried Hinata Kabana on his back, enjoying the comfort of her soft and delicate body against his back as he walked ahead step by step. Soon, from a distance, the quiet street was filled with the sound of car horns, and occasionally, the meow of a cat could be heard. Hinata Kabana understood that they were safe now. Thank goodness. They had narrowly escaped death. She let out a deep sigh of relief. A few minutes later, Lin Yi returned to his apartment with Hinata Kabana still on his back. Click. Upon entering, Lin Yi carefully placed Hinata Kabana on the edge of the bed, then began rummaging through the apartment to find any available medical supplies. Teacher, I don't think I have iodine and cotton swabs here. I'll go to a nearby convenience store and get them. I'll also buy you a pair of slippers. What size are you? 36. Okay, I'll change my clothes. His clothes were all blackened around the chest and sleeves. Lin Yi took off his jacket and tossed it on the floor before taking a windbreaker out of the wardrobe and heading out of the apartment. With a click, the small apartment fell into silence. Hinata Kabana curiously looked around. A high school boy's apartment. It wasn't as messy or smelly as she had imagined from books. Just the neatness of the apartment made Hinata Kabana realize that Lin Yi was someone who had good daily habits. The only thing lacking was this. Hinata Kabana looked at the clothes piled on the floor, thought for a moment, and stood up on tiptoe to slowly walk over. She picked up the clothes and hung them on the coat rack. At that moment, an item fell out from the clothes, floating lightly to the floor. Hinata Kabana's gaze fell on the object, and embarrassment quickly filled her face. A condom. Lin Yi carried a condom with him, which inevitably made Hinata Kabana start to imagine. Adolescent boys are normal too. Carrying this also means Lin Yi pays attention to protection. This is a good thing. A good thing. Her face flushed as she bent down to pick it up and put it in her pocket. But anyway, academics are the most important. Hinata Kabana felt it was necessary to guide Lin Yi correctly, helping him understand that he should focus more on his studies for his future. Right now, she didn't dare to touch anything in a high school boy's apartment, afraid she might find something else strange like a notebook, or one of those naughty notebooks. But he's taking so long. When will Lin Yi be back? 10 minutes later, Lin Yi returned to the apartment. He squatted down in front of Hinata Kabana, carefully removing his black socks. Ugh! It seemed the wound was being pulled as Hinata Kabana instinctively gripped the blanket with both hands, letting out a slight sound of discomfort. At that moment, Lin Yi's gaze fell on Hinata Kabana's smooth, delicate feet. Under the soft white light in the apartment, her foot gleamed with a faint, alluring shine, as refined as porcelain. Hinata Kabana shuddered slightly, her face flushing with a light blush, and her eyes subconsciously averted. Chapter 52, Hinata Kabana's gratitude. Cough, Lin Yi, please help me take care of my wound. As Hinata Kabana broke the awkward silence, Lin Yi snapped back to his senses and took out the iodine. He dipped a cotton swab into it and began cleaning the abrasions on her feet. The iodine didn't hurt, but the cotton swab inevitably irritated the nerve endings in the wounds. But compared to the pain she had endured earlier while walking, this was 100 times better. A few minutes later, both of her foot wounds were taken care of. Lin Yi also applied a band-aid on the more severe abrasion. Teacher, be careful with water for the next couple of days. Don't let your wound come in contact with it. I know. I'm a teacher after all. I know basic common sense. Then who was it that screamed so loudly earlier? Hinata Kabana gritted her teeth in embarrassment. That's different. Boys are definitely braver than girls. But Lin Yi, you were so calm when facing that monster. Have you experienced something like this before? Although boys generally have more courage, Lin Yi's calmness earlier was unusual. He didn't show a hint of fear or panic when facing the monster and the threat of death. This made Hinata Kabana wonder. I saw a dead body yesterday. Hinata Kabana suddenly remembered. And I was actually scared too, but I'm a man. If I was scared and panicking, the female teacher would be even more anxious. I had to stay calm. Only by staying calm could I find a way out. This made Hinata Kabana feel guilty. So, it was for her. Thank you. You're my teacher. There's nothing to thank for. Maybe I. Suddenly, Hinata Kabana hesitated, not sure how to finish her sentence. Go ahead, teacher, don't leave me hanging. But Hinata Kabana didn't immediately speak. She bit her lip and thought for a moment. Thinking about the condom in Lin Yi's pocket, she thought her idea might actually work. Maybe I shouldn't say it. Lin Yi didn't seem to care much. How about I introduce you to a girlfriend? As a way to repay him for saving her life, Hinata Kabana thought this might be a good gesture. This. I don't know about that. Lin Yi hesitated and looked at Hinata Kabana, the beautiful teacher with chestnut-colored hair. Just tell me if you want it or not. Hinata Kabana suddenly became more insistent, and faced with Lin Yi's hesitation, she urged him. Teacher, no. We are teacher and student. I'm your student. Even though I just saved you and you feel grateful to me, we are still teacher and student. It really won't work. Even if you force me, I could consider it. Hinata Kabana? She slowly typed out a large question mark. The next second, her face turned red, and she hurriedly explained. It's not me. I'm not introducing myself as your girlfriend. I'm your teacher. How could I introduce myself as your girlfriend? It's not you, teacher. Lin Yi feigned surprise, but inside, he was smiling, finding teasing the teacher quite amusing. Of course, it's not me. Then is it Hiratsuka-sensei? But that's no good, Hiratsuka-sensei is too old, it's really not suitable. Hinata Kabana twitched her lips, she had finally figured Lin Yi out. This boy was just teasing her. When faced with danger, he maintained a serious and calm attitude, but in everyday life, he had a playful and relaxed side. As long as you're willing, I'd dare to introduce her. No, no, no. Lin Yi, who bravely faced the monster, is now afraid of a female teacher. Hiratsuka-sensei is no ordinary teacher. I don't know exactly what kind of teacher she is, but every time she's mentioned, my heart shakes. Ha 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 ha. Hinata Kabana couldn't hold back her laughter. I was thinking of introducing you to a girl about your age. Thanks, teacher, for creating the opportunity for me and Yukino Shita-san. I really appreciate it. Hinata Kabana was helpless. It's not Yukino Shita-san. Teacher, I'm not related to Yukino Shita-san by blood. How could I introduce her to you? I'm introducing my sister. Your real sister? Kurui, perhaps? Yes, my real sister. What do you think? Is she in Chiba? No, Tokyo. That's far. Then I won't introduce her. By the way, just to add, my sister is transferring to Sobuhai in a couple of days. She's currently in Tokyo handling her transfer paperwork. Hinata Kabana felt a bit better, having at least reclaimed some ground in a conversation. She raised a faint smile, her eyes reflecting Lin Yi's face, the smile growing more intense. Are you regretting it now? If you beg, I might consider introducing you. My sister is very cute and beautiful, you know. No need. A man should never beg. When your sister comes to Sobu High School, I'll just chase her and show you, teacher. No, chasing is a bit wrong, it should be her chasing me. I want you to see your sister chasing me. Hinata Kabana was left stunned. Her sister is a beautiful girl, after all. How could she end up in a position where she has to chase someone? Calm down, Hinata Kabana. Lin Yi is just teasing and joking around. Chapter 53, The Strange Scene. Lin, it's good to have confidence, but being overly confident is not. From what I know, many boys have had a crush on my sister since childhood. She doesn't need to chase after anyone, said Hinata Kabana. I see. You think I'm not charming enough, huh? Well, you're right. A foreign student like me, who has lost many memories, really doesn't have much appeal. Lin Yi responded, his mood visibly dropping. In the blink of an eye, Hinata Kabana noticed Lin Yi falling into a state of self-doubt. Hey. Lin, that's not what I meant at all. You're an outstanding and excellent student. You really showed great courage protecting me. I'm sure you're very popular with girls. She hurriedly explained, reaching out to hold his hand. Really? Really? The thing I meant is that when it comes to relationships, boys should be more proactive. Honestly, I can't imagine my sister chasing you. What if it happens? Lin Yi asked with a hint of challenge. I'll ask Yukino, and if she's willing, I'll introduce you. Hinata Kabana replied. Why not? You introduce yourself? Lin Yi teased. No way. Don't joke with me, I'm going to get angry. Hinata Kabana pouted in a mock protest. Oh, I understand. Lin Yi replied, realizing she wasn't being serious. Alright, that's enough. The opportunity was there for you, but you turned it down. Don't regret it when you see my sister later. Lin Yi shook his head, signaling he wouldn't regret it. Yukino, his sister, was a bit eccentric, if the original story remained unchanged. By the way, teacher, about the game. Game? What game? As expected, Hinata Kabana didn't receive an invitation for the strange game, which Lin Yi had suspected. If she had, she would have definitely talked about it on the way to the apartment. If she had refused, she would have also forgotten about the task. But Hinata Kabana neither mentioned it nor forgot about the strange event. So, people caught up in regular tasks wouldn't receive such an invitation after the task ended. Whether that was lucky or unlucky, Lin Yi wasn't sure. Oh, I didn't tell you? I just bought a new game called Splatoon and was wondering if you'd like to play it with me. Lin Yi said. Ah, that's what it was. Sure. Hinata Kabana replied after a brief pause. If she had rejected him, Lin Yi might have been disappointed. Being alone in a foreign country, he must have been lonely. Thanks. Lin Yi said. Just then, the phone rang, breaking the silence in the room. A pink phone vibrated on the table. Hinata Kabana picked it up and saw the incoming call from Shizuka-senpai before answering. Shizuka-senpai, it's me. She said. How's it going? That boy didn't cause any trouble, did he? Shizuka asked. No, everything's fine. I think Lin Yi is doing well now. He could be a good student. Hinata Kabana replied. Oh. Shizuka drawled, he's probably just trying to impress you, a beautiful teacher. I've seen many students like that. No, no. Lin Yi isn't pretending. After his memory loss, he's really quite good. Honestly, you'll see when you talk to him tomorrow. Hinata Kabana explained. Alright, I hope you're right. Shizuka said, a bit more hopeful. Thanks for everything today. I'll treat you to yakiniku next time. She added. No need, senpai. Really, it's fine. Hinata Kabana said quickly, but as she hastily denied it, she subconsciously moved her foot, and the wound grazed the hard floor, causing her to make a soft, pain sound. I accidentally kicked my foot. Hinata Kabana said, embarrassed. Oh, I thought you were talking with your boyfriend. Shizuka teased. Huh? It didn't take long for Hinata Kabana to realize what Shizuka meant. Her face flushed as she explained, Shizuka-senpai, I'm single. I don't have a boyfriend. Haha, better find one soon. My personal advice is to find one early, or it'll be harder later. Shizuka chuckled, clearly speaking from experience. After a few more pleasantries, they ended the call. Since Lin Yi was nearby, Hinata Kabana felt a bit constrained, worried they might end up discussing something embarrassing. Teacher, why don't you stay here tonight? Lin Yi suggested. I can take you back to your apartment, but it's almost 10 o'clock now, and it would take quite a while to get there. Given Hinata Kabana's current condition, it wouldn't be ideal for her to walk. The only option would be for Lin Yi to carry her. Hinata Kabana began considering her options. She couldn't just stay here, could she? The thought of sharing a room with a high school boy made her feel embarrassed. Well, I guess it's okay. She said, albeit hesitantly. Alright, teacher, you rest here. I'll go to a nearby hotel for the night. Lin Yi offered. Ah. Hinata Kabana was startled. Teacher, you don't think I'll stay here with you, do you? Lin Yi asked, confused. That's not possible. For my reputation, I can't share a room with you. If Mai hears about it, she'll get upset. Lin Yi continued. Hinata Kabana? Was he implying that Mai was his girlfriend? Good luck. I look forward to hearing about you and Mai getting together. Hinata Kabana teased, smiling. Lin Yi was an interesting boy, albeit a little too talkative and flirtatious. Hinata Kabana didn't mind, in fact, she found it amusing. In the end, Hinata Kabana stayed the night at Lin Yi's apartment, and Lin Yi, at her request, made a bed on the floor. The reason? Once Lin Yi starts dating Mai, I'll make sure they break up by telling them about tonight. After the lights were out, the room grew dark, with only the faintest glimmers of light creating a serene atmosphere. Meanwhile, 3 streets away, at the Chiba Police Department, officers had set up a cordon. The flashing red and blue lights were starkly visible and blinding. This was the street where strange events had been happening, linked to the mysterious appearance of charcoal. At that moment, several men dressed in black suits were busy, operating equipment that emitted beeping sounds. They claimed to be from the Chiba Police Headquarters, but in reality, they belonged to the Japanese Public Security Commission's Special Operations Division, Section 6. Chapter 54, Yukino Shita. The sound of click-click from the camera was heard from time to time, as several devices finally emitted a long beep indicating the completion of data collection and analysis. Report, Section Chief, the results are in. Based on the changes in the magnetic field, the degree of dissipation of the strange energy, and the traces left on the street, the danger level of the anomalous entity that appeared here is between D and C. This street was briefly pulled into a different space-time. The middle-aged man nodded as if he understood. After thinking for a while, he spoke again. Has any useful information been collected from the surrounding area? It's late, and there aren't many people on the street. Because the location is remote, there are no surveillance cameras, so we haven't found any suspicious individuals who could be players. Installing more surveillance cameras is essential. Everyone knew this should be done to respond to the current changes, but installing more surveillance cameras in major cities across the country would be an astronomical budget. Even if the cabinet agrees, the Congress might not. How about the person who called the police? Have they found anything? The young staff member shook their head. The call was made from a public phone booth, and the voice was processed with high counter-surveillance awareness. It was precisely because of this that they judged that the person was highly likely to be an official player involved in the anomalous game. However, finding this player and confirming their identity would not be easy. Send more personnel and expand the investigation range. There's a chance we can find them. The middle-aged man thought for a moment and then gave up. No, it's too time-consuming and labor-intensive, and we won't get any results. Let's leave it at that. Create the files and handle it. The person in the hospital room who was possessed should be closely monitored. Those who survive after being possessed by the bazaar have a great chance of being selected for the bazaar game. This is a rule they have deduced so far. Understood. The group did the final cleaning up, and about 10 minutes later, the caution tape was removed, and everything returned to normal, as if nothing had ever happened. The next day, Lin Yi and Hina Takabana got up early and headed to school. "I'll get off here first." Hina Takabana needed to return to her apartment to change into new shoes and clothes before heading to school. "Alright." Hina Takabana waved her hand and turned to leave the tram station. Walking again on the street leading to Subu High, Lin Yi had changed into the black Western-style school uniform of Subu High today. On both sides of the wide street, the green shade rustled, and pink cherry blossoms fell, drawing beautiful arcs in the air. A faint scent of cherry blossoms filled the air. Groups of high school students walked together, with high school girls in pleated skirts showing their white thighs, exuding youthful energy, and occasional joyful conversations could be heard. Having already graduated from university and worked for several years, Lin Yi gazed at this scene with a faint, subtle feeling in his heart. There was nostalgia, but also a bit of unfamiliar discomfort. Japanese high school life is completely different from the one in his past life in his homeland. Here, if one chooses to slack off, it's actually very easy to live carelessly. Shaking his head, Lin Yi officially stepped through the gates of Subu High and entered the high school. Last night, after he had called the police to report and summoned the Japanese authorities, he had gone out midway and arrived at the scene of the bizarre incident. As he had guessed, the authorities had already noticed the bizarre game and the existence of the players. They had even established a special organization, the Public Safety Commission's Magical Special Operations Department. The official personnel at the scene had no idea that the person they were looking for had already arrived and even interacted closely with them. "You've finally decided to come." A mature female voice came, and Lin Yi did not respond until a female teacher in a white lab coat appeared before him. White coat, black long straight hair, curvaceous body. Even if he hadn't seen the photo of Shizuka Hiratsuka that Hina Takabana had shown him yesterday, Lin Yi could recognize Shizuka Hiratsuka just from these features. "Shizuka. Sensei? Oh, you recognized me right away. Looks like your memory loss was a lie." Shizuka Hiratsuka, emanating cold air, walked up to Lin Yi, but due to their height difference, her imposing aura weakened slightly. "Hina Takabana showed me your photo." "Hina Takabana? Seems like you've become quite close." "Hina Takabana is very nice. She just graduated from university, but I'm glad you came on time today and weren't late. I'll overlook the skipped classes. As your homeroom teacher and life guidance teacher, I hope you focus on your studies and put your effort into academics." Shizuka Hiratsuka patted Lin Yi on the shoulder. "Being a fan and liking idols is a normal hobby, but if it interferes with your daily life and studies, that's not good." "You're right, teacher." For a moment, Shizuka Hiratsuka felt that Lin Yi had changed, that he was now willing to listen and accept advice. Perhaps Lin Yi had really lost part of his memory. "I'm glad you understand. Idols and celebrities are far from ordinary people. If you really want to have a girlfriend, try pursuing the girls at Subu High, and don't give up on them just because Yukino rejected you a few times." Lin Yi's mind was filled with big question marks. This original self had actually confessed to Yukino? "I have no memory, I don't admit it. Go to class now, and if you need anything, just come find me." At Shizuka Hiratsuka is urging, Lin Yi went to the second-year J class in the teaching building. He glanced around and didn't see that ice-cold girl. The last seat in the second row by the window was his. After sitting down, Lin Yi opened his textbook, saw his name, and felt relieved for the moment. One by one, classmates entered, but no one greeted him. Lin Yi, instead, was content with the quiet. Suddenly, the noisy conversations came to an abrupt stop, and the atmosphere in the classroom became still. Lin Yi looked up toward the door, and a figure immediately came into his view. He finally saw Yukino Shida. Chapter 55, It's Over. Lin Yi's eyes reflected the appearance and figure of the girl. The girl's face was delicate, almost impossibly cute, with black long hair cascading over her shoulders, swaying with each step. Her skin was fair and translucent, and the black uniform paired with a pleated skirt showcased her youthful, fresh style perfectly. Her demeanor, as her name suggested, was cold as snow, like a snowflake blooming on an icy mountain. "Hello." Finally, he had seen her. Crossing the dimensional gap, Lin Yi silently greeted the two-dimensional heroine in his heart. The girl noticed the change in the atmosphere of the classroom. Ignoring all the focused gazes, she walked lightly across the front of the room and made her way to her seat, the second to last one in the row by the window. Her seat was positioned slightly to Lin Yi's left and front. The desk behind hers was unoccupied. Lin Yi was curious. Generally speaking, the seating order was related to height, but why was Yukino seated at the back of the window side row? But then, recalling that the girl was isolated by her classmates, it didn't seem too strange for her to sit there. After placing her book down, Yukino glanced at Lin Yi, a reminder that he had yet to take his eyes off her. But she felt that something in the gaze of this transfer student was slightly different. Once seated, she let go of her thoughts and didn't dwell on it. No matter how Lin Yi had changed, as long as it didn't affect her, she wasn't concerned. Everyone, get ready, class is about to begin. A middle-aged man with glasses entered the classroom holding a few books and walked to the front of the class. Soon, the bell rang, and the lesson officially started. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar math formulas, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a bit nostalgic. This was high school life. He was really in high school. The feeling of nostalgia lingered for a few minutes, before Lin Yi shifted his focus to the anomalous game. He began analyzing and thinking carefully. Based on the fact that the government had dispatched a specialized department last night, the anomalous game had been around for quite a while, and there must be high-level players involved. There should also be dedicated online forums discussing it. He should gather relevant information about these aspects. But regardless of everything, keeping his identity secret was crucial. Kuroda Hikari had already lost the memory of the Love Hotel. And the only people who knew about his situation now were Hoshino Ai and Hinata Kobana. Both had promised to keep it a secret. Lin Yi trusted both of them, but it would be even better if there were tools to help maintain this secrecy. The anomalous game should have such tools for confidentiality, right? He couldn't help but think. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, Lin Yi looked up to see the middle-aged math teacher standing next to him. Lin, can you answer this question? Lin Yi froze, immediately reminded of many scenes from various works. Didn't expect this to happen to me. He muttered. Sorry, teacher, I don't know the answer. He refused directly, without hesitation. This left the middle-aged math teacher taken aback. He had seen students who struggled in silence or remained quiet, but Lin Yi was the first one to bluntly say he didn't know. Pay attention in class. This formula and the knowledge point aren't hard. The math teacher didn't get angry and returned to the front of the class to resume the lesson. This time, Lin Yi listened attentively, cooperating and showing respect to the teacher. This made the middle-aged math teacher quite satisfied. The second class was Hiratsuka Shizu's Japanese class. As for this class, Lin Yi truly had no interest in it. He just laid back. This made Hiratsuka Shizu grind her teeth in frustration, but she didn't explode or single him out. Time passed, and soon it was time for the break. Lin came to my office after school. Before leaving, Hiratsuka Shizu gave a heavy hum, her gaze implying don't even think about running away. She only felt at ease after seeing the look in Lin Yi's eyes that indicated he would definitely come. After the third class, lunch break began. Soon, most of the students left the classroom, leaving only Lin Yi and the cold girl, who remained seated, not in any rush to leave. Lin Yi had just gotten up when he heard rapid footsteps outside the classroom. Hina-sensei. He saw the beautiful female teacher with chestnut-colored long hair standing at the door. She seemed to be in a bit of a hurry, with her chest slightly rising and falling as she caught her breath. Good, good, I'm glad you're still here. Hinata Kobana's breath was a bit ragged, clearly from rushing. Teacher, is something wrong? Could it be lunch? Lin Yi noticed the item Hinata Kobana was holding. He felt a bit exaggerated, surprised, and somewhat pleased. Lunch. I've prepared lunch for you. It should taste better than the school cafeteria. Although Sobuhai had a cafeteria, the food was average, and the prices weren't cheap. This led many students to bring their own bento from home. Teacher. You didn't make this, did you? Lin Yi suddenly hesitated as a thought crossed his mind. If he remembered correctly, Hinata Kobana's cooking skills were close to being at a dark level, whereas her sister, Rueda Kobana, was a great cook. If he ate this, he'd probably end up with food poisoning and in the hospital. What kind of look is that? You know very well that after I said goodbye to you this morning, I went straight back to my apartment. I didn't have time to make lunch. I bought this on the way to school. It should taste better than the cafeteria, but the next time, you should prepare your own. She said. When she bought lunch at the convenience store, she remembered that Lin Yi, who had amnesia, probably hadn't prepared any bento for himself, so she picked up one for him too. I see, thank you, teacher. I won't be polite then. Lin Yi quickly walked toward Hinata Kobana, but due to their change in position, Hinata Kobana suddenly noticed the cold girl sitting behind Lin Yi. This classroom? There are other students? In an instant, Hinata Kobana felt a wave of embarrassment rise within her, and her body slightly trembled. Everything she had just said had been overheard. It's over. Chapter 56, Teacher, I want to be treated specially. Yuki no Shida. Classmate. She recognized the girl. Good afternoon, Teacher Hina. She nodded in greeting to Hinata Kobana, then picked up her lunch and walked out of the classroom, her entire demeanor calm and detached, without any particular reaction. However, as she was leaving the classroom, she couldn't help but glance at Lin Yi and Hinata Kobana out of the corner of her eye. From their brief exchange, it seemed there was quite a bit of hidden information. The female teacher had said goodbye to her classmates in the morning and returned to her apartment, even going out of her way to buy lunch and deliver it to the classroom. This couldn't help but make her think deeply. Hinata Kabana couldn't help but sigh. Great, I'm probably going to be the subject of some rumors soon, she said, feeling defeated. Suddenly, Hinata Kabana perked up. Don't worry. At least from what I can tell, Yukino-san isn't the type to gossip about others. Even if she wanted to, she doesn't have anyone to gossip with. It seemed like that was probably true. For a moment, Hinata Kabana regained her composure. I'm leaving now, don't forget to prepare your lunch next time. Before leaving, Hinata Kabana thought of something and added, I heard Shizuka-senpai complaining about you earlier. Be mentally prepared. Such a good teacher. She was warning me. Lin Yi smiled to show he was fine, and Hinata Kabana left. He didn't choose to eat in the empty classroom and instead found a spot in the courtyard where other students were eating. In the afternoon, it was English class, but the teacher was not Hinata Kabana. It was a younger middle-aged woman from Class J. Lin Yi continued quietly being a high school student. After school, his classmates left in small groups. By the end of the day, not a single classmate had come up to talk to him. This confirmed what the teacher had said: his original self was practically invisible in the class. This made things easier for him, as he didn't have to face the interpersonal relationships and friends of his former self. After organizing his books on his desk, Lin Yi stood up to head for Shizuka Hiratsuka's office. Just like during lunch, the cold girl by the window sat alone at her desk, quiet as if the whole world was shut out. He glanced at her. The cool breeze outside blew her hair, and her long lashes were especially noticeable. She was indeed beautiful. Lin Yi had to admit, compared to Hoshino Ai's petite cuteness, Yukino Shita's cold elegance had its own unique charm, giving off a feeling of being distant and unapproachable. But that beauty also unknowingly stirred up feelings in others. Is there something? She spoke in a cold tone, breaking the silence. Lin Yi didn't know when, but Yukino Shita's gaze had already fallen on him, her dark blue eyes reflecting his figure. She was waiting for his response. No, nothing. Lin Yi shook his head and turned to leave. Yukino Shita watched his retreating back, and couldn't help but feel that she might have overthought it. She had expected Lin Yi might confess to her. Since childhood, she had been confessed to by countless boys. She had grown used to it and coldly rejected every confession, giving no hope to avoid potential entanglements. She withdrew her gaze, packed up her things, and took a literary collection to the club building, heading to the classroom that was hers alone. Meanwhile, Lin Yi arrived at Shizuka Hiratsuka's office. The teacher, wearing a white coat and with long black hair, was lounging comfortably, her gaze landing on Lin Yi. I thought you had skipped school again today, she said. I promised you I would come here. Lin Yi replied. All right, then. As long as you promise me you'll study well, I won't say anything more. That's it? Lin Yi asked. Of course. Lin Yi had expected that, like the original protagonist or many fanfic male protagonists, Shizuka Hiratsuka would try to pull him into the service club and force him to join. But apparently, he had overestimated things. I'll try my best. Shizuka Hiratsuka sighed deeply. Lin Yi, you have to understand that you came all the way to Subuhai to study, to get into a good university and become an outstanding person. I hope you really don't waste your studies. If you work hard, you'll definitely achieve good results. Thank you, teacher. If you face any difficulties, you can talk to me directly. If you're too embarrassed, you can talk to Takabana. She added, knowing that Lin Yi was closer to Hinata Kabana, which made her a little uncomfortable. She had been Lin Yi's teacher for over a year, while Hinata Kabana had just started teaching and had known Lin Yi for only a day. I will. I won't disappoint you in the next test. Lin Yi promised. Good. However, if I get good results, maybe you could give me a little special treatment in daily life? Let's talk about it once you show me the results. Alright. Lin Yi hadn't remembered much of his high school knowledge, but after cramming a bit, he could get back into it. His foundation was still there. He thought to himself. In the end, after leaving Subuhai, there were no significant developments. This is reality. As a transmigrator, even with supernatural abilities and being a formal player of a bizarre game, in reality, he was just an ordinary high school student. That was fine. Keeping a low profile was safer. Lin Yi ate at a burger restaurant. While eating, the TV was showing a news report. The Chiba Fire Department has officially released details about the Chiba Station fire. The fire resulted in 1 death and 3 people severely injured, one of whom was declared dead after unsuccessful resuscitation. The remaining injured are still receiving treatment at Chiba City Hospital. Following the fire department's report, A spokesperson from the electric train company was apologizing at a press conference. The screen flickered with images, but one person caught Lin Yi's attention. It was one of the rescued people. The person's eyes made him link it to the strange incident from the night before. He decided to visit the hospital. Maybe there was a connection between the two. Chapter 57, Lin Yi's action in the hospital. Chiba City General Hospital. After dinner, Lin Yi changed into a new set of clothes, put on a mask, and headed to the hospital. After a quick inquiry,